Hello, good morning and welcome to day 3 live from Emirates Old Trafford. Scott Reed here in the Lancashire TV studios ahead of the third day of this LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Warwickshire, and I'm absolutely delighted that the sun is shining and it's blue sky and the rain from last night has disappeared, so we should be set for a full day. And we're going to look ahead to that between now and the start of play at 11 o'clock, including the thoughts of Luke Wells and George Balderson, plus some highlights from how the second day unfolded yesterday. But before we do that, Daniel Gidney, Lancashire's Chief Executive Officer, is in the studio with me. Good morning, Daniel. Welcome to the sofa.
Good morning, Scott. Delighted to be here.
Terrific to see the sun shining. Terrific to see supporters in the ground. I was driving in this morning and I thought, this is the first time, isn't it, since 2019, that at the start of a season we've had spectators coming through. Nobody obviously in 2020, and in the first half of 2021 was behind closed doors as well. So it's been great this week, hasn't it? And indeed the previous game against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. You know, it's been a really tough 2 years, whether you be members, fans, staff. And actually it's really wonderful to be able to, the things that we all took for granted pre-COVID, is to talk to some of the members and see the smiles and obviously see the sun and some great cricket. It's been really great this week.
Members and supporters and those watching on the live stream will see Old Trafford again under a little bit of development. I say a little bit, sizable development. The Red Rose Suite is gone, the building site's there. Just talk to us a little bit about what's happening.
I think the amazing thing about this club, Scott, and it's been around for many, many years, well over 150 years, is that we've always pushed forward. We've always been asking the question of ourselves, what's next? And I think for us, you know, the new development is part of that story. You know, I think when we built the Hilton Garden Inn, you know, the Hilton Garden Inn, people may not realise, actually generates significant operating profit every year, which effectively helps to fund the salary cap on the players. So it helps to make the cricket club more sustainable going forward. This next part effectively will cement that legacy to enable the club to operate for years to come, and actually to be able to have a hotel extension only so soon after the first hotel was built is testament to the team that we have on site in terms of how they've grown that business. But I think also one thing that perhaps hasn't been talked about so much is there's going to be some amazing facilities in there for members that, you know, we've talked about for a long time, a heritage and a museum and experience space, but we've not had the funds to do it. Now we're actually looking to bring that to reality, and a first floor raised viewing area with a new members restaurant as well, which so we're kind of just looking to move forward and kind of blend those kind of members and cricket experiences with the commercial side on the hotel to help fund the project.
Is that the final piece of the jigsaw, Daniel, in terms of this ground and the changing shape of it over the course of the last decade or more now?
Well, I think you can never say never, but I would like to think that Emirates Old Trafford, I think the last piece of the jigsaw, even though people loved it, the old Red Rose building, and it's funny how people look through rose-tinted spectacles and actually go, oh, wasn't that an amazing building? Well, you know, actually the harsh reality was it wasn't DDA compliant, didn't have a proper kitchen, there was no air conditioning. And to be fair, it provided the best view in the ground because you couldn't see it when you were in it. But, you know, it's time to move on, and it's going to be amazing what we do next.
It had its lovely charm, though, didn't it? In a way.
In a way.
We're looking ahead to the summer here. There's loads of cricket to be played, whether it's Lancashire men and women, whether it's Thunder, the Originals, international cricket. What a busy venue yet again this place will be.
Yes, 2019 people thought was going to be kind of the summit with an Ashes and a World Cup. But after the difficulties we've had over 2020 and 2021, 2022, I think the ops team want to kill me. We've got more cricket than we've ever had. We've never had 2 one-day internationals and a test match in the same year, certainly in the last 10 years. We've got a full blast season, we've got the 100, we've got concerts, and we've also got a major construction programme. So it's certainly in the 10 years I've been here, we've never had a year quite like this one.
One of the aspects that we're going to see more of this summer are double headers, our Lancashire women Thunder team playing here, which is, I think, massively exciting. I know the girls are really excited about the prospect of playing at Emirates Old Trafford, and again another example perhaps of how the club is trying to drive forward and lead the way with this.
Yes, a lot of people talk a good game in this space around equity and gender parity, I think, but you have to walk the walk. And the club is really passionate about this. And I know something our late chair David Hodgkiss was very, very passionate about was actually investing in a proper women's programme, and the ECB have put in the regional structure, which is fantastic. We're probably 5, 6, 7 years behind Australia, who have well over 200 full-time professionals. I think we have about 45 in this country now. But Lancashire are the only club that are actually funding an extra contract over and above the regional. And we're also doing things like we've converted the men's away changing room to be the official home changing room of Thunder. And on the 1st of June, we have a double header. And it's the first time ever that we're going to have our women are headlining. So the men are going to play first and the women are going to play second. We're going to have Manchester United women down here. It's going to be a real celebration of elite women's sport, which I think has got a really accelerated growth path over the next few years. And it's something we saw in 100 when Kate Cross scored the first 6, which I don't think anybody in her family would have seen that coming. But she was a real trailblazer, and there's so many young girls now taking up cricket because of what they saw with Kate, that I really think that women's professional cricket is going to really take off in the coming years.
That double header where the Thunder play second and Lancashire Lightning are playing in the afternoon, I thought was a really intriguing decision to make. I think it'd be fascinating to see how that unfolds, and it is ahead of what the 100 are doing as well, which is quite exciting. The girls must be absolutely chomping at the bit to play and be the kind of the main event.
Yes, I think we had the pre-season tour where we took the first club ever to take the women out and do an equal tour with the men, something that we're really proud of. I think it's about creating that professional environment. We're also the only region that pays our team to train and our non-contracted players to come in and train, because some of them have got other jobs and they might be working all day and trying to train in the evening. And it's that evolution from semi-pro to pro when you've only got 7 or 8 professionals. It's a really challenging thing to do, but we're working really hard and we're looking to see what other roles can we provide. So if somebody's working in catering and hospitality, can we provide them a role in the hotel and manage their shifts around their training? So it's something we're really focused on.
Okay, I know there's plenty more to get stuck into, and we'll discuss. Maybe we'll go down the avenue of where we are with domestic cricket and relationships with the ECB and potentially how things might look in the future. You're going to join us for a little bit on commentary later, which is brilliant. Let's build up a little bit more, shall we, to today's play. We're heading outside shortly. We're going to hear from George Balderson. We'll look back at the highlights too of the second day. Before that, the thoughts of the not-out batter, Luke Wells. Good. Okay. Luke, nicely batted today. What's your assessments of the second day of this game?
Firstly, thank you very much. Yeah, I think we've done really well. I think the pitch is really flat, and for them to choose to bat first and us to bowl them out for 300 and something, not a sort of mammoth total, I think we've done really, really well. I think the bowlers have been unbelievable, to keep coming back in their second, third, fourth spells with the pitch offering very little. To never let them get a scoring rate that was sort of threatening to us. We did really, really well, and to get those wickets. And then me and Keith spot on 100+ runs. I don't think we could have done much more so far in this game, to be honest.
Just on the morning session and the bowlers in particular, a lot has been said about the variety of Lancashire's attack. How beneficial is that, particularly here at Emirates Old Trafford?
Yeah, obviously to have that extra pace of Hassan and Woody steaming in is great. Bales just never misses top of off, and Parky spins it a long, long way, as we know. So yeah, we've got the ability to take wickets on flat wickets, like we've shown so far this year. We've won 2 games on really, really flat pitches, which a lot of other bowling attacks wouldn't have been able to force results. And just for Hassan to bowl, he's played 4 games in a row now, bowled a serious amount of overs, and even this morning, after bowling 20 odd overs yesterday, he's still running in and bowling proper pace. It's been remarkable just to watch him work. But yeah, they complement each other really well, the attack, and the fact that we're blessed to be able to rotate players in and out. Jimmy and Saki not playing in this game, and Danny Lamb as well. We've got so many bases covered. We're very, very lucky at this club.
And with the way that you and Keaton went out to bat there, how much did you enjoy that? It's the first time you've opened the batting together as well. Yeah,
it feels strange. I feel like I've batted a lot with him. But no, it was good. He's played a lot of cricket as well. So we keep each other quite calm out there, and not getting too flustered. And no, it was really enjoyable.
2 tall left-handers So, in what ways do you complement each other, and in what ways can you prove to be a real kind of obstacle for bowlers? Because it would feel as though that you're obviously quite similar, but
yeah.
Are you different in many ways?
Yeah, well, we called each other the twins as well. We're very similar. He lives right next door now in Altrincham, so we're both right next to each other. But yeah, no, we obviously are both tall, both left-handed. I think we do score in slightly different areas. And maybe our pace of play is different at different times. I think he's probably more natural scorer and rotator against spin than I am, but then I might score slightly quicker against certain fast bowlers, and I think it just ebbs and flows differently throughout the game. But luckily out there, the pitch is still very flat, and you know, McAndrew tried to cause some problems at times with a bit of extra pace, trying to bang it in when it got a bit dark out there as well, which was quite testing. So, no, really pleasing to lose no wickets so far.
With that spell that you faced from McAndrew, how challenging is that, and how do you go about trying to face it and get through that period when you know what's basically coming?
Yeah, I think that was an example of how me and Keats sort of sometimes go about things differently. I know for me, I'm always better when I look to take it on. It just helps my footwork, and everything about my game flows better if I have the mindset of looking to take the ball on. And when Keats decided not to take it on today, for example, yeah, it was pretty challenging. I think the challenge out there was almost the two-pace nature of the pitch, almost getting done for lack of pace sometimes. Not so much the searing pace, like coming through at you really quickly. It was just trying to time the pull shot properly. I think it didn't help that it was quite dark as well under lights, but no, it was fine. Nothing we haven't faced before. Okay,
so you're 180 behind, 10 wickets remaining in your first dig. So how confident are you that you can go way beyond them here?
Yeah, I think obviously it's a shame we've lost some cricket today. I think we need as many deliveries as possible to try and force a result in this game, to be honest. Obviously 300 and I can't remember their exact score, 300 and something is not a small total for us to get past them by a long way, and then hopefully bat once and bowl again. That would be our ideal. We'll have to see. I think obviously we're still quite a long way behind. We've got to bat properly tomorrow, see what happens come the back end of the day, and if we have an opportunity on that day 4 to try and sort of put the batsman under pressure with, you know, day 4 rough and Parky spinning it a bit more, etc., then hopefully we'll be able to make something happen. But at the moment, just one step at a time. We're still 180 runs behind, as you said.
Cheers, good luck tomorrow.
No worries, thanks.
Unbeaten century stand holds back Bears. Dom Sibley's first 100 for Warwickshire since being dropped from the England team was a really important one for the Bears, who batted in fits and starts. Decent contributions matched by poor returns as Lancashire picked up 7 first-day wickets. 3 of them fell to Tom Bailey. Sibley was batting with a tail now, and McAndrew wouldn't last long. Out LBW to Hassan Ali. And the Bears opener was running out of partners. Miles out LBW to another good Hassan Ali delivery. Hannon Dalby proved to be a stubborn presence at the crease. The Lancashire charge halted for the time being. Parkinson returns to wrap it up. Another viciously turning delivery from the England spinner brought Hannon Dalby's innings to an end on 3, and it was nice to see the Lancashire spinner congratulate Sibley for his unbeaten 142. Sibley had stood head and shoulders above everyone else. He'd scored almost 100 runs more than the next highest scorer, Benjamin, with 47. Parkinson had taken 3 for 60 to restrict the Bears to 315 all out. Bailey just behind him with 3 for 61. Jennings and Wells got Lancashire off to a patient start with the bat, up to 18 without loss, when lunch was called. They were more free-flowing after the break. The Lancashire opening pair found their way to 50 off 118 balls. The mark reached with a beautiful on-drive. Little the Bears threw at them disrupted the opening duo, and it wouldn't be long before Wells had a 50, scored off 90 balls, reached with 2 runs off the spin of Briggs. At this point, it looked like the only thing to derail the hosts was, as ever, the Manchester weather, but they played on under stony skies. The light was still good enough, though, for them to see the scoreboard tick past 100, with 2 runs guided to third man by Jennings. The gloom got a bit worse though, so the umpires took them off for an early tea. The score 127 for none, plain sailing for the hosts so far, who are now 188 behind. The leaden clouds opened during tea. A downpour denied any further progress on day 2. Lancashire in full flow when the day was brought to a premature end. but the hosts will remain confident. The 188-run deficit looks well within their capabilities early on day 3, and they'll be keen to put as many on the board as possible to capitalise on their strong position, having been denied by the weather last time out too.
Okay, they're the highlights then from day 2. We'll look forward to watching Luke and Keaton resume in the not-too-distant future. I'm delighted that George Balderson's joined me because you've had to be prized away from what is a serious game behind you.
Yeah, very serious. The youngies are going for 10 in a row today, which is unheard of. So, unfortunately, I've been dragged away, but we'll see how we go. Hopefully it's 10 in a row.
You're under massive pressure to get back in there as quick as you can, so I'm going to keep speaking to you to try and drag it out as long as possible.
Okay.
How are you assessing the match so far?
Yeah, I think we're in a good position. We've started really well. It's been a tough 2 days. It was a tough grind in the field, but we stuck in there really well, and we got our rewards at the end of that first day and then yesterday morning. And then obviously Keaton and Wellesley batted really well yesterday. Unfortunate that we've lost them overs to the rain, but we'll just hopefully continue that partnership and bat as big as we can this first inning.
And Luke and Keaton at the top yesterday, under pretty gloomy conditions late on, they batted really well, didn't they?
Yeah, they batted very well. I think we saw when they batted as well that the toughest time to bat was against the new ball. So it's nice that they've got through unscathed to 40-odd overs, and hopefully they can carry on this morning.
Yeah, sunshine today. Batting day?
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? I hope so. I don't know what our plans are in terms of the long term of the game. We can only look after the first hour and the next hour in front of us, and hopefully bat as big as we can. And
for you, George, you've obviously just dropped down the order for this particular game. You've contributed really well with the ball. You'd be, I'm sure, keen to get some runs at some stage.
Yeah, I hope so. It's been tough, bowling as the 4-seamer and then having to open the batting, so it's kind of it's a bit of a nicer role batting 7. So hopefully when I get a chance at some point today, or even if it's tomorrow morning, I can contribute with the bat this week.
OK, 10 in a row, you better get back in there,
Thank you very much.
Cheers, George, thank you. OK, they're the highlights then from day 2. He had his teammates behind him, and the pre-match build-up here at Emirates Old Trafford is quite competitive. The young lads against the older pros. And he was being harassed to get back involved in that game. But we were very grateful for George spending a few minutes to chat to us just ahead of the start of play. So we're in the commentary box. The players are making their way out. The 2 umpires striding out to the middle. This is much better. It was so dark and gloomy last night, and the conditions were not great. We lost the entire day, evening session, because of that rain. We can make up a little bit of time today, so we've got the additional 8 overs. To go today, so 104 overs. There's Keaton Jennings shaking his hips. Stretch those calves, Keaton, as he makes his way out, and Luke Wells alongside him as well. Keaton Jennings on 44 and Wells unbeaten on 70. So day 3 about to resume. Daniel's still alongside me for the next few minutes, which is great, because I want to ask him about I want to ask him a little bit about where we are, about how he sees the future. I mean, we could actually spend, I'll be honest with you, Daniel, I reckon I could comfortably chat with you for a couple of hours on this, but we won't.
I'm glad about that.
But blimey, it just seems that we start a new season, and whenever England get walloped in the Ashes, there's always a crisis in county cricket. In your time with Lancashire and at the club and in this particular role, where are we? Where's the domestic game?
I think Einstein once said that something along the lines of that if you don't go around expecting a different result by doing the same thing over and over again. That's actually the definition of insanity. And I think you probably could say that we might be, the game might be a bit insane in that respect. But no, joking apart, I think, look, we're a lot of challenges.
Here's Hannon Dolby to start things up for this morning from the Anderson end. He's bowling and it's left alone by Keaton Jennings and through to Michael Burgess, and there is no run.
And just on Keaton, he's done really well actually. I think when you get, a bit older in your career, I think, calves, there is a thing called an old man's calf, and, I've had it. I'm not saying Keaton's an old man, but I think...
an old man's calf?
Yeah, it's an actual medical condition, definitely at my age. But, for Keaton to have both calf issues, but you have to really commit to rehab it as you get older, and it's hard, and I think he's an absolute model professional, just completing his MBA as well.
There's a slip in the gully in place as Hannon Dolby is in to Keaton Jennings up onto his toes, and that's played safely away into the onside, and there is no run. 127 without loss. So in terms of how you see these next few months progressing, Daniel, what's your thoughts? What's the view from within the county setup amongst your colleagues?
I think certainly Lancashire are very much focusing on being competitive on the field. I believe we're strong off the field, but I think this year we've got one of our strongest squads that we've had for a while.
And then Dolby around the wicket to Jennings, nudged away down towards long leg for a single. The first run of the day for Keaton Jennings. He moves to 45, 128.
And it's always been competitive with Warwickshire. I think when we won the title in 2011, we picked Warwickshire. 2014, the Blast trophy that we didn't win, even though I can say it now. One of our players was given out caught behind, and there was no DRS, and he absolutely wasn't given out caught behind. But it's another story. But I think there's always been a healthy rivalry between these two teams, very strong.
Yeah, Alan Dolby coming in to bowl to Wells for the first time this morning. And that's defended back to him, and there's no run.
But in terms of the domestic side, it's interesting. We always seem, I think the game has gone through multiple reviews. This is my 10th season, and we always seem to be navel-gazing in cricket. We always seem to be thinking about what can we do better. We always ask the right questions, but we just never, as a game, seem to come up with the right answers. And I think that's one of the, sitting back and reflecting, I think that's one of the big challenges we've.
And Dolby from the Anderson end, balls to Wells into the onside for no run.
And I think the challenge is when you look at the 18 counties, we're all different shapes and sizes. We all get on well, we all share best practice, we have really good discussions at various levels, and actually we've got a lot in common in many ways, but in others we haven't. So sometimes it's quite difficult to get you get consensus, but to get unanimity across 18 when you've got different and varying issues is challenging.
Final ball of the first over of this bright and sunny morning, and it's Wells playing it into the ground. Actually, a little bit of bounce there from Hannon Dolby, and well stopped in the gully by Sam Hain, and that completes the first over of the day. 128 without loss, Lancashire, one run off it.
And I think that, to me, it's going to be how we embrace it as a game. I think the way we're structured is there will always be specific interests, but you have that in any political environments, whether it be at Westminster or at Congress in America. You get people who have very specific things they want to protect, and it's very difficult because when your primary obligation is to your particular stakeholders and you've got certain things that are absolutely sacrosanct and sacred cows, it's going to be very difficult to kind of move on. I think my experience of negotiation, different contracts over the years is trying to find a way through, is trying to understand what's really important to the other side, and then understanding, can you build a bypass but achieve what they want in a different way? And I think we've never quite been able to unlock some of those answers, and I think that's the really key bit.
It will be Craig Miles to open up for the Bears from the Brian Statham end, around the wicket and bowling, worked away by Jennings behind square leg for a single. 129 without loss.
I think the one thing that's different this year is that Andrew Strauss, I've always found an extraordinarily impressive individual, a bright guy. People often forget that he captained us to #1 in the world as a test team, which had never been done before or since. Then as managing director of England cricket, he developed a strategy 3 years out that articulated how we'd win the World Cup.
Miles' right arm around the wicket, bowling. Oh, it's a good delivery. That just nips back into Luke Wells. Tries to work it into the onside, just deflects down towards Sam Hain, who comes up from the gully region to field, and there's no run.
And I think he's a fantastic resource for the ECB. I'm not quite sure they've got the best out of him or used him as well as they can. I think unusually, because you all have all different, in walks of life you have different personalities, but unusually I think he's uniquely respected across CEOs, directors of cricket, players.
There's Miles past the umpire, in and bowls, defended by Wells, and there's no run.
And he's chairing this high performance review rather than calling it a domestic structure review, because we've had a few of those. And he wants to be radical, and I think he's challenged stakeholders, of which, you know, we're one, to think outside the box, think outside our own personal interest, and think about what is the best way for the game to move forward. And there are difficult questions we need to answer.
Halfway into Miles' first over of the morning, back into Wells as a forward defensive. Up to mid-off, no run.
And let's get to the nub of the really controversial point. Let's get that out early. Is, you know, there was some stuff that was in the press around, you know, going to 12 teams or 10 teams, and then suddenly it was like the world had ended in terms of the reaction. You know, which is great in terms of the passion and support for county cricket. And people say to me, do you support an 18-county game? My answer is yes, I do, but actually I think it could be a 20 or 22 team county game.
There's Miles running in, around the wicket and bowls. Forward in defence goes Luke Wells, no run.
And what I mean by that is that there are some really, really good national counties, some of whom I believe, you know, operate at a level that are better than some first-class counties, and but on about 10% of the funding. And I actually think, you know, having a 12-team Premier League doesn't mean that you're getting rid of 6 counties, which I think a lot of people have taken one bit of information, just made an assumption on what happens.
Miles, for the final time of his first over, into Wells. Little flick away off the pad. Oh, the pad. It's going off the pad as that. Come down towards the square leg umpire, and it's a leg by signal. That's the end of the second over of the morning. And just a couple of runs, 1 run and 1 leg by so far. Score moves on to 130 without loss.
So imagine a scenario where you had perhaps a 12-team Premier League. Then in theory you say, well, a 6-team second division doesn't work. But what happens if you brought the best 2 national counties in, or the best 4 national counties in? Suddenly you've got a proper pyramid, because at the moment in cricket, unlike football, you don't really have a proper pyramid. It's very, very difficult for an exceptional national county to aspire to become semi-pro or pro.
And then Dolby around the wicket and bowls, and Wells defends, and there's no run.
But the problem is when you've got, say, a first-class county that generates 85% of its turnover from ECB distributions, you're not going to give that up in a hurry or easily. And I would say, what is your core role in the game? And I think if you're not hosting international cricket that helps to fund the game, or if you're not generating players to play for England, or if you're not supporting recreational cricket, what are you doing?
Hannon Dolby for Warwickshire. He's in and bowling, and Wells off the front foot drives just up towards mid-off and gets through for a very well-run single. Excellent from Luke Wells, and Lancashire supporters enjoyed that too. He moves on to 71. The score moves on to 131 without loss.
I might have one colleague who might say, at another county, might say, well, no, our purpose is to win the Blast. I'm like, well, that's not really a purpose, is it? You know, I think you can have an objective of being competitive on the field, but it's not a purpose for being a first-class county, surely. You know, I passionately believe that you should be developing players, you should have a strong pathway, and there are some counties who do a brilliant job on their pathway, and some that don't.
And Dolby to Jennings, just onto his toes and eased away in towards the onside, no run.
And I think, and this is where I think Andrew Strauss wants to ask some difficult questions, and we need to be open. As a game, I think we need to, we're not going to like everything that he says, but if we want to move forward and progress and think about what's next and sustainability, then I think we do need to have our eyes open and think about what is our role. Are we developing players? Are we supporting recreational cricket? Or are we hosting international cricket?
And then Dolby balls to Jennings, who leans back and comes off the face of the bat and right in between gully and slip and down towards the boundary for 4. And Keaton Jennings brings up a 50. His first game of the season, his first time he's batted here for over 9 months. And he's back fully fit, and he's in the runs as well. 50 not out for Keaton Jennings.
I may be biased. I'm delighted for him. I mean, there's a lot of players that get mentioned for potential openers for England, and he never gets mentioned these days, but I think he's a quality player.
Off 140 deliveries and 7 fours. It was a bit of a grind at times yesterday for Keaton Jennings, but this just continues to be a really impressive opening stance between these two. The first time they've opened the batting together as well. Anand Dolby to Jennings up onto his toes and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So would you expect and I appreciate all this has to be approved and agreed by the counties, but is your general feeling that things will look different in 12 months' time?
Yes, I believe there will be some that won't want any change, that will want to protect the status quo, but I would hope that there will be a majority of people that believes that actually, if you want our game to be here in 10 years' time, that there are things that we need to do better.
And Dolby around the wicket and balls left by Jennings, taken by Burgess. No run. End of the over. Good on that for Jennings personally. He gets to 50. Lancashire are 135 without loss.
And part of it's taking the emotion out of the discussion, Scott. You know, if it's about, I don't think somebody can say, well, I just want to be a first-class county because I want 3.3 million distributions from the ECB and I want to win the Blast. I don't think that's enough. If I was the ECB, I would be asking, can you just remind me what I'm getting as a return on my investment? You know, some people might find that a controversial view, but I just think that actually there are some that are doing amazing work and some that are doing less amazing work.
There's Miles. Right arm around the wicket, bowls, and that's defended by Wells to mid-on, and there's no run. But would those counties not argue that they are providing opportunities? They are increasing the potential pool talent. They are part of the fabric of the kind of community, that type of thing.
I think some are. This comes back to the role. If somebody is working really hard on All-Stars and Dynamos and growing the base in the county, or if they're developing players through a strong pathway in academy, 100% agree. But if you did an analysis across 18, not all are doing that.
Miles in and bowls. It's down the leg side to Luke Wells, taken by Michael Burgess, the keeper there. And again, there is no run, 135 without loss.
There's a lot of emotion around this 18 county piece, and you know, just by perhaps having a 12-team Premier League, it would enable other commercial opportunities, but that doesn't mean that you lose 6 counties, as I've articulated.
Yep.
You might find that you open the door to others, and I think if you ask that direct question.
There's Miles again. Wells goes back and defends. Ball bounces its way up towards McAndrew at mid-off, and there is no run.
If you ask that direct question of some counties, would they be open to 2 or 3 coming up from national counties? I'm not sure everybody would say yes, because they'd be trying to protect their own position. But I think that to me is the real flush out question. Is actually, you know, what are your intentions here? But I think. So, you know, I think we could probably play a little less county cricket.
Miles in, bowls, back of a length, and Wells up onto his back foot and swatting the ball away through mid-wicket. It's a good-looking shot. It's a big old boundary, that. And he's come back for a second, and it will just be 2. And Luke Wells moves on to 73 not out, and the score moves on to 137 without loss.
And it's amazing how that can be controversial, but 14 county championship games is a proper marathon. Add to that the 100, the 50 over, the T20 Blast. There's a lot there. You know, conversely, I don't believe the women have enough cricket. You know, and last year I had to arrange a friendly against Ireland just to create an extra game for the women.
There's Miles back into Wells, that's forward, and he defends into the offside, no run.
Which brings us back to the subject that everybody wants to talk about, but actually there's not a lot to talk about, and that is around domestic schedule. A lot of people, sorry from some of the listeners and viewers, this is a bit boring and a bit dry, but a domestic schedule is about maths. So for those of you who didn't like maths at school, I'll switch off now. But it's, if you look at the number of days that you have to schedule, it is about maths, and every decision you make has a ripple effect on other elements. People find it quite interesting, but it is about working out how many days you want to fit into a number of days.
Miles past umpire Lloyd, in and balls full of length, whipped off the toes. It's a terrific stop, actually. It's a short mid-wicket. Really good piece of work, because that was hit pretty firmly by Luke Wells. He probably thought there's at least a couple there for him, maybe even 4. But a nice low diving stop to deny the possibility of further runs for Luke Wells. Danny Briggs with the fielding there for Warwickshire. End of the over, 137 without loss.
And our director of cricket, Mark Chilton, had a really interesting take on this. He said, imagine if you went to 10 county championship games, but that they could all go to a day 5. Which was a really interesting take on it, because it was, you'd effectively, you would get a result. The days of draws would pretty much disappear.
And then Dolby into Jennings, up onto his toes, and plays it away into the offside for no run.
But so I think, coming back to fixtures, for the ECB, the 100 is sacrosanct where it is at the moment in the window, and you have international cricket, and there's a lot of it now with men's and women's. Those kind of have to go in, so we can't negotiate or influence what happens with those. You know, the blast seems to now be pretty much set in June.
It's Hannon Dolby for Warwickshire. Ball's full, but wide off stump and left, taken by Burgess, who goes away to his right-hand side. The ball just shaping back in, but Keaton Jennings looks pretty chilled out there.
Yeah, I know where my off stump is. But it's so I think so really you're left with, how do I get more championship games into the summer, the height of the summer? So really the only thing you can probably change is, do you go back to, or do you have some championship games under the 100 and move the 50 over back to the start of the season? That's really probably the only thing you can tinker with in terms of the domestic structure. People think you can do loads of things. I don't really think you can.
Hannon Dolby balls to Jennings. That's eased away towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just on that, and I know I've spoken to you in the past, you have been previously, I don't know whether you still are or not, in favour of playing championship matches under the 100. Oh, no, I shouldn't say under, alongside the 100.
Yeah, I am, and there's a number of people. This again, it surprises me, the emotion involved. Is, you know, I'm generally quite a pragmatic person, but there's quite a lot of emotion around this about, you know, it'd be outrageous, it would undermine the county championship, it would be a second 11. You know, but you could say those things about the 50 over, and I thought it was very competitive last year.
Hannon Dolby to Jennings, and he leaves that ball through to Burgess, no run.
Yeah, we had, at one point, we had Keaton, Josh Bohannon, Tom Bailey, Dane Villas, Danny Lamb. You know, it's pretty insulting to say that's substandard cricket in the 50 over. So I think if we're serious about a red ball reset and test cricket, then I think we have to play more county championship games in the height of the summer, and the only opportunity to do that is whilst the 100 is going on.
Hannon Dolby from the Anderson end balls again to Jennings, who plays it into the offside up towards mid-off, no run.
Now, people will cry and complain and say, oh, well, that's unfair because Surrey have got 27 players in the 100 and it will undermine their chances. Oh, let's look at it in a different way. Just because you can't solve every problem doesn't mean you shouldn't try and solve a part of the problem. And actually, could you do 2 rounds that were half points, or 2 rounds that were under 23, you know, like in football when you can perhaps have 3 players that are over 23?
And Dolby from the Anderson end balls again to Jennings. That's pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, 137 without loss.
But level the playing field for the county championship so that you didn't have a distortion. I get that point, but I think that if people want a solution to that, there would be a solution. And interestingly, it's funny how people are very passionate about any distortion of the integrity of the county championship, but they don't talk about the blast. Last year, we wanted Saki Mahmood to play in our national quarter-final, which is what it was in our eyes, against down at Taunton. ECB had Saki as a concussion replacement at the Headingley Test. And I asked, could you not get somebody else to come up and drive at the motorway and be a concussion replacement?
It's Craig Miles. Starts in again. Bangs running short and speared down the leg side, and watched really by Wells. Burgess did his best to try and get a glove on that, but beyond his cartwheeling reach and down towards the boundary for 4. I think he's given us 4 wides.
And let's be clear for any Somerset fans listening to Lancashire, Warwickshire, which, you know, they might do, but I'm not, you know, Somerset played brilliantly that day, so I'm not suggesting that Saki not being in meant that we lost the game. Somerset played brilliantly that day. But ECB have organised an ODI series against Holland right in the middle of the blast this year.
Miles in, Wells defends, no run.
We could lose 5 players, which, if you want to talk about integrity of competitions, why does nobody talk about the blast in the same way that they do the county championship?
Is that not because that is not the issue at the minute? Perhaps because of where it all comes back to Australia. All comes back to the winter, doesn't it? The white ball is not really seen as a problem. The white ball's great. England picked a third choice team and they beat Pakistan in a one-day international series. Is that perhaps not where the priorities lie at the minute? Miles in and balls to Wells, who's 40 in defence and there's no run.
I get that point, but actually and I don't disagree that you know, if we're serious about supporting our test team, that we have to support the county championship. The point I'm saying is, when people say you can't put the county championship alongside the 100 because that undermines the integrity of the county championship, why do we not have that conversation around other domestic competitions? You know, I think there is a solution there if people want to find it.
Miles to Wells, just flicked off his pads down to fine leg for a single, 143 without loss.
Because how does it hurt our aims to become test number 1 in the world by having more county championship cricket in the height of the summer, even if it's a younger team? Because you're still giving people quality and practice. You know, we had some players last year trying to prepare for test cricket who'd hardly played any county championship cricket. There wasn't a game they could go and play for their county in between or prior to a test series, and I think that's part of the issue. The number one issue, though, is on the county partnership agreement, which manages our distribution of funding.
Miles turns and comes back in again. He's got Jennings on strike this time. It's back of a length. That's cut away through the offside, but stopped inside the ring by Alex Davis, his old sparring partner, and there's no run.
I would say, OK, let's make £250,000, which is a big number, linked directly to the pitch table. Now, the pitch table is a list that never gets published at the end of the season that shows all of the counties in terms of the scoring over the season, in terms of the quality and standard of the pitches they prepare. Now, if you're serious about this, put 250 grand on the line on a minimum pitch score at the end of the season.
Miles in, bangs one short, and Jennings ignores it, ducks underneath it, through to Burgess, no run.
Now, people might say it's flat here, but when you take 20 wickets on here, you know, that is a proper attack that has an opportunity to learn this is how you bowl in test match conditions. You know, preparing a seaming pitch with a load of grass on it that is lucky to last 2.5 days. I'm not surprised that we've had so many challenges at test level. And you know, I remember after 2005 we had top 7 in England who averaged over 40. Now we have one player average 40.
Final ball for Miles into Jennings, up onto his toes and pushed away into the offside for no run. Completes the over, 143 without loss.
The only way you learn is playing on good pitches, but at the moment there is no incentive for counties to prepare proper test match standard pitches, and that's why if it was me, I would link £250,000 of the distribution to pitch standards at the end of the year. That, if you speak unofficially to people at a lower level, not at the senior level at the ECB, but a lower level who know in operations side and cricket side, they say that's the single biggest thing you could do that would have a massive influence and a massive upside.
Well, Andrew Strauss is calling for something in left field, a little bit radical, something different. There's one suggestion. And Dolby in bowling, crunched away by Wells into the offside for no run. Davis fields for Warwickshire. Score remains on 143 without loss. And presumably all these discussions will be all part of this broader. It's not, what's it called again, Daniel? It's not a domestic review, is it? It's something else.
It's a high performance review.
That's the one. Sorry, it slipped my mind for a second. Yes, which will, I guess, progress throughout the course of the summer. Hannon Dolby to Wells, that's driven into the offside for no run. And we'll see how it all unfolds over the course of the next few months. I did say we could chat for a few hours, and you could see that the amount of topics we've covered there. You could go on, but we do have a game to look at as well in front of us, and we've done 26 minutes on that. But I appreciate you coming up, and I'm sure, forget me, people watching and listening, supporters of the game will appreciate you coming up and giving us your thoughts and your take on where we could be heading and what could be in store. There's Hannon Dolby back into Luke Wells. It's a handsome looking drive. It's also a very good piece of fielding by Alex Davis, leaping away to his right, and there's no run. Thank you, Daniel.
Thanks, Scott. Enjoy that. Take care.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel Gidney, Lancashire's Chief Executive Officer, joining us live here on Lancashire TV and the BBC Sport website and app. With a lot to discuss, blimey, there's so much going on, isn't there? But those in charge will come to their decisions, and things will be shaped as they, of course, with the agreement of the counties, will be shaped as they think is the right way forward. Here's Hannon Dolby, a little edge off the bat of Wells, but just a little thin little flicker down towards the slip, and there's no run. The keeper standing up here, which I think is quite interesting. Hannon Dolby's figures are terrific. 14.4 overs, 8 maidens. He's only gone for 19 runs. He's bowled a terrific spell for the Bears, much to the captain's delight. But you kind of know what you're going to get from Oliver Hannon Dolby, and he's not disappointed. He's been right on the money so far. Back in again to Wells, who plays forward in defence, and there's no run. The ball was pushed away out into the offside, and the score remains on 143 without loss. We're into the morning session. It's day 3, live from Emirates Old Trafford. We have a change. My colleague from BBC WM has changed. It was Richard for the first couple of days, but Adam Pinder-Smith is alongside me now as Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls to Wells, who plays forward in defence, and again there is no run. A very good morning to you, Adam.
Yeah, morning, Scott. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. How are you?
I'm very well. The M6 was kind on the way up,
Yay!
Which is always a good start to the day.
That is a bonus, is that? You're never 100% certain how it's going to go.
No, but it was a fairly pleasant drive up, actually. I must say it was one of those where, as certainly from a Warwickshire point of view, the cloudy skies would have been greeted by them with fairly happy smiles, but it's certainly not been the case. It's a lovely day here now, a bit cloudy in places, but generally speaking, it's lovely. It's warm. I've just been out on the gantry. It should be a cracking day. Yeah,
it's certainly more pleasant than it was last night. That's for certain. Miles will continue from the stay of the Met.
Yep, here he comes now. It's in and bowls. And that's worked through to the offside by Jennings, who's 50 not out for no run. So start of the 49th over of this Lancashire innings. They're 143 without loss. Wells there alongside him as well. He's 74 not out. The gap between the two at the moment is 172. So wickets are the order of the day for Warwickshire. It's going to be Miles again from this Stafen end. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Jennings. He's in now and he's bowled, and that's left alone and flies through the keeper Burgess for no run. Fairly decent crowd in on this Saturday morning. I'm sure you're all fairly familiar with this Old Trafford ground. At the old pavilion end, the James Anson end, there's plenty there. Having a walk around the outfield this morning as well. It's good to see lots of people in and around, and looking forward to what should be a good day here on this 3rd day of this county championship match between Lancashire and Warwickshire. Miles in again. This has worked through the offside, and that'll be 4. Lovely shots by Jennings flashed it through backward point. No chance for Dom Sibley in the field there. Just having a look at it again now. It's sat up nicely and it was clubbed away through the offside. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Moves the score on to 147 without loss. Jennings goes on to 54. Ball just being checked by the umpire at the moment.
Got a bit of a battering then, didn't it?
Well, it's. Did you say it was a hotel that's going to be constructed in that part of the ground? So it's sort of on the Manchester side of the ground, certainly the city centre side of the ground. So there's a right old conference happening at the moment between the umpire. Will Rhodes is starting to get involved now, as is the bowler. Can't see who it is from the Warwickshire team. It might be Davis, actually.
I think it is, yeah. Well, having a look at the ball here, aren't they? I mean, it was battered away towards that boundary. Did the umpire going to put this through this little metal gauge to see whether it's gone out of shape or not? They're having a look. I don't know. Wow, it was a very brief conversation between Graham Lloyd and Nigel Long, and the agreement is that it's going to get replaced, I think. Or maybe they're calling for this little magic gauge that comes out to see if the ball will go through it. But it was a very brief conversation between the two umpires. Here we go. There's a 12th man jogging out now with something. We can't quite see what he's got. He's got the balls.
He's got the
box
balls.
of balls. There we go. Now we know. Change of ball required. But good start this for Lancashire. Through this first half an hour, Jennings onto 54. First 50 of the season for Keaton Jennings. First game of the season. He's had problems with his calves, but he's back fully fit and he's in the runs. And he's 54 not out, and Luke Wells unbeaten on 74.
It feels like a big morning for both sides, doesn't it, really? Third day of the match. Warwickshire needing wickets. Lancashire wanting to pile on the runs. It sort of feels like, well, Warwickshire will want at least 2, probably 3 before the lunch break to feel like that's a decent session.
Yeah, need to come back well this morning, don't they, Warwickshire?
It does look like a good pitch for batting on. So I think we can conclude from that the ball has been changed. A right old committee meeting took place on the edge of the square. But here comes Miles again now. It's Jennings facing. He's round the wicket, and that's lurked into the leg side. Big shout of no between the two batters. So no run added to the total of 147 without loss.
I'm to be hoping this change of ball works for them. We've had 49 overs of the previous ball, and I don't really recall too much chances created, really. This had been both last night, and it was testing last night. It got pretty dark and gloomy right towards the end of the day's play, and McAndrew was charging in, bowling some short stuff, and it was tricky for the batters, but they got through it.
Miles in again now, and that's defended on the back foot this time by Jennings. Once again, no run added.
I should be hoping, these two in particular, that the work that they did last night to get through the day, they can will be rewarded with a good batting day. The Bears need a good day with the ball here. They're so Lancashire kind of plugged away throughout the course of days 1 and into day 2, and in the end got their rewards. The second new ball worked nicely for Lancashire, managed to wrap up the innings. Of course, Sibley batted beautifully for the Bears.
Last ball of the over then, and that's left alone by Jennings this time. It was a wide one outside the off stump. Good leave that by the former England opener. He's 54 not out. Wells alongside him on 74. 50 gone. 147 without loss, the Red Rose.
Everyone's playing. No issues with the rain around. So the Division 2 and Division 1 fixtures on days 3 have all started. I wonder if the nation's cricketing media are still at New Road. They'll have been entertained by what Ben Stokes did yesterday with the bat. Maybe they're still there to see if he can take some wickets.
Bottled it with the last ball of the over, though, didn't he? just hitting it for 4. Is the captaincy starting to weigh down on him? That's the big question, isn't it, at New Road?
It's Alan Dolby to Luke Wells. Again with the keeper standing up, just flicked away off the hip out towards square leg for no run.
That was quite an over yesterday at New Road. I don't know if you've caught up with it online, but it was...
Yeah. Well, watching it unfold in the commentary, the three of us yesterday, Ashley Giles was with us yesterday, we were doing our best to concentrate on what was in front of us, but all of us were also looking at what was going on at New Road, because it was it's pretty bonkers, wasn't it, from Ben Stokes?
He's quite the batter. He's quite the player.
It's Alan Dolby to Wells. That's defended up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So everyone's playing. Just a little recap as where we are in Division 1 with the games elsewhere. Some of them are quite advanced, actually. The match in Southampton's pretty well advanced. Hampshire playing Gloucestershire. Hampshire lead Gloucestershire by 208 runs with 4 wickets remaining. But Gloucestershire have had a good session late on last night. They reduced Hampshire to 45 for 6 in their second innings. Wells defending, just playing with an angle bat. Disappears down towards Sam Hain in the gully, and there's no run. So 45 for 6, Hampshire, second time round, lead Gloucestershire by 208. Essex are playing Yorkshire, and Surrey are playing Northamptonshire in the other 2 Division 1 matches. Essex 403 all out. Have Yorkshire in reply at 105 for 3, and Joe Root's batting for Yorkshire. 16 not out. That's his first game of the summer as well. And Northants are 8 down at the Oval. Alan Dolby bowls to Wells, who's defending. Right into the offside, and there's no run. Luke Proctor, the former Lancashire man, 71 not out. Northants actually now 9 wickets down, 178 for 9, and still trail Surrey by 223 runs. Surrey, of course, top of Division 1. Made a good start this season.
They have. I mean, I think England call-ups might be the thing for Surrey, mightn't it, when we get round to the start of June. Rory Burns, obviously Pope.
Yeah, it's an interesting fact, that, isn't it, as to who might well be most affected by that. Daniel Gidney was making the point, and it didn't really cross my mind because I've not looked that far down the fixtures, but the Blast games coinciding with the England trip to the Netherlands. As Wells defends into the offside, no runs. Obviously going to make an impact on the Blast teams as well.
And there's a test match running alongside that as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So if you've got a player like a Bairstow or you would have think that sort of elite pool of England players are going to sort of be hoovered up fairly radically with both of those sort of fixtures happening at the same time. So, you know, underneath that, Warwickshire, Wokes definitely you would think would be in that squad. I mean, he hasn't played much so far this season, but it will certainly have an impact.
Wells defends back towards Hannon Dolby, and that's the end of the over. 147 without loss. Wells 74 and Jennings on 54. Just the Division 2 matches. I mentioned the Durham-Worcestershire game. Worcestershire 207 for 7, so they still trailed Durham by a whopping 373 runs. Big declaration for Durham. 580 for 6 declared. Oh, and there's a bit of bad lights. We do have an interruption for weather. Nothing here. Look at that. Blue sky and cloud. Just a little cloud above us. Plenty of blue sky, which is nice. But the game between Sussex and Middlesex. Bad light on the south coast. With Middlesex 297 for 6. And they trail Sussex by 95 runs. And the final game, to update you on, is Glamorgan against Leicestershire, where Glamorgan are 323 for 6. In reply to a Leicestershire total of 320 all out. So Glamorgan lead Leicestershire by 3 runs with 4 wickets remaining.
And we've got a change of bowling here. We're going to get some spin. It's going to be Danny Briggs from the Stafen end for Warwickshire. Will be interesting to see that first test squad as well. Be highly unlikely, you would think, that a coach and a selector will be in place. So you would think it would be Stokes and probably Rob Key who are going to be the people sort of having the main say on the squad, whether they'll stick or whether they'll twist. You know, A lot of batsmen made runs in the Caribbean. Lees, you know, did a solid enough job at the top of the order. So that will be fascinating. I would have thought it would be coming out sort of end of the month, won't it be? Something like that, that first squad. New Zealand announced their 20 players who'll be coming over. Looking forward to that one. So it's Briggs. It's Jennings on strike, and that's just knocked into the leg side for a single. So a dot off this first ball from Briggs, bowling from the Statham end. It's going to be a good series, that, at New Zealand. Well, I think actually the whole Test series this summer, there's going to be some cracking cricket as Briggs is in again, and once again defended by Jennings. So it's New Zealand first, and there's that one-off Test that's been rescheduled from here to Edgbaston against India. And then there's the South Africa series at the end of the year. This time Jennings forward to one, that's fielded by Briggs off his own bowling for no run. So lots of cricket to look forward to. May's always a great month, isn't it, for looking forward. The weather starts to improve, although it's been a good April, actually, weather-wise, hasn't it? Briggs in again now. It's once again defended by Jennings. Throw in a bit of women's cricket at the Commonwealth Games. That's going to be good.
So that's at Edgbaston, wasn't it?
That is at Edgbaston.
Is it all the games at Edgbaston?
All the games are at Edgbaston in the Commonwealth Games. Yeah. Briggs in again. Jennings once more defending for no run. So action-packed cricket across the BBC.
It should be a great summer, hopefully.
As long as the weather holds.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
This time, a defensive shot off the back foot by Jennings to the bowling of Briggs to complete the over. Oh no, one ball to go. Is there one ball to go?
I think he's got through it pretty quickly there.
No, he's raced round. End of the over, 147 without loss.
Interesting decision. Get Briggs in nice and early today. Bowled a little bit, didn't he, yesterday? What's he gone now? 9 overs. He didn't bowl as much as I thought. He had got a bit of a taken down at times by Wells and Jennings. Bowled a couple of full tosses which were cracked away. But there was a really interesting period yesterday with Briggs bowling from this end and McAndrew from the far end. And it was under the lights. It was when it was going to be gloomy. And McAndrew was bowling the short kind of leg side stuff. It was in and around the chest and under the chin and all that type of thing, trying to get Wells and Jennings a little bit uncomfortable. As Hannon Dolby comes back in and bowls to Wells. That's nudged away down towards long leg for a single. Moves to 75, 148 without loss. And when McAndrew was doing his kind of brute force stuff at one end, Briggs was twirling away at the other. It was a nice little balance that we saw late on last night.
Rhodes likes to get Briggs into the attack nice and early most mornings as well. Certainly been a trend this season. The Essex game at Edgbaston a couple of weeks back. You know, a couple of overs from the seamers. Then he tossed the ball to the spinner. And he bowled for most of the morning session and into the afternoon as well. So, got confidence in his spinner as the Warwickshire captain Rhodes.
And then Dolby in balls, short ball. As Jennings ducking right underneath it, and the ball actually gets through and down towards the boundary for 4 byes. And that brings up the 150 for Lancashire. We see back on the replay here as Alan Dolby's in and bowling. Oh, that's an awkward bounce for the keeper. That he would, I suspect, back himself to stop it, but it's an awkward little bounce just in front of him. Got in between his gloves and his pads and all his defences and down to the boundary for 4 byes, and that brings up the 150 for Lancashire.
They've looked comfortable, these two, haven't they, this morning?
They did last night, in truth, even with that pretty tricky spell late on. With a short ball from Hannon Dolby. Relatively easy for Jennings to get underneath it. Taken by Michael Burgess. And there's no run, but yeah, it's been a pretty calm, unflustered approach from these two. Dom Sibley said last night to Richard Wilford that the team reckon that they're a decent way behind in terms of what they've got in their first innings at 315. There's a driven, and just to the right of mid-off, where Will Rhodes does stop the ball. Jennings gets a single, so he moves to 55, and the score clicks along to 153 without loss.
You'll know Keaton Jennings a lot better than me. Does he still have England ambitions, do you think? Does he think that door's potentially closed now and they've moved on, or I know, new captain as well. It's never quite easy to say, is it? But
no, I don't. I suspect he'll be of the opinion that he needs to obviously get runs for Lancashire. I don't think any batter would be, certainly at the minute, kind of ruling out possibilities of playing for England. Nudged away by Wells out towards square leg for no run. So no, I think if you were to, well, I have spoken to Keaton about it, and he says just that, kind of like got to concentrate on getting runs for Lancashire, and what will be will be.
The rest sort of takes care of itself in a funny sort of way, doesn't it? I remember seeing him down at Southampton in that India series in 2018, and he looks like he's just much more confident these days than he was that sort of first time round when he was in an England shirt.
His last Test match came in 2019 on that tour of the West Indies. This is driven firmly for 4 by Wells. It's a rare delivery perhaps that Anandobi didn't quite get right. Absolutely smacked it up towards the pavilion for 4 runs.
Lovely bit of timing that, wasn't it? Absolutely smoked it off the bat. Beautiful shot down the ground.
That takes Wells up on 279. And the score moves to 157 without loss. Yeah, I suppose Jennings, a little bit like Sibley, of course, his England appearances have been more recent, but batters who will feel as though if they can get runs and do well in these early rounds, you never know.
So it's Briggs to continue then, and that's clubbed down the ground, up in the air. Lovely, lovely shot. There's going to be certainly runs, I think 4 of them, yeah, 4 runs for that. It was timed to perfection by Keaton Jennings, flew away through the leg side. 4 more to the total, 161 without loss.
Well, he's a fabulous player of spin, isn't he, Jennings? Talk about his successes with England. His 2 centuries he's got have both been in the subcontinent against Sri Lanka and against India. Great use of the feet there by Jennings. Over mid-on for 4.
How can Briggs respond? He's in now. It's a slightly fuller ball, that one, and it's defended into the leg side. Rob Yates doing the fielding. How was the move for Alex Davis taken here when he headed down the M6
I don't
over
think,
the winter?
I don't think any cricket fan likes to see one of their own leave, do they?
No. Briggs again. Defended once more by Jennings for no run.
But he's obviously made that decision that it's the right thing for him, the right thing for his development, for his career. He had a great 10 years here with Lancashire, some fantastic memories of Alex playing for Lancs.
Briggs in again. Oh, what did that get on the way through? Sort of pitched, spun a bit. Burgess was foxed behind the gloves. Jennings left it alone. I don't think there was any bat involved. Certainly didn't hear anything through the headphones. Definitely no run anyway. Briggs in again now, and this one is worked through the offside. A lovely shot that by Jennings. That's going to be 4 runs. Flies away to the fence. 165 for none.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Briggs into the attack nice and early. In an ideal world, want to try and get a little bit of control from this end. Not much you wouldn't think Briggs will get from the pitch. Only on to the 3rd day of this. He might get a little bit more assistance to spinners going into tomorrow maybe, but this is perfect for Lancashire, kind of counter-attacking Briggs.
2 boundaries in the over so far. That one left alone by Jennings. Outside the off stump to complete the over. 8 off it. Jennings looking in good touch on 63 not out. Lancashire 165 for none.
But yeah, I suppose just going on to back onto Alex Davis, it happens more and more now, doesn't it? The idea of a player just staying at one county. I mean, that still does happen, but players are moving around more. There's more cricket. There's more teams. And the creation of brand new teams last summer in the 100. So you end up having perhaps affiliations with other sides, other players, but clearly if he feels as though that's the best move to develop his career, then that's great. Look forward to watching him bat 2nd time round. Hope he gets some runs. I like Alex. I got on well with him when he was here. So he's he's a very good signing for Warwickshire.
I mean, it's always happened. W.G. Grace moved counties, you know, all those years ago. But it does seem to be a trend, like you say, doesn't it? More and more that players are not going to necessarily stay. I'm trying to think of some recent examples. Stuart Broad moving from Leicestershire to Notts. Moeen Ali moved from Warwickshire to down to Worcestershire. Chopra came from Essex to Warwickshire and then went back again. So it definitely seems to happen more these days.
Hannon Dolby to Luke Wells. Another man that's made the journey. His association with Sussex, his family association on the south coast is strong, Luke Wells, but making the move from the south coast to the northwest. And he defends a first delivery from McAndrew, actually. Correction, there's a change in the bowling from the Anderson end. McAndrew coming into the attack, replacing Oliver Hannon Dolby, who has been his accurate self as ever. His figures are ridiculous, really. Forward goes Wells, pushing the ball away through the offside, no run. 17 overs, 10 maidens for 25. Hannon Dolby, he's just the change bowlers that haven't quite been able to back up the work of Oliver Hannon Dolby so far.
Well, he's really read the attack. That's not what I was trying to say. Oh, he's really led the attack for Warwickshire this season. That Essex game, it was Glenn McGrath-esque at time with his accuracy. He really seems to be leading the attack.
McAndrew in, balls to Luke Wells, who has a little flirt with it and decides against playing.
You know, Wokes hardly plays red ball cricket for Warwickshire at the moment. With the retirement of Tim Bresnan, the end of last season through the winter, you know, it certainly feels like Hannon Dolby has sort of said, look, give me the ball, I'll lead the attack, in the same way that, you know, Anderson has done for England for, well, a generation now, really, isn't he? The evergreen James Anderson, but he certainly has been very impressive, very economical in the early part of the season, Hannon Dolby.
It's McAndrew to Wells, and that's clipped up to mid-on. There is no run. Score remains on 165 without loss, and Wells unbeaten on 79. Yes, he's a stalwart of the county game, isn't he, Hannon Dolby?
Moved from Yorkshire maybe 5 years ago now, I'd say, something like that, and seems very settled in Birmingham. Does the podcast with Richard Wilford during the T20s.
McAndrew to Wells. Let me just hear it a little bit. Just leans into it and defends. The ball flashes away in towards the offside. There's no run. And the podcast is making a return, I believe.
My understanding is it's back, yes. The T20s start not too distant future now, isn't it? So I'm sure Richard and Ollie and their silly quizzes and their chewing the fat on the Bears T20 blast in 2022 will be hitting BBC Sounds. Well, I would think sort of late May, early June. They normally do a preview episode for the series for the summer, and then off they go.
McAndrew to Wells. That's clipped away just in front of square on the leg side, and he gets through for a single.
A couple of guests from the team join them, and they talk about the cricket, but they also, you know, do other bits and bobs. They had Will Rhodes on last year and did a quiz about roads.
I heard about this. So this was you're testing your knowledge of cricket grounds by naming roads that are near to them.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if you were to go from Edgbaston,
yes,
okay, and you ended up on the M32, for example, which cricket ground would you be nearest to?
Got you, that type of thing.
That type of thing. Answers on a postcard.
You see, with the reliance on the sat-nav, that could actually be quite tricky now.
It could. I recall one answer last year where the actual answer was the Oval, and Will Rhodes went with Durham. So you couldn't be much more wrong. Briggs to continue from the Statham end, and that's defended by Wells into the offside. Davis does the fielding for no run.
It wasn't kind of the motorway includes the M25, and then he still said Durham. Wasn't quite as obvious as that, the clue.
I think it may even have been a slightly even more than that, you know,
dear,
sort of
right.
includes the hanger lane gyratory or something like that. Oh, corner bowl, Jets. Wicket taken by Briggs. Toss one up outside the off stump. Wells thought about going for the drive. He was invited for the drive. He took it, but it was a simple catch in the end for Briggs. The breakthrough made for the Bears. 166 for 1 now, Lancashire.
Well, he's not going anywhere just yet. I think he wants the umpires to clarify that ball carried. I presume that's what it certainly carried. It's whether or not he hit the ground first, I think is what Luke Wells is asking. And it looks like he's he's on his way. I think he's wondering whether he hit that into the ground first. It's no issues with it carrying back to Briggs. That was taken comfortably, kind of about knee height to his right hand side, but Wells just pondering whether or not he drove it down into the ground first. But the umpires had a brief chat and Wells departs. It was a good reaction, wasn't it, from Briggs, and at last a breakthrough for the Bears.
A much needed one, that, for Warwickshire. Nearly the end of the first hour. Heads could have quite easily dropped in that session, rest of the session through to lunch. He just invited the drive there, Briggs. Wells made good contact with it, didn't he? But it just didn't quite get all of it, and so hit it back to the keeper. Now here comes a guy who I'm very much looking forward to see bat. Hit at number 3 for Lancashire.
Yeah, Josh Bohannon coming out to the middle for the Red Rose. He had a great year. I keep saying this. He had a great year last year, but he's not really had a bad one yet since he came into the team, and his career average will testify to that. But he's been terrific for Lancashire since his debut a few years ago. He joins Keaton Jennings. Luke Wells eventually out for 80, and that came off 163 deliveries and included 13 fours for his 80.
I was about to say, he doesn't look the tallest, but he was stood next to Keaton Jennings, so it's not the easiest of barometers, I suppose, to decide exactly how. He certainly doesn't look the tallest. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing. But he looks the player. He's in good touch so far this season. I'm really looking forward to see how he gets on. And Briggs is coming round the wicket to him now, and that's defended. First ball there by Bohannon. So 166 for 1 the score remains.
Yeah, he's got a double century to his name this season in the last home match here against Gloucestershire.
Briggs in again now, and that's a straighter ball that's once more defended by Bohannon.
Lovely position to come into, isn't it? Batting at number 3 and your openers have put on 160 on the board.
Yeah, you won't get many better positions than this. Strolling out to the middle. Briggs in again onto the leg side. I think that's hit Sam Hain on the shin. He's got the leg guards on, so I can't. He's certainly not hopping around, but I don't think Hain quite got there. The ball was coming in his direction. I think the first he knew about it was as it clattered into his ankle. But no run once again as Briggs is in once more, and this time it's into the offside by Bohannon, again for no run. Yates doing the fielding down there to complete the over. So a breakthrough for the Bears. They'll be mightily pleased by that at the end of the first hour. 166 for 1.
They will. They've had to work hard for that over the course of the last couple of sessions. But Briggs with the breakthrough for Warwickshire. There's just a little delay before Luke Wells left the field, just to wait for the umpires to double check whether or not the ball bounced into the ground. The two umps were happy with that original decision of out. There's McAndrew bowling to Keaton Jennings. It's played away down towards the gully region, and there is no run gathered by Sam Hain. A little bit of rain has just creeped around, actually, coming up from the down the south, because I mentioned the poor light in Sussex. Well, actually, they're off for rain in Essex, and they're going off for rain at the Oval as well. So there's a little rain around. Oh, but it's not heading north. think so. The forecast is dry for today. Again, left by Keaton Jennings as McAndrew comes steaming in from the Anderson end. And there's no run. So it looks like a little rain just starting to creep around, but that's all down south. Look, looks nice and dry here. Actually, perhaps the best day so far of the three. McAndrew just altering his field a little bit here. So what's he got? He's got one slip and two gullies. There's a point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and square leg. He beats Jennings. He's spinning around and asking as to whether or not that's got a little thin edge through to Burgess, but nothing else from behind from either the keeper or the slips. Worked hard as McAndrew, running in hard, did last night. Nathan McAndrew on a pretty flat pitch, put in a hard spell, put his back into it, trying to make life uncomfortable for the batters last night. Just drops short and Jennings rocks back and pulls the ball down towards the fine leg fielder. It's Hannon Dalby, I think. Jennings made on to 64. And the score to 167 for one. And Bohannon facing McAndrew for the first time. So he's taking guard from umpire Long. Got the slip and the two gullies. Bohannon defends, had to deliver it back along the ground, and there is no run. It's a ferocious polish there by Briggs. Hoping that one can bring two pretty quickly here, the Bears. Bannon waits for McAndrew. He's over the wicket and bowls to him. It's down the leg side. It'll skip to his left by Burgess. And there's no run. That completes the over. Just that one run off it. Yeah, that one run that worked its way down towards fine leg where Hannon Dalby was fielding. So Bohannon and Jennings batting for Lancashire. Little and large combination out in the middle. Jennings on 64. And Bohannon yet to get off the mark, but a wonderful position for him to come into, actually, with runs on the board, batting at number 3. I see Briggs continuing. Jennings had a little go, didn't he, at Danny Briggs in the over previously. Used his feet, came down the pitch to him. There's a slip and there's a leg slip in place. So here's Briggs. And Jennings off the back foot, trying to cut the ball away. Bounces away towards the offside and there is no run. Comes down the pitch and there's a little bit of gardening. Bowling in his sunglasses, Briggs. Twirled his way back in. Tossed up to Jennings. It's forced away down towards deep backward point. He might come back for two. He does. He turns and jogs back for a second. Takes his total on to 66. And Lancashire move on to 169 for one. Old Trafford bathed in sunshine at the minute. A very still day. Not too much of a breeze around and a nice, healthy sprinkling of supporters as well. As Philas guides his ball off the back foot, just away into the onside. And there is no run. Rob Yates is there, short mid-wicket for Warwickshire. Briggs in again. Jennings looks to drive. Doesn't time it. The ball just deflects out into the offside. Alex Davis comes creeping up from extra cover to field. Loops the ball back towards Danny Briggs. To his 13th over. Ball to Jennings, just pads that one away. A little flick of the pad too, does Keaton Jennings just readjusts it as the ball crashed into it. Just change the field here because deep points come up. Try and keep a new batter on strike for the next over. Again, just offering the pad there, Keaton Jennings. That's the end of the over. 169 for 1. Bohannon and Jennings batting here for Lancashire. The breakthrough made by Warwickshire. On what looks like there, quite an overcast, cloudy day. And it is, but it feels quite bright. There's quite a few patches of blue sky around. Forecast is good. See the flags on the roof of the pavilion, they're barely moving. They're very gentle breeze across Emirates Old Trafford today. You'd be hoping, Keaton Jennings, that it's a batting day. 66 to him, and McAndrew searching for his first wicket. We'll continue from the James Anderson end, the old pavilion end of the ground. One slip, 2 gullies, point, and runs for Bohannon, just flicked away off the pads, down towards the boundary, and it's 4. Gets himself off the mark with that little leg glance. Nicely played, almost cut off, just beyond the reach of the man. That fine leg. 4 runs for Josh Bohannon, 173 for 1. There's McAndrew. Short ball to Bohannon, has him on his backside. Well directed that from McAndrew. Almost a nod of approval from Josh Bohannon. Picks himself up. Oh, he's all dirty now. Punch of the gloves with Keaton Jennings. And a smile on the face of Josh Bohannon. Dust yourself down. Good delivery that bad McAndrew. He's plugged away for his team. It's Bohannon up onto his toes and defending away into the offside. And there is no run. Hampshire are making a right old mess of their second innings. They're now 7 down. This all started late on last night in Southampton. Hampshire playing Gloucestershire this week. Another catch for James Bracey, his 6th of the match. Ben Brown, the man out. So Hampshire are 65 for 7 against Gloucestershire. McAndrew to Bohannon. Eased away through mid-wicket. There's 2 actually close in on that leg side. It's a big boundary for Bohannon to try and reach, and the ball doesn't have enough on it. Sibley will catch up with it. Bohannon's run 3. Takes his total on to 7. And the Bears move on to 176 for 1. Just to confirm that Hampshire total now is 74 for 7. And they lead by 237 with 3 wickets remaining. It's the only other game in Division 1 that's taking place, because rain in Chelmsford and rain in London. McAndrew bowls a short ball. Jennings ducks underneath that. Through to Burgess. There's a little walk out towards square leg. Looks pretty chilled out, doesn't he, Keaton Jennings? unbeaten on 66. His first bat this for over 9 months. I was speaking to him yesterday. He got injured at the end of last season, so he missed the tail end of the campaign last year, and then got injured in a pre-season game. So McAndrew's into him, up onto his toes and defends into the offside for no run. You don't bother with second-team cricket now as a senior player. Just crack on with it, come straight back in. Oh, but he did say, to be fair, that the calendar wasn't quite working for him to maybe have a go in the seconds. So he's back out there, his first match for 9 months. And he's 66 from 184 deliveries faced. And Lancashire are 176 for 1.
Where do Lancashire tend to play most of their second-team cricket at home at the moment?
Oh, blimey! I think they've been a bit all over the place. I think they've played a bit in Southport. They play in Merseyside.
Briggs in round the wickets, and that's defended by Bohannon.
So yeah, they've had quite a few venues. I mean, Lancashire have taken quite a bit of cricket this year to the outgrounds, which is brilliant. Looking forward to going to Blackpool, to Southport, to Sedbergh.
In again, Briggs. Oh, an appeal for LBW there. Umpire doesn't look interested. So certainly the wicket-keeper in at first slip. They were, but umpire's finger unmoved. Another dot in the book, 176 for 1.
There's a championship match in Southport this year, playing Somerset.
Briggs in again and defended once more. Still Liverpool used occasionally?
Not this season, but yeah, it has been used a lot over the last, well, many years, and most notably in 2011 when they won the title. Lancashire, they played so much cricket at Liverpool, played there last year as well.
Briggs once more in, and that one's knocked into the leg side by Bohannon. I seem to remember Jimmy Anderson in bleached blonde hair bowling at Liverpool. I don't know who that was against. I just seem to remember recalling that in the build-up to a Test series a few years ago.
He's had some wonderful hairdos over the years, hasn't he, Jimmy? Well, I say wonderful.
So full of ball that by Briggs. A bit of a play and a miss by Bohannon. He had the yellow streak, didn't he? Way back when in that World Cup in 2003.
Tremendous.
The bleach blonde highlight. I mean, he was, well, I doubt he was even 20 then, was he? But Briggs comes in round the wicket once more. Ooh. And that's a chance, I think.
Tough one.
Tough one there to Will Rhodes at first slip, and it's cut off just before the boundary by Dom Sibley, and they'll come back for 3. So 3 to the total to end the over at 176 for 1. Sorry, 179 for 1.
Yeah, I think perhaps a chance. It's hard to tell there. Whether we get a replay or not, but it went quickly, certainly off the bat of Bohannon. He did have a go at that. Bit of movement from Rhodes at slip. Went beyond his reach, I think, in the end, down towards the boundary.
And even with my limited ability of cricket playing, standing at first slip, I always found those to be the toughest ones. Left-hand side to a right-handed batter, whether it's you or the keeper that goes for it, particularly up high. I don't know, it just always sort of felt, and again, because it happens so quickly, doesn't it, that they're always tricky ones, but Warwickshire would have loved to have got a second there.
McAndrew. He's in and bowling to Bohannon up onto his toes and plays it up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Yeah, so they're at Southport this year for a 4-day game, and then they've got 2 T20 matches in Blackpool. Now that could be lively. I think one of them's a Friday night.
Excellent. Whereabouts?
Well, you say that. You're going to try and survive a Friday night in Blackpool, haven't you?
What, with the stag do's, you mean?
Oh, I mean, it'd be carnage. So I think it's a Friday, that game of Blackpool. And then I think there's a 1-day cup fixture at Stanley Park as well. So they've got 3 games this year. McAndrew in to Bohannon, that's defended. And there is no run. Yeah, it's a Sunday. Oh, but it could be quite nice and relaxed at Blackpool on a Sunday. It's a different crowd on a Sunday in Blackpool. They play Nottinghamshire on the Sunday in the Blast, and they've got another game in Blackpool as well. In the Blast, plus that 1-day fixture. So that should be good fun. Trip to Stanley Park. And then at Sedbergh, they're playing a Royal London 1-day cup fixture at Sedbergh. McAndrew to Bohannon. It's defended up towards mid-off and there's no run.
Yeah, it's not something Warwickshire really do anymore, is head away from Edgbaston. There used to be games sort of rugby way, there used to be, you know, sort of out into the county of Warwickshire rather than away from Edgbaston. And I'm just looking through the fixtures here in case I'd missed something, and I can't see that they're playing any home games not at Edgbaston this season.
They do well, don't they? Because the amount of cricket that venue plays host to, as McAndrew bowls a bouncer to Bohannon, that's when he gets underneath and leaves and through to the keeper, there's no run. And then the Commonwealth Games as well this year.
T20 finals day as well.
Yeah,
you know, it's the ground staff earn their money.
They do, don't they?
And they've got, interestingly actually, they've got a match against Cheshire, Warwickshire, at the end of July.
Okay.
It's a tour match that they're playing, it looks like. I hadn't spotted this one before, so they're away at Cheshire. I suspect that's a fixture that hasn't been played for some time. Warwickshire, Cheshire.
Yeah, this will be part of the national counties kind of warm-up to the one-day cup, as McAndrew defends away into the offside and there is no run, which happened last year, which I think I really like it. And Lancashire are playing Cumberland.
Oh, that'll be tasty.
Yeah, so that should be, actually I think they're now known as Cumbria. I think they used to be Cumberland and now they've gone back to Cumbria. But yeah, so that's a warm-up match ahead of the 50-over competition starter, which I think is a great idea.
Absolutely. No, I'm all for your Devons and your Shropshires, Lincolnshire, Norfolk. There's some cracking minor counters. I was in Norfolk over the Easter weekend and chatting to a family friend who plays minor counties for Norfolk.
McAndrew in, short again to Bohannon, just actually brought the field in a little bit tighter there. Davis at square leg, Briggs at mid-wicket, just moved probably 4 or 5 paces nearer to the batter. Another short ball, but he able to get underneath that one pretty comfortably. It's the end of the over. 179 for 1, Bohannon 10, Jennings on 66. And we're through the first hour and 20 minutes of day 3, live from Emirates, Old Trafford, in this county championship fixture between Lancashire and Warwickshire.
I mean, it was a fixture of the summer, wasn't it? The games. I remember, I think it was Cornwall beating a Middlesex team, including Angus Fraser, Phil Tufnell. You know, so 20 years ago, the minor counties were in it a lot more. Briggs in again. He's over the wicket. And Jennings tries the reverse, but it doesn't quite work, and it's a dot ball.
Bumble's quite a fan, and we had David Lloyd with us on day 1. I think he's quite a fan of the idea of everyone has their view on the scheduling and the fixtures, but of getting the national counties involved in the one-day cup at the start of the year, perhaps.
Briggs in again to Jennings, and this time it's worked into the leg side for no run.
Almost like as a FA Cup type thing, you know, a bit of a knockout competition.
Well, why not? You know, the interest that would generate. Briggs in once more. Slightly fuller ball that's left alone by Jennings. Half an appeal from behind the stumps, but no one was interested. I mean, could you imagine a Durham team involving Ben Stokes playing a Cumbria? That would be tasty. Briggs in again. Defended once more by Jennings. You know, Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow turning up at Lincolnshire. Be brilliant. Straight knockout. Got to get it right. Toss a coin if it rains. I think Bumble's onto something there. Here's Briggs once more. Knocked into the leg side. Big call of no by Jennings. He stays 66 not out. You know, Staffordshire, where I'm from, very big minor counties. All for it. The more people you get playing this brilliant game, the better, in my humblest of opinions. Briggs in again. I'm sure Rob Key is listening. So, there we are. Pop that one onto the inbox. Rob, end of the over. 179 for 1, Lancashire.
Yeah, he'll have a lengthy, substantial inbox, I'm sure. There's a half century for Martin Anderson for Middlesex. 305 for 6. They're taking on Sussex. They're back underway on the south coast after having a little bit of a delay due to poor light. And Hampshire have lost an 8th wicket against Gloucestershire. This is fascinating because it's beautifully set up. Hampshire 78 for 8. The lead is 241 with 2 wickets remaining. And Mohammed Amir has picked up 3.
What a bowler he is.
Ryan Higgins has got 3 as well. You know, he's a bit of a tasty signing, isn't he, for the Gloucester boys? McAndrew to Bohannon down the leg side, taken by Burgess, and there's no run.
Yes, in my days at BBC Radio Gloucestershire, I was volunteered by the breakfast host to face an over from Mutai Muraliferan at the county ground. He bottled it at the last moment, so I was dispatched, and I've never been more bamboozled in my life. At the time, he he'd signed for the T20s, and I thought, I'll tell you more in a second, actually.
McAndrew over the wicket to Bohannon into leg side, taken by the keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, I thought that I'd try and make a name for myself and try and hit him out with Bristol. And I fell in a heap by my leg stump. Sadly, it was filmed. There is footage of it somewhere.
That's not ideal, is it?
No, so I couldn't even pretend to my mates in the pub afterwards. But what an experience that was, I have to say. It's at times like that where you really do go, it's pinch yourself moments, am I really doing this?
McAndrew back into Bohannon, who plays forward and defends. The ball bounces back to McAndrew. Again, there's no run. I suppose if you had a choice of facing Muralitharan or someone like Mohammed Amir, I think I'd favour the spinner.
Yeah, I still went in with arm guard.
I bet you did. Know, me too.
And the whole works, you know. I'll take a bit of sledging.
Get well padded up.
Absolutely.
Again, Bohannon's trying to flick it off his hip. Once more down the leg side by McAndrew.
So you got Bumble with you a fair bit this summer, have you?
I think a little bit, yeah. He did the first day against Gloucestershire, and then the first day this week as well. A bit of Paul Allo with us on day 1. And Phoebe Graham making her T20 commentary debut. She is a Lancashire and Thunder player. She was excellent. So yeah, we had plenty with us on the first day. We had Ashley Giles yesterday. It was really nice to see Ashley again. Obviously, wonderful connections with both clubs, which was great. Footy in both camps. But what a top fella. Enjoyed spending some time with him yesterday. Well, it's short, and Bohannon, in the end, kind of ducks into it almost. He just bends down onto that back knee, and the ball deflects somewhere off perhaps his chest or something. I'm not sure. It looped up over the keeper. He's not flinched at all, Bohannon. Not quite sure what that deflected off, but he just stood up and got on with it. He's not flinched a muscle. But that's slightly better from McAndrew. He's been a little bit too full and leg side. If he's going to bowl like that, that's worked away neatly into the onside by Bohannon. That's a good stop by Sam Hain. That's good stuff from McAndrew. He's got himself into a little bit of a groove here, bowling from the Anderson end. And they sense potentially an opportunity because of that fall of the wicket. Maybe trying to prize one more out before lunch. But I think McAndrew has bowled well in the match. He really has run in hard for his team. He's bowling, trying to a little fiery spell here to Josh Bohannon.
Well backed up in the field as well by Sam Hain. Little firecracker of a fielder is Sammy Hain. And it's going to be Briggs once more from this Statham end. Jennings on strike, and that's knocked into the leg side for no run. Dom Sibley doing the fielding there. He looked good, didn't he, with the bat, Sibley. Looked like he'd worked on his game over the winter. Added a little lovely drive to his repertoire as Briggs is in again, and then the reverse sweep comes out by Jennings. There'll be runs here, potentially 4 of them, as the fielder runs round and just about gets to it in front of the rope. Good work there by McAndrew to stop what would have been a certain 4. And the score moves on to 182 for 1.
Yeah, it's nice to hear what Ashley and what Bumble and Paul Allen were saying about Sibley on day 1 and 2, and looking at how he's developed his game. I really enjoy watching him bat. It was a fantastic innings. Very subtle celebrations when he got to 3 figures.
So round the wicket now to the right-handed Bohannon is Briggs, who just knocks that into the leg side for none.
But as ever, when you make that step up to international cricket, you speak to some of the guys who have done it, you know, your game is analysed, isn't it, to the very, very nth degree. So I'd love to see him get some runs.
Once again, no run to Bohannon off that Briggs shot, and I think that is the main difference, isn't it, really? It's mindset, it's scrutiny. You've got, you know, legends of the game, former England captain, as Briggs comes in once more, and that's defended. Yeah, former England captains analysing to the nth degree every single bit of your game. Watched around the world, you know. You also, there is obviously a step up in bowling as well. You know, you've got that to contend with. But it's good to see Sibley back in the runs. Briggs then to complete the 64th over. Defended by Bohannon, he stays on 10. Jennings touches his bat in at the non-striker's end. He is 69 not out. 64 overs complete then, with just over half an hour to lunch on this 3rd day of the County Championship match here at Emirates Old Trafford between Lancashire and Warwickshire. Lancashire batting, they're 182 for 1.
They are, and batting nicely enough. Bohannon's in good form, has been for a while. Jennings looks in good touch. A bear searching for another breakthrough. McAndrew, not shy of putting his back into some lengthy spells. He's charging in, putting everything into this.
It's a way to work off the jet lag, though, isn't it? Come and have a good session before lunch with the ball.
I think actually Giles was saying yesterday about he probably just needs to bowl himself into the rhythm. Drops too short there. Jennings can just lean back and pull it out towards deep backward square leg, but there are 2 guys on the rope. It's just a single. Jennings on to 70 not out now. Lancashire to 183 for 1.
Do you think he picked the shirt number 0, or do you think that was assigned to him, McAndrew?
We see that. I think that's been the mystery of one of the mysteries of the match so far, because neither me or Richard or Ash could work out why you'd pick 0 or what the significance of it. None of us can recall a player having a squad number with 0. I reckon it should be almost the first question you ask. McAndrew's in to Bohannon, short again, through to the keeper, no run. Is there a significance behind it?
Well, I suspect superstition comes into it in some way for players, doesn't it? I remember Sam Hain picked 16 because there was something to do with when he graduated to the Warwickshire first team in 20... there was something to do with the number 16, I seem to remember. I'm never quite sure what number I would pick. Would I go for, you know, like Chris Gale in the IPL and go 3-3-3, or would I go for just a standard number like a number 4 or something like that? I'm never quite sure.
Andrew balls again to Bohannon, who defends and there's no run.
I've seen a few number 1s over the years. Nick Knight wore number 1, I think, for England. May have done for Warwickshire as well. Keaton Jennings wears number 1, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
KL Rahul, he wears number 1 for India. So, no, I've never come across a 0 before, so I wonder if that's a holding number ready to be assigned at the completion of this one. We shall see.
It's a holding number, I like that. Holding squad number. Back into Bohannon, kept away towards the onside. There's these 2 fielders, Briggs and Davis. 2 short mid-wickets there. There's also a leg gully, mid-on and a long leg, so he's got plenty on that leg side. He's got people within reach, catching positions, anything that might just loop up. In fact, in saying that, Sam Hain, oh no, he is, he's remaining. But, I've gone from a leg go to leg slip, a little bit finer there. So McAndrew going to serve up here. It allows Bohannon just to lean back and allow it to travel through to Burgess, and there's no run.
Looks a good pitch for batting though still, doesn't it? Lovely dry strawy colour to it. It's been a place for runs this season, though, hasn't it, so far, Old Trafford?
It has. There tends to be pretty good pitches here. You have to work hard, do well to bowl teams out twice. The victory against Gloucestershire was a great example of that. A good pitch, which would have been, you know, a terrific standard of wicket for international cricket. Bohannon defends into the offside for no run. And Lancashire, blimey, they needed all the time to get through and to bowl Gloucestershire out. I mean, the scorecard would suggest a whopping win, and it was an innings and 50-odd runs, but it didn't feel like that on the day. In fact, probably the draw at one stage was the more likely outcome of that match. So you've got to work hard for your wickets.
Went to the final session, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
That one, yeah. Was Anderson steaming in from his own end, or was he from the Statham end in the end?
I think he was doing a bit of both.
Yeah.
Well, they had some attack that week. They had Jimmy Anderson, and they had Hassan Ali, and they had Saqib Mahmood, and they had Matt Parkinson. Spoke for choice, the captain.
Here's Briggs then, starting a new over from the Statham end, and it's worked through the offside. That'll be 4 by Jennings. Races away to the fence. Lovely shot. Is that Davis down there? I think it is at extra cover. Had no chance. Adds 4 more to the total, 187 for 1.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Eased away. Davis with a dive. Almost got something on it. Timed beautifully towards the boundary rope for 4.
Can Briggs respond then? He's staying over the wicket. It's a slightly fuller ball that's just nudged into the leg side by Jennings. No is the call. Rob Yates does the fielding for the Bears, so it stays on 187 for 1. Yeah, that's not a bad attack, is it? Parkinson, Anderson, Mahmood. There's a few international appearances between them there. Briggs in once more. Nudged into the leg side. They'll trot through for a single. Miles does the fielding, polishes the ball, and then throws it back to his bowler. All switched around the wicket. The field changes now for the right-handed Bohannon, who's 10 not out. Number 20 on his back. 1 in under the helmet on the leg side. Mid on, mid off. Couple in the ring. And that's defended off the back foot by Bohannon. Got a bit lighter as well, I think, here, potentially, or is it just my eyesight, Scott?
No, I think it's been a pretty pleasant start, hasn't it?
Worked into the offside this time by Bohannon, once again for no run.
Then again, anything looks a little bit brighter than it did last night. It was pretty gloomy, and umpires took the players off because of light, and then he absolutely chucked it down about 10 minutes later.
Last ball of the 66th over. Briggs in now, round the wicket, and this time it's knocked into the legs, into the offside, sorry. Single to end the 66th over, moves the score on to 189 for 1. Jennings is there, 75 not out is the Lancashire opener. Bohannon now 11 not out alongside him.
Yes, there's little chance of us coming back on when we went off just before tea. I think we were about 3 overs before tea when the light was, had been pretty gloomy for at least an hour, and the umpires kept at it and kept the players out there and gave it every possible opportunity. We did have the floodlights on, and then eventually it just got too dark, and it was in the middle of McAndrew bowling this short stuff, and it was all a bit feisty, and it was terrific to watch. It was a really intense little period of the day, and eventually the umpires felt the light wasn't good enough, and then it hosed it down. So we've got an extra longer day today. We've got the extra 8 overs to add on to the day, so 104 overs to be bowled. A few comments on Twitter saying, well, I thought we may have started at 10:30 because of that, but no, it's still an 11 o'clock start. You just go on a little bit longer to get the overs in. Change of bowling from the Anderson end. Greg Miles is returning, replacing McAndrew, and Bohannon defends his delivery, which just angles back in towards him, picks out Alex Davis at mid-wicket, and there is no run. He remains on 11, and Lancashire 189 for 1. Miles 12 overs for 33. He's had a spell from the Anderson end. He opened up from the Statham end first thing this morning, but back into the attack with the grand old pavilion behind him. Turns and comes back in again for Warwickshire. Bohannon defends out to mid-off, and there's no run.
Lovely old pavilion, that, isn't it? We already call the Australians jumping up and down in the visiting dressing room during the 2005 Ashes, celebrating the draw. Shane Warne was not happy that day, was he? The great man.
Yeah, that was the moment. Remember, Michael Vaughan's told this story a lot, hasn't he, about that the draw here, and look at how Australia were celebrating a draw, and they fancied their chances then of beating them. Of course, modernised since then. This is short from Miles, and Bohannon tries to pull it through to the keeper, and there's no run. But they've kept still a lot of characteristics about that old pavilion. The two towers either side of the sight screen. They're the original features. They've modernised inside, and they've elevated it with the executive boxes on the top level.
Iconic test match, that, wasn't it? I watched some highlights of it the other day. It's only now when you look back and you think just how great a player Ricky Ponting was to get his team to the draw that day with that wonderful knock.
Miles to Bohannon, flicked through mid-wicket. Come back for two, Josh Bohannon.
Michael Vaughan got a century in that match, I seem to remember.
Yep.
First 100 of that Ashes series. And did Australia end up about 9 down, something like that?
So, yeah.
Something like that. And obviously the match before that was that famous one at Edgbaston, winning by 2 runs.
You can still see the electronic screen in the ground as Miles is in, ball into Bohannon, who defends back down the pitch. Quite sure what Miles was attempting to do there, whether he was trying to stop it with his boot or trying to side foot the ball towards the stumps, but he did well not to kind of completely get himself all tangled up. He's smiling.
Maybe he knows there's a scout from Manchester United here or something, and he fancies a bit of work in the off-season. He shaped up to absolutely smash that into the bottom corner.
He did, yes he did, yeah. And in the end completely missed it. But yeah, I remember the scoreboard, it flashed up, didn't it? Balls remaining, wickets needed. It was,
yeah,
it was fantastic drama. People queuing outside. Bohannon defends back down to Miles again. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. So we had 67 of the Lancashire first innings. And Josh Bohannon's on 13. Keaton Jennings on 75. What's the score? 120. No, it's not. 191 for one. And Lancashire trail by 124 runs with about 20 minutes remaining of this morning session, which has been a pretty decent one so far for Lancashire. They've lost the 1 wicket, but they'll be happy with how they've progressed the score on. Can the Bears force another wicket out before lunch?
Well, what's the difference? 124, so they're making good progress, Lancashire. Briggs is going to continue to Jennings. Couple of tweaks in the field. Will Rhodes at first slip, just marshalling someone a bit squarer on that leg side. Sam Hain is in close catching as Briggs comes in now and bowls him a full ball. Does Jennings, who he knocks straight to Craig Miles at mid-off for no run.
Yeah, Sam Hain in this position on the onside. His right boot only a few inches away from the pitch.
Briggs in again, and this is, well, a play and a miss by Jennings, and he's going to get some byes here. Burgess behind the stumps completely misses it. Dom Sibley chasing after it and will cut it off before it reaches the boundary. They scamper through for a couple of byes there, and that was a tiny bit sloppy by Warwickshire. 191 for one. Jennings still on 75, not out. Briggs looks up to the sky, collects his thoughts for a second. Sibley just getting back into position now, and Briggs is in again, and that's this time knocked into the leg side. Sibley will do the fielding again by the square leg umpires, so they scamper through for a single, moves the score on to 194 for one. 63.5 overs completed here at Old Trafford. Field changing now for the right-handed Bohannon on 13. He's got a mid-on, a mid-off, square leg. Haynen much closer on that offside into a silly point. Extra cover. Mid-wicket. As Briggs comes round the wicket, and that's not the greatest delivery is that by Danny Briggs. He knows it as well. Puts his arm up in frustration, and it's another single to the total. 200 in sight now for Lancashire at 195 for 1.
Yeah, both sides level on bonus points from the match so far. 3 for each team. Lancashire edging towards fourth here.
Briggs bowls a fuller ball this time, and it's defended by Jennings for no run. One ball to go in this over. Briggs this time tosses one up to Jennings, who nudges it into the leg side. That will be the end of the over. 196 for 1 then, Lancashire are, with Jennings 77 not out.
Could come down to the odd point or two come September. I mean, Hampshire last week in Southampton were -1 on the over rate, and they were doing everything they could to try and get out there and play, even if it was just for half an hour or so, to try and get themselves back level and not to be deducted the point. That's the second time this season they've lost a point because of a poor over rate, but it could come down to that type of small margin, as it did last year.
Well, it did. I mean, about this time last year, Warwickshire played Notts at Edgbaston. Hannon Dobie and I think Miles at the crease for the last wicket managed to get to 300 at the 11th hour, and that point basically made that they won the league, got to the Bob Willis Trophy and won the tournament. So they are all crucial.
It's Miles around the wicket to Jennings. It's played up towards mid-on. Danny Briggs fields off his own bowling. Keaton Jennings scratching around inside his crease. They've enjoyed this morning, Keaton Jennings. Enjoying being out there with the bat. Got Bohannon alongside him. And the tall figure of Miles is walking out towards his mark in front of the Jimmy Anderson end. Comes stomping back in past the umpire. And Jennings calmly meets it, just gently rocks onto the front foot, pushes the ball away into the offside. And Alex Davis is first to it for Warwickshire. And there is no run. Plenty of noise out there. I thought Warwickshire actually in the field yesterday were excellent. The ground fielding, but also the kind of the body language, the whole tempo to it. Everybody stuck at it as best they could, and what they know themselves is perhaps a below par score in their first innings. Jennings working the ball away through the onside. Briggs comes across to his left from mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's been a good attritional morning's cricket, hasn't it, really? Warwickshire have been plugging away. Just perhaps that half chance at slip, which we're not quite sure if it got an edge on it or not, but apart from that, they've kept it tight. Boundaries haven't been flowing, have they? There's been the odd ball that's got away, but they'd love one, if not two more, before the break, just to put the buffers on Lancashire a little bit more.
Miles to Jennings, plays it neatly enough back along the ground, fielded by Miles off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Just scraping his line on the crease there, Miles, as he heads back. I don't think there's any danger of him getting into the protected area, but it's always interesting to see bowlers doing that sort of thing, and you know, ensuring that they get maximum grip to move through in the follow through, because the last thing you want in early May is to get an injury.
Jennings cuts the ball away through the offside, tells Bohannon there's no run there, as Chris Benjamin and Alex Davis go battling for the ball.
Yeah, there was no doubt that Jennings was not scampering through for a single there.
It's a pretty clear call,
that was a, you know, that was his under-9 coach would be proud of that call. That's the one thing you learn really on, is authoritative, loud calling, and it was definitely that by Jennings.
Final ball of the over. Miles to Jennings, and that just sneaks away through that backward point region for 4 runs. A late cut from Keaton Jennings for 4 takes him up to 81, and that brings up the 200 for Lancashire for the loss of the 1 wicket. Gets them their 4th bonus point of the match. 200 for exactly the loss of the Luke Wells wicket off 69 overs. So the second new ball will be available for Warwickshire some stage this afternoon. They'll be hoping to have had a couple more before then.
And it's going to be Briggs to continue. They're just having a discussion about the field. I think Haynes going to go back under the helmet. Yeah, it looks like he's got the protective padding on. He's just popping the helmet on now, so he's going to come in relatively close on the offside. It's Bohannon that's on strike. He's 14 not out. It's 200 for 1 Lancashire, and that's knocked into the leg side of Bohannon, but Davis does the fielding there at extra cover, and there's no run. Mid on, mid off. Couple saving, 1 on each side, a slip in as well. Hayne under the helmet, and then a guy sweeping out on the boundary. Round the wicket again comes Briggs. And once more it's defended by Bohannon, so it stays on 200 for 1, the Lancashire score. 315 all out the Bears were in their 4th innings? No, try again, Adam. 1st innings. Briggs once more. Knocked into the leg side. Sorry, into the offside. No run there. Simply just the fielding, and then a bit of encouraging words by the opening batter to his comrades in the field. Bohannon waits and knocks this one into the leg side. It's Davis this time diving to do the fielding. Nice tidy over so far from Briggs.
I suppose in terms of the game here, you perhaps have to reassess it when Lancashire get level with Warwickshire.
Once more, Bohannon defends to Briggs. 2 balls to go in this over.
How many wickets have they in hand? Where are we in terms of the time? It's going to be thick end of tea, isn't it, by the time you think Lancashire are there?
This time a sweep shot by Bohannon finds the man in the field to end the over. 200 for 1. I think time is going to be the crucial thing now, isn't it? Do they put their foot down and try and get parity and then a bit of a lead before tea? Do they go for tea? You say we've got 8 overs to make up today,
yeah.
So there's a little bit. The weather looks fine. I don't think we're going to get any rain unless the light comes an issue later on. So, and obviously they need to make sure that they've got enough time to bowl Warwickshire out and knock off whatever they need. So it's a bit of a conundrum, you would think, in the Lancashire dressing room at lunchtime.
Yeah, I think these two, let's assume that they're still there after lunch, will just carry on. I don't think the pace of it will change. Just go steady away, reassess when Lancashire get level with the Warwickshire first innings total. Miles is into Jennings, it's forward in defence and there's no run, losing the entire session yesterday in terms of the game, and just makes it very difficult, I think, to see a result either way. It's not impossible, of course not, but I mentioned before how difficult it is to bowl teams out twice to win matches here. Needed all the possible overs to get over the line against Gloucestershire. They've lost 35. I know you can make a bit of time up to 8 overs today, but you can't make any more time up tomorrow. Miles is in, Jennings forward in defence, and there's no run. But I think Lancashire will just keep going nice and steady here. If they're going to have a chance of trying to get a lead on first innings that puts Warwickshire under pressure batting 3rd in the match, then they've got a lot of batters that can do that. There's a lot of powerful batters in their team, but you need wickets in hand to score quickly and to try and build that lead. So they'll try and look to try and chip away at these 115 that they're still behind in the match, Lancashire. 115 runs. Have as many wickets in reserve for when they're in a position where they can move in front. That's pulled for 4. Set up nicely for Keaton Jennings. Seems to have plenty of time to play it. And he moves on to 85. It was there to be hit, really. And he dispatched it through deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. 204 for 1.
Well, just looking at the table, a draw would be by no means a disaster for Lancashire either. You know, they currently sit third, 58 points. This was updated a couple of minutes ago, so it's a live table as well. Surrey top of the 2, then Hampshire, then come Lancashire. So that will come into the equation as well.
Miles to Jennings, trying to flick the ball away through the onside. Burgess comes up from behind the stumps to field, and there is no run.
As for Warwickshire, they've played a game less because they missed the second week of the season. That was one of their off weeks. So they sit 7th on 37 points at the moment. So again, a draw would not be a disaster, particularly after what happened in Taunton last week, where they really did get blown away at the end. So it would stop the rot. Sibley's got runs. So it wouldn't be a disaster for either team, I don't think, at this point in the season. But we shall see what happens.
Here's Miles in the sunshine, balls to Jennings, who thinks about playing in a ball that's angled across him. It's wide. In the end, he leaves it, allows it to travel past. I mean, that was a result that really kind of made you sit up and take notice. I mean, I know Somerset have shown signs of improvement over the last game or so, but it was a fair old walloping, wasn't it, at Taunton?
Well, it was what, innings and 82 runs that Somerset won by. 458 all out is what Somerset made when they batted.
Miles to Jennings, bends back, tries to cut the ball, but doesn't time it. Squirts off the bottom edge of the bat and into the offside, and there's no run. It's the end of the over as well. We've got about 7 minutes to go before lunch. 204 for 1.
Yeah, Warwickshire won the toss that day as well and batted first, so it was sort of an uphill battle from there really. Once they get skilled out for 100 and what was it in their first innings, 209 in their first innings, it was always going to be a mountain to climb, and when Somerset piled on the runs, they were able to put the squeeze on in second time round for Warwickshire. Also, obviously, when you've got Renshaw scoring 129 at the top of the order for Somerset, that always helps. But we shall see what happens here. Where do Lancashire go next after this?
Yorkshire.
Well,
yes.
Briggs in again from the Statham end. Round the wicket he bowls to Bohannon for a dot. The score stays on 204 for 1.
Across the Pennines next week.
So it's Headingley as well, is it?
It is, yeah.
Well, Warwickshire are at home to Northants next, so plenty of cricket coming your way on the BBC Sport website and app. Briggs bowls again, and that's defended by Bohannon for a dot.
Wonder whether Lancashire will have Jimmy and Sakib available next week for Yorkshire. There's 2 more rounds, isn't there, of championship matches coming up.
Briggs in again, and once more defended by Bohannon, and will Root be playing for Yorkshire?
Yes, how good would that be? Anderson against Root, if that turns out to be the case. I mean, you'd think he's going to play in at least one, probably just one of the final 2 games.
Left alone this time by Bohannon. Well, he's playing, currently he's playing in the game at Essex for Yorkshire, isn't he? Because there was that photo that was put around of the combined runs that Joe Root and Alistair Cook had scored in their first-class careers. Root is not here. It's Bohannon who's facing Briggs, and that's a dot in the book. We won't talk much more about the White Rose on a Lancashire commentary for much more, I promise. But that would be good, wouldn't it, to see Anderson against Root at Headingley next week. There'll be runs here as a fairly full ball from Briggs is squirted through second slip, I'd say, by Bohannon. They come back for a couple and move the score on to 206 for 1.
End of the over as well. That 5 minutes to go before lunch. Yes, that final round of championship fixtures before we have the break and there's some T20 games. The first test match is against New Zealand at Lord's on the 2nd of June. So whether Jimmy's playing in both of these next two games, Yorkshire and Essex here, or whether he's just playing in one of them, we shall see.
So he played in the previous game, did he?
He did, yeah. He's played in the previous two.
Fine. So he's not playing this one. You'd want at least one more, wouldn't you? I mean, obviously it's not solely his decision, but having missed the Caribbean, you'd want some cricket going into Lords, wouldn't you? So it's which way round they do it, I guess, isn't it?
See spin from both ends. Bit of off spin. Rob Yates being introduced for an over just prior to lunch. Got Keaton Jennings on 85. Yates is in and bowls to Jennings, who's just pushing this one away into the onside, where Alex Davis shows a few footballing skills. Yates in and Jennings trying to flick it away down towards fine leg. The ball does go beyond the reach of the keeper, but there is the bat on that. Oh no, leg bite. It's a very subtle signal from the umpire, Nigel Long. Just a very gentle raising of the right leg and tapping his thigh to signal a leg bye. The score moves on to 207 for 1 at 12:57. How keen are we to get another one in after this?
Well, how keen are they to get some prawn sandwiches down them? That's the other question, I suppose, isn't it?
There's Yates to Bohannon. He cuts the ball, it bounces away through the offside. Out towards that deep extra cover boundary. Such is the timing, actually. He gets 4. Josh Bohannon. As Yates came twirling in. Cut through the gap there between Blackwell Point and extra cover. And up to the boundary for 4 runs. 211 for 1.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Beautifully timed.
Plays forward in defence this next delivery, Bohannon.
Have you seen what's on the menu for lunch?
I haven't. No, I've not seen what. Well, he's down there. I'm trying to recall what was the first day was a slightly controversial one because Yates is into Bohannon, who defends no run. Phoebe Graham, who was with us, thought it was Lancashire hot pot. It turned out to be cottage pie.
Oh,
but we forgave her for that because she's still getting used to life in Lancashire, having come across the Pennines from Yorkshire. Yesterday, I think it was chicken. Yesterday, Richard was very happy with it. Bohannon playing forward. Yates asking if that's out. Spinning round, down on one knee, arms outstretched towards the umpire, but Nigel Long, little shake of the head, and comfortably time for one more over at 12:58. 211 for 1. Bohannon 20, and Keaton Jennings 85 not out. And will it be sent down by Danny Briggs? It will be. He's removing his cap, and he's going to continue for the Bears. The final over of the morning session.
and it's going to be Jennings on strike. So Briggs will be over the wicket to the left-handed Lancashire opener. And a good morning's cricket, really attritional, well-played cricket though. As Briggs comes in now past the umpire, he bowls and Jennings just knocks that down and they trot through for a single. Dom Sibley there doing the fielding. So one more to the total, 212 for 1. Brings Bohannon on strike, so Briggs switches to coming round the wicket. Pauses for a moment before coming in and he bowls, and that's a slightly shorter ball that popped up out the surface for Briggs, and it's defended by Bohannon, so another dot in the book. He stays on 20. Jennings with his hand on the bat and a single teapot at the moment. 86 not out of the non-strikers, and this one is worked into the offside, but it's a call of no very quickly, and I think wisely by Bohannon, and sends Jennings back. A good tight over so far from the Warwickshire left-arm spinner, just the one run from it off that first ball of the over. Bohannon on strike once more, and a fuller ball is defended by Bohannon. So stays on 20. The volume's just picked up a little bit in the field as well, hearing a bit more coming through our effects mics, and once more a full ball is defended by Briggs. Hayne doing the fielding with the pads on, in close. It stays on 212 for 1, that scoreboard. And Briggs in once more, and once more it's defended. Umpire calls over. And it looks like we're going to have a bit more cricket.
I'll tell you why, it's 10 past 1, isn't it? Because we've got the 105, we've got the 108 overs today. Because we're going on for the additional 8 overs. Lunch is at 10 past 1 today. I forgot about that.
Well, your chicken dinner's going to have to wait a few more minutes, Scott. You're listening to ball-by-ball commentary of Lancashire against Warwickshire here on the third day of this county championship match at Old Trafford. Tummies may be rumbling, but we'll be with you for another 9 minutes.
Here's Yates to Jennings. That's a forward defensive, and there's no run. I've no idea what that means for tea, by the way. I think we just stick with 32 overs left.
OK. We'll do the maths during the lunch break for you.
And Jennings off the front foot, defending away into the offside, and there is no run. There's lunch arriving at a few of the other games today.
It's going to be Yates in once more, and Jennings knocks that round the corner. He might get 4 runs here, actually. It's a chase, and it is going to be 4. Hannon Dobie there trying his hardest to cut that one off, but couldn't. So another 4 to the total means it's 216 for 1. And Bohannon just takes his helmet off, mops his brow, and pops it back on once more. Jennings just collecting his thoughts for a moment as Yates just twiddles the ball through his fingers for a few times. He's bowling right arm round. That's the action to Keaton Jennings. And this one is knocked into the offside. It should just be a single, which it is. So 1 more goes to the total. 217 for 1 is the score. 2 more balls to go in this over. We've got 7 minutes till lunch. Scott is still here. He hasn't gone for his lunch. He hasn't snuck off to try and beat the dinner queue.
For the chicken.
With Bohannon on strike, Rob Yates switches to a right arm over action, and it's a fuller ball that's just worked into the leg side for no run. Davis does the fielding. Fairly decent crowd in, you could say, for a Saturday.
Yeah.
Sure, they've enjoyed what they've seen as Bohannon's forward and defends one there. They weren't enticed by the matinee at the Little Mix concert in town. Maybe they've got tickets for the evening. End of the over, 217 for 1 then. Bohannon is 20 not out. Jennings with him on 89. That's 100 as well, the deficit now that Lancashire are behind. They're on 215 for 1.
The Little Mix concert in the city centre tonight has put you off going into Manchester, hasn't it?
Well, I've decided to steer clear of it.
Right.
As I don't fancy being stuck at the tram, trying to get a tram back to my hotel room.
Here's Briggs, left arm over the wicket, bowls forward because Jennings in defence and there's no run.
As much as I like Little Mix, I've decided to give the curry houses of Salford a go, and thank you for your recommendations. It wouldn't be right for us to name the one that I'm going to, but I am looking forward to it.
Briggs in, fizzing a little bit quicker. Jennings just goes back and works the ball across his pads into the onside for a single.
Yes, both a matinee and an evening show for Little Mix at the...
they're busy today then.
I assume they're at the arena.
Oh, right.
But we're enjoying the cricket here rather than Black Magic. That's one of their hits, isn't it?
Yep.
What was the song that they sung when they won X Factor? That was a cover.
Right. Not sure about that.
I'll consult Google.
Brings it in, bowling to Bohannon, who's playing forward in defence. And there is no run. 218 for 1. Silly point and a slip. Backward point. Deep extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket square leg. Oh, Bohannon going back to Briggs. Just get a little thin edge on that. He keeps the ball out, crucially for Bohannon, but frustration there for the Bears. See Will Rhodes at slip with his hands on his head. Briggs almost sneaking one through the defences of Bohannon. His left arm around the wicket, just offers the pad, doesn't offer the shot, leaning forward, and Briggs spins round and asks umpire Lloyd if that is out. And a poker face there from the umpire. Little shake of the head. You're not having that one. Final ball of the over coming up. He sent back his extra cover. And Briggs is in to Bohannon. And that's worked away into the offside for no run at 218 for 1.
I have little mixed news.
Okay.
It was Cannonball that they sang in 2011 and they released. Got to #1 in the charts in the hit parade as well. So there we are. It's like having Tony Blackburn with you.
Very similar.
I won't do the impression. It wouldn't be right. Right, we're going to get one more over before lunch. And then we promise you it will be lunch. Despite teasing you with it 7 minutes ago. And Yates is going to continue. He's from the Anderson end. Right arm round and Jennings is forward and defends. So no run to start this over. This last one before lunch. Maybe the penultimate one, depending on how quickly he gets through. I'm just sort of having a foot in both camp, just in case they do sneak one more in. Here's Yates again, and this time Jennings paddles. And for a moment, it looked like the fielder was interested there, Ollie Hannon-Dobie, but he didn't really have a chance with the catch, so he truddles off to chase it and cuts off the boundary, and they scamper through for a couple. Moves the score into 221 for 1. So it'll be Bohannon on strike. He sits there on 20. And Yates has switched to a right arm over in his action. Here he comes now, he bowls. And there's an appeal, half appeal for LBW and for a catch, the umpire having none of it. So the score stays on 221 for 1. Jennings at the non-strikers end there, 95 not out. I don't think he's going to get a chance to reach 3 figures before lunch, as Yates comes in again and Bohannon defends for none. McAndrew doing the fielding. 221 for 1 then Lancashire are. As Yates just draws Bohannon slightly forward and Bohannon defends. Wants to make sure he's there for the afternoon session as well. Just Josh Bohannon. And Yates this time bowls once more. And Bohannon once again is forward. So that completes the over. 77 of them been bowled in this Lancashire innings now. They sit on 221 for 1. And we are going to get one more over before lunch.
Elsewhere, lunch has been called in Chelmsford. Essex playing Yorkshire this week. In fact, I think that's an early lunch. It has. They've had a bit of rain around, so that they've had lunch already, or currently in it, and play's about to start at 1:25. As Briggs is in, and Jennings goes back and across and defends into the onside. There's no run, so Joe Root will resume unbeaten on 21 in about 10 minutes' time with Yorkshire 115 for 3. In reply to that Essex total of 403 all out. Lunch also in London, where Northamptonshire are back. They're following on. They're batting again. This is played off the back foot for a single by Keaton Jennings, just driven down through mid-on for 1. He moves to 96. 2 for 1. Northants are 14 for 2, and they still trail Surrey by 193 runs with 8 wickets remaining. So it looks like Could well be a very good week for the current league Division 1 leaders, Surrey. Briggs to Bohannon. That's worked back to the bowler, and there's no run. And it's lunch in all 3 Division 2 games as well, where Glamorgan are 389 for 7 against Leicestershire, who made 320. Briggs to Bohannon, driven, and it hits Hayne, who's close in at silly point. He turns round and the ball strikes him somewhere, and he kind of looks up towards the skies and says, "Oof, that could be a bit red later." Briggs to Bohannon, flicked out to mid-wicket, there's no run. So Glamorgan lead Leicestershire by 69 with 3 wickets remaining. Middlesex trails Sussex by 57 runs with 2 wickets remaining. They're 3-3-5 for 8 in their first innings. Briggs to Bohannon, who defends, and there's no run. And Worcestershire are 280 for 8, trailed Durham by 300 with 2 wickets remaining. One other game to tell you about: Hampshire are 9 down, so they're playing on there in Southampton, with Hampshire 117 for 9, and they lead Gloucestershire by 280. And it's lunch here in Manchester as well. The players are heading off. Keaton Jennings, 96 not out. His first game for over 9 months. He's got his bat tucked under his arm. He's removed his helmet. He's enjoyed his day. It's certainly better conditions than it was when he came out to bat last night. And he is within 4 of a century. And Warwickshire head off, having picked up that 1 wicket to fall, that Luke Wells dismissal off the bowling of Danny Briggs for 80. McAndrew there in the middle of the picture has worked hard for the Bears, who have stuck at it as best they can, but it looks like a belting pitch to bat on, Adam, and Lancashire have made the most of it.
They certainly have. If you'd have offered Lancashire 222 for 1 at lunch, they would have taken that, I'm sure. Warwickshire haven't had many chances. The 1 wicket that they had, there's perhaps the 1 half chance that fell between slip and wicket-keeper about 45 or so minutes ago. But at lunch, it's Lancashire that will feel the happier of the 2. Time, like we said earlier, though, is going to be the crucial thing now, because there are still 93 runs between the 2 sides. So you're right, it's probably, with the pace that they've been scoring at, going to be tea before they're at parity. Weather looks good, though. Light looks good. So we'll see what the afternoon session brings.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are
unified.
We saw Rob Yates and Danny Briggs before lunch bowling in tandem, and it appears as though that will be the case, or at least it will be Yates to start things off for Warwickshire after lunch. And they're going to need this second new ball, which I presume they will take. You think so? Can't think of a reason why not. But it is Yates to start us off. Keaton Jennings on 96. And Keaton Jennings just gets forward ever so carefully and pushes the ball away into the offside for no run. It's an intriguing morning session as Jennings works the ball through the offside for a single, in which Lancashire losing the 1 wicket but moving their score from 127, wasn't it, at the close last night, 127 on to 222 for 1 in that morning session. So the thick end of 100 runs for the loss of the 1 wicket. If they score at a similar pace this afternoon, then they'll be level and maybe a little in front before tea. I've got news of tea, by the way. Very grateful to Matt downstairs. Yates is in and bowling to Bohannon. That's flicked away through the onside, and he'll jog through for a single. Bohannon moves to 21, score to 224 for 1. Matt and Colin are in charge of the scoreboard here today, and he's brought up the the sessions for me. So yeah, tea will be at 4 o'clock, and that's, I think, regardless of the overs left in the day. I think tea is at 4 today. So there we go. And of course we've got the additional overs to add on. Jennings cutting through the offside for a single, and he's edging nearer to 3 figures. 98 not out now, and Lancashire to 225 for 1. So tea at 4. In theory, closer players at 6:30, but we've got the overs to bowl. In total 104 in the day, so that's 67 remaining after this one from Yates. Bohannon forward, just dropping the ball away into the onside. That's Sam Hain underneath the helmet at 4 short leg, and there is no run. The final ball of the first over after lunch. Yates to Bohannon. Let's play back along the ground towards him. And 3 runs off the over. So Lancashire 225 for 1, so trailed by 90. And Bohannon and Jennings ticking along quite neatly. They put on 59 from 140 balls faced. And that new ball would become available at the end of this over. And I reckon they'll probably take it, Adam.
I think they will, Scott. I think it's a fairly safe bet that they will. And I think Keaton Jennings is going to look for 2 runs at least in this over.
Yes.
To bring up 3 figures. He's facing Danny Briggs, who's in now and he bowls, and Jennings is forward and defends. Stays on 98. Although saying that, Josh Bohannon at the non-strikers end has currently got his teapot out. He's leaning on his bat. Maybe the cottage pie at lunchtime is just taking a minute or 2 to come round. As Briggs is in again, and Jennings is forward, and Briggs fields off his own bowling, so he stays on 98 once more. Did you enjoy your cottage pie?
I didn't actually go for it today.
Interesting.
No, I brought some lunch myself today, but it looked lovely.
Briggs in once more, and Jennings is back, and he defends. Yes, it was lovely. Very crispy on the top, been finished off on the grill. Compliments to the chefs here at Lancashire. Lovely bread rolls as well.
So that was cottage pie, was it?
Yes.
So is that beef or lamb?
That's beef.
Right.
As Briggs is in again, and Jennings is driving, and he's going to look for 2 here. He might not even need them. The ball might go to the fence on its own. Whatever happens, Keaton Jennings reaches 3 figures. A wonderful, wonderful 100 by the Lancashire opener. Gets embraced by Josh Bohannon. That was a beautiful drive to bring it up as well. He's looked a cut above this morning. He takes his helmet off now. He raises his bat aloft to all 4 corners of the ground. Well batted indeed to Keaton Jennings, 102 not out.
Yeah, it's a fabulous innings. What a way to start his season. Not played for 9 months. Got injured in a pre-season game, which ruled him out of the first round of fixtures. That's a fabulous century by Keaton Jennings.
He's facing once more Briggs, and this time he works it into the leg side. They'll just be the single this time round, though. Moves him on to 103 and means we can get back to talking about the cottage pie at lunchtime.
That was his 21st first-class century. Well, this is his 21st first-class century, and it's his 6th for Lancashire as well.
Now, he's looked in good touch today, Jennings. He'll be eyeing up a few more runs yet, but it's Josh Bohannon on strike now, so Briggs has switched around the wicket. He bowls, and it's a lovely drive, but excellently fielded by Sam Hain there for Warwickshire. So a dot ball to end the over. I think your prediction of the incoming new ball is fairly precise. And you would think it would be Ollie Hallandoby who's going to take the new ball. He's certainly given his cap and his sweater to the umpire at that far end.
Delighted for Keaton Jennings. He's a terrific player. He's a fantastic person as well. He's great to have got to know a little bit of Keaton over the last couple of years. He's obviously a senior player in the dressing room. Carries himself well. I think he the way he comes across, the way he speaks about the game. I've got a lot of time for him, and he's had his injury problems in the last few months. Of course, he's had difficulties with England, losing his place in that England squad back in 2019, but perfect way for him to start the season. Looked a little bit, as you'd expect, he's not battered for ages, but he had to, a little bit kind of edgy at times yesterday. He really had to fight for it. It was a bit of a battle for him in the evening session. It wasn't the easiest conditions, but he got through that, and he's enjoyed himself today. The way he's batted today, very different to what we saw yesterday, as he was just getting a feel for it again after a long time out. And it's Hannon Dolby into the gloves of Burgess with 2 slips now. Warwickshire needing a good start to this afternoon session, needing a new ball here to work for them. Lancashire got it to work in the Warwickshire first innings. Second new ball became available, and Hassan Ali, particular with the wickets, to see Warwickshire all out for 3:15. Can the Bears see something similar here? Hannon Dolby's been the pick of the lot for Warwickshire, in and bowling. 4 but wide of off stump and left, and taken by Burgess, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's certainly been the pick of the bowlers as Hannon Dolby in this first innings for Lancashire batting, for Warwickshire bowling. Kept it very tight indeed. 0 for 25 his figures so far, and we were saying in the morning session, weren't we, how he's sort of leading the attack, and it's no surprise at all that he's took the new cherry from the Anderson end. 1.4 his economy rate so far in this innings.
Into Jennings, who's playing forward in the defence, and gathered by Sibley, who comes up from mid-off, and there's no run.
So 1.6 his economy, not 1.4. Rounded down rather than rounded up.
Pretty miserly figures, aren't they, from Hannon Dolby? Just needs that wicket column to change.
Absolutely.
Lancashire got 2 batters well set, though, for this second new ball. The bottom edge here by Keaton Jennings, and the ball bounces past his off stump and down towards the keeper.
I thought for a second he dragged that on.
Me too.
The way he looked back, that sort of dreaded, panicked. Oh my God, what have I done here? But it ended up down with Burgess, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, he's got 2 slips to his left-hand side. Burgess, Rob Yates, and Sam Hain. Waiting to pounce if an edge is created. Jennings drives up towards mid-off, but for no run. So I guess you start again, these two. They've got themselves a nice partnership. Jennings has reached a wonderful moment, reaching 3 figures, but having to maybe reset. The new ball has been taken. You're just back underway after a 40-minute break for lunch.
Doesn't feel quite as bright either, does it, as it did in the morning session. So I think all of those bits coming together, I think it will be a bit of conservative cricket
content to leave this delivery from Hannon Dolby. Angled across him. Tall left-hand opening batter, Keaton Jennings. Just went right across him into the gloves of Burgess. Little punch of the gloves between Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. It's the end of that first over with the second new ball. Who will it be from the Brian Statham end for the Bears? Going to be Craig Miles.
I think that's the sensible choice from Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, as Bohannon just checks his guard. Took the new ball, I think, first up, didn't he, first time round, Miles? So, very senior bowler. Came on as a concussion sub in the Essex game. And did very well indeed with the bat and then with the ball at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago. He's just having a look at the ball here, flicking it in his fingers. Getting ready to run in from this Statham end. It's Bohannon that's on strike. He's 21 not out. Miles is in past the umpire and bowls now, and that's a ball. It's not exactly timed by the right-handed Bohannon. He sort of drags it back into himself, but no damage done, and it's a single in the book, so 232 for 1 the score remains. 81 overs bowled. It's just gone 2 o'clock, Saturday afternoon. A bit more cloud cover here at Emirates Old Trafford now, as we get into this afternoon session on the third day of this county championship match between Lancashire and Warwickshire. It's Adam Pinder-Smith and Scott Reed with you through today. Miles turns now and bowls once more from this Statham end where we're situated, and that's worked into the leg side, and McAndrew, the Australian, does the fielder, or does the fielding, I should say. Returns the ball to Burgess for no run.
Big fan of the two bowlers that are in tandem here, because they've both got slightly quirky actions, haven't they? Hannon Dolby's wandering right arm as he comes in, and I love the follow-through of Craig Miles. Big fan of it.
Yeah, it's not quite sort of Bob Willis-esque, is it? Hannon Dolby's sort of wandering arm is, but yeah, he's all arms and legs, is OHD. He's 6 foot plenty, so you know, he probably would have slightly the quirky action. But you're right, Miles, as he follows through, is quite the sight. He's in again now, and he's defended on the front foot by Bohannon. The skipper Will Rhodes does the fielding.
No ball, just overstretched did Miles.
Yeah, he looks a bit like he was lost his footing as he came into bowl then as well. He didn't quite look all in sync, but decided to go through with it rather than back away. So he'll have to bowl that one again, and as my skipper in my Sunday cricket side said, is make sure you use it, lad. I've bowled plenty of no balls in my career, I can tell you that. Miles in once again now. Coming in past the umpire, and that's just took off the pitch ever so slightly, but Hannon drops his hands and lets it go through to Burgess. So no run scored this time, meaning the score stays on 234 for 1. It's definitely not as bright as it was. It's definitely, the clouds have come in. I don't think there's any threat of rain, but certainly looking out to the high rise of Manchester to our right hand side, it's considerably cloudier than it was before we broke for lunch. 234 for 1 then, Lancashire in this first innings. Miles is in, and that's down the leg side and left alone by Bohannon, and Burgess does the keeping for no run.
There's no Liam Norwell in this fixture for the Bears. Those two, Norwell and Miles, arrived from Gloucestershire, didn't they, a few years back?
Yeah, I would have thought the season before last, perhaps. I would think last season was their first one. Danny Briggs came in as well last season, I would have thought, predominantly to play white ball cricket, but has certainly become Warwickshire's first choice spinner in the red ball game as well. Right arm over is Miles, and this one's down the leg side. A half appeal actually from Burgess, but there was definitely no bat involved in that, whether that was a bit of kidology or not from the Warwickshire glovesman.
Remember Miles taking some wickets for Gloucestershire against Lancashire. It had been right at the start of his career. His game in Liverpool, and he was he's still a pretty young man now, isn't he? But he obviously right at the start of his career, this young lad coming through, and I seem to recall him having a really good game for Gloucestershire against Lancs at Liverpool quite a few years back. Looked a very impressive player, and I think he and Miles are the two real standout players in the bowling attack that Gloucestershire had at that period. Two really exciting signings for Warwickshire.
He's in again now, and this one's defended off the back foot by Bohannon. Yeah, in that game at Edgbaston against Essex the other week, Craig Miles was on commentary with Richard Wilford when the incident happened.
Of course, yeah.
So he had to quickly head downstairs, find some wipes, and came on and did very well indeed. Scored a massive partnership with Burgess, and then took some wickets on that Saturday afternoon to set it up for Warwickshire on the Sunday. 1 ball to go in the 82nd over then. It's Miles bowling right arm over, and that's worked away. It should just be a single to Bohannon to end the over. They're trotting through now to complete it. So that completes the 82nd over. 235 for 1 is the score. Keaton Jennings, 103 not out off 240 balls. 15 fours in that 103 as well. Jos Bohannon playing a very good supporting role alongside him. He's 22 not out off 94 balls. 2 fours he's got so far off 82 overs.
Appreciate the link that's just been sent to me actually with details of that match I was referring to. I'm pretty sure it was at Liverpool. So it was in 2015. He took 10 wickets for 121 runs against Lancashire in 2015 for Gloucestershire. So thanks to that, 10 for 121 in that match I was thinking about. Here's Hannon Dalby to Bohannon. It's left and through to Burgess, and there's no run. It's one of those games where you see someone bowl for the first time. I think I'd seen Miles bowl before, and the way he performed in that match, what was it, 2015? So it's, it's a while back now, but it really stands out in the mind, that performance. I think the following year he got loads of wickets for Gloucestershire, didn't he, the following season. I think he got up over 50 wickets that year. As Hannon Dalby's in to Bohannon, that's worked away off the hip out towards square leg for a single at 236 for 1, and secures his move to Warwickshire. And what is he now, Craig Miles? 27?
I was going to say late 20s, I would suggest. So, yeah.
He's got 329 first-class wickets at an average of 27.
Not a bag of return at all, that.
It's Hannon Dalby skipping at the top of his mark and in again, bowling to Jennings. He's up onto his toes. Drops the ball away into the offside. Alex Davis comes up to complete the fielding, and there's no run. Chief polisher by the looks of things, Alex Davis. No?
Well, I suspect a few Lancashire listeners might be surprised that Davis isn't keeping, because you know he can don the gloves, but I think it just shows what a stellar job Burgess has done for Warwickshire so far this season behind the stumps and with the bat. He really has been a very, very, very good start to the season.
Jennings driving to Davis. He stops the ball at extra cover, and there's no run.
I mean, there was no doubt that Davis, once he was available, would come into the 11. But I think there was a couple of people that were expecting him to take the gloves. We'll see what happens when the white ball stuff starts. But again, Burgess did a very good job in the games I saw in the T20 Blast last year, including down at Canterbury in the quarter-final. He had a brilliant game.
Richard was saying the other day, I don't know whether this was being confirmed by the Bears or not, as Hannon Dalby's in to Jennings on the front foot, just snakes past the edge of the bat through to Burgess, no run. There's a suggestion that they might share it a little bit, and that Davies might keep wicket in the white ball game and Burgess in the red ball game, and Richard was suggesting that might be something that's been hinted at already by Warwickshire. But certainly not short of very good wicket-keeper batters.
No, they've and top order batting as well is something that Warwickshire have got at the moment. Obviously Yates has gone down to number 3 with the arrival of Davis, so that was the opening partnership last year. It was Sibley and, well, when he wasn't with England, and Yates and Rhodes at 3.
Hannon Dalby to Jennings, just defends, jabs the ball up to mid-off for no run. It's the end of the over. 236 for 1. Jennings 103, Bohannon on 23.
Whereas since Davis has come into the side, he's opened up with Sibley. Yates has dropped to 3. They've kept Hayne at 4, and then Will Rhodes has moved down to number 5. So plenty of options at the top of the order for Warwickshire. It will be interesting to see what happens with Dom Sibley. And all he can do, like we said about Keaton Jennings earlier, is scoring runs. But he did look very impressive in that 140 odd he made earlier as Miles is in again. And that's defended by Bohannon. Mid-wicket is McAndrew. He does the fielding, so the score stays on 236 for 1.
Would be a fantastic option for the Bears at the top in T20 cricket, Alex Davis. He for the last couple of years, he's had this wonderful partnership with Liam Livingstone in T20 cricket at the top. I think they've both kind of bounced off each other really well. Livingstone, obviously, the way he plays is extraordinary, isn't it? And I think Davis playing a really, really good, more than a supporting role. He kind of matched him almost stride for stride, but a fabulous player at the top in T20, Davis.
Miles in again now. This one worked into the leg side. It's Burgess, the wicketkeeper, actually runs after it. Might be a leg by. Just watching what the umpire signals. And he taps his thigh. So 1 more to the total. Yeah, in white ball cricket, I can see him doing a job at the top of the order. Again, I didn't do many white ball games for Warwickshire, or for the Birmingham Bears as they're known in the T20 Blast. But they did struggle a little bit at the top of the order, so maybe that's going to be his role. Whether he keeps the gloves as well, we shall see. Not long to go until blast off. Any marketeers listening, you can have that one. It's Jennings on strike, 103 not out, so Miles is now round the wicket and he bowls quite a full ball that's defended by Jennings to keep him on 103. 78 now the difference between the counties. And how's Lancashire's white ball form been of late? Well, obviously not of late, they haven't played any this season, but the last couple of years.
Well, they've got a very good record in the T20 competition of Lancashire. I'd have to dig out the records, but they are right at the top, if not at the top, in terms of the number of T20 games won. They've won more than anybody else, but they've only won the competition once, back in 2015 with Ashley Giles.
Defended once more, that Miles ball by Jennings. Yeah, I mean, you've got some wonderful players in your ranks here for the white ball stuff. Certain Joss Butler taking the IPL by storm. Certainly in Livingstone. And then obviously with the ball as well, there's options. So I suspect the Red Rose is looking forward to another white ball campaign.
They tend to at least reach the knockout stages. I can't recall the last time they didn't progress from the group. I'm sure it has happened, but kind of consistent quarter-finalists at least.
Miles in again, and this one left alone by Jennings and goes through to the keeper Burgess.
I think they've got to finals day 8 or 9 times. But so just that one win that Davis played a key part in actually in 2015. So yeah, they'll have strong ambitions of being one of the favourites to get towards the latter stage of the competition. How much they'll see of Livingstone and Butler and Parkinson and Mahmood remains to be seen.
Miles in again now, and this one is chopped off the back foot by Jennings. That'll be 4, doesn't even bother running, flies away through extra cover to 4. He moves on to 108, and the score 241 for 1. Yeah, the likelihood is, particularly with those matches that we were on about earlier against the Netherlands, those one-dayers or T20s, whatever, that's certainly white ball stuff that run alongside the test match at, I want to say Headingley, the third test.
Yeah, it's just before the Headingley test, yeah.
You would think that Livingstone and Butler would probably go on that trip with one eye on a T20 World Cup in Australia in the autumn.
It's Alan Dolby from the Anderson end. in and balls to Bohannon. That's clipped up towards mid-on where Sibley fields, and there's no run.
But even taking those two out of the side, it's still a fairly strong white ball unit, isn't it, for Lancashire this year?
Yeah, they've got a lot of players on the staff. They'll be optimistic they'll be able to compete pretty well across the 3 domestic competitions. Square leg and long legs. There's 2 out on the rope on the leg side. And then Dolby to Bohannon. Edged and taken. Great catch by Yates at first slip. And Hannon Dolby picks up his first wicket of the match. It's a key one too. Josh Bohannon out for 23. Edge through to Yates. That's a good low catch to his left-hand side. And Josh Bohannon departs. And Hannon Dolby celebrates his first wicket. Sharp catch, low down to his left-hand side by Rob Yates. And Bohannon goes. And Lancashire lose their second at 241 for 2.
Just played down the wrong line there. Josh Bohannon took the nick. Lovely catch, no down by Rob Yates. He's very good in the slips, actually. That'll do him the world of good as well. It just maybe moved ever so slightly, but good pace as well from Hannon Dolby. And a really good sharp catch at first slip by Yates. Just what Warwickshire needed.
Absolutely. Especially the form of Bohannon of late. Stephen Croft there making his way out, Lancashire's new batter. So good afternoon to Whitney and her husband Ian, who are in the garden in they say a very warm and sunny Lytham. The sunshine is on its way. Enjoying the commentary. And to Anthony, who sent me a picture, actually, he's inside the ground and he's listening to us inside Emirates Old Trafford. Whether he's listening via the BBC Sport website and the app, well, I think there are the earpieces you can get to listen inside the ground as well. You can pick them up from, I think, the club shop.
Well, we'll give you a wave, Anthony, wherever you are. I'm waving now, if you can see us wave back.
I'm trying to work out where he is from that picture. I think he's just in front of the pavilion seats. So yeah, he's in those seats just below the pavilion. So Stephen Croft, the new batter.
Great to have everyone with us, though. Saturday afternoon.
It's Hannon Dolby. 2 slips in the gully. Balls to Croft. And there's half an appeal there from Hannon Dolby. Quickly kind of ebbed away. Wasn't really gaining much momentum as Croft played forward. Ball deflects away into the offside and there is no run.
Yeah, I thought Hannon Dolby for a second there was going to do a Stuart Broad-esque run down before the umpire had put his finger up there. He sort of went to do it, didn't he? And then realised that he'd got outside the line. There was no chance of that one being LBW.
But just a little extra noise from the Bears. Happy with the wicket they've taken, wanting more. Left by Croft and through to the keeper.
That was a confident leave when you're on naught facing your second ball. Very, very calmly put his bat up, and it didn't miss the off stump by much. Very good leave from Lancashire's number 4.
Little twirl of the bat from Stephen Croft as he settles back into his crease. Hannon Dolby, broad shoulders, pulling up his socks. And going to come back in again. 2 balls left for this over. A wicket-taking one so far. Croft up onto his toes, just a half step back. Playing it away into the offside for no run. Still 74 behind. 2 wickets to go on day 3. 1 this morning and 1 this afternoon. Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. Smile on the face of the captain, Will Rhodes. Hands the ball to his senior man. 1 for 26 from 19.5 overs for Hannon Dolby. Croft waits in and bowls. just hopping back and across and dropping the ball out into the offside. Wicket maiden. Ripple of applause around the ground for him. 20 overs, 12 maidens, 1 for 26. New partnership there for Lancashire now. Keaton Jennings and Stephen Croft. Scores 241 for 2. 85 overs into the Lancashire first innings. So this new ball is 5 overs old, but it has picked up a wicket. Josh Bohannon, the man out.
It's going to be Miles to continue from the Statham end. Bit of gardening going on at the moment by the Lancashire batters. It's going to be Jennings on strike, who really has looked on the top of his game today. 107 not out is the tall left-handed batter. It's going to be right arm round for Miles. He's in, he bowls, and that's left alone by Jennings, and it goes through to Sibley. May even have been a slight edge on that, actually. Didn't carry, whatever, so it's a dot in the book. 241 for 2 remains the score. Really enjoyed your chat with the Lancashire CEO this morning with Daniel Gidney. Had lots of things to say, didn't he? People that weren't with us earlier, just summarise a few bits and bobs that you were discussing with him.
Oh, blimey, we went down a few avenues. Covered a few topics in 26 minutes.
Miles in again, round the wicket, and that's ducked under by Jennings, and well taken actually by Burgess.
There's quite a lot going on, isn't there? Quite a lot to discuss, but I mean, if you're watching on the live stream, and I think you can do this via the BBC Sport website and the app as well, you can scroll back to the start of play and listen to it again if you missed it. But yeah, we're just kind of having a little natter about the game in general, about this high performance review that's taking place, about how we potentially see the structure of the game unfolding.
Defended this time, Jennings off the bowling of Miles.
The scheduling of the games, the amount of cricket being played, the makeup of first-class counties. There was a lot covered in 26 minutes. I did say to Daniel we could quite comfortably sit here and talk for a couple of hours, but he's a very busy man, and he has far more important things to do than sit here and speak to me. But yeah, there's a lot of subjects that are being discussed in county cricket at the minute.
How long's he been in post here at Old Trafford?
Oh heck!
I didn't think that one would throw you, Scott. Actually,
he's been here ages, 25 years or something.
Here's Miles once more, and it's off the pad of Jennings, that one, but no run.
Feels like it anyway.
He's frantically googling at the moment, is my colleague.
My guess is something like 10, but could be wrong.
Well, lots of interesting bits covered. Some solutions or possible solutions to things about fixtures. He had thoughts on the ECB. I thought it was a very interesting discussion that you had.
10
oh, there
years.
We go.
September 2012 is when he was appointed.
And he was at the Rico before that, he was saying.
Yeah,
so for listeners in Warwickshire, he was asking all about things Coventry as well, as Miles is in round the wicket and Jennings hits that one, but it bounces before it reaches the fielder for no run. Yes, it was nice to see him. He did a really good turn. If you missed it, like Scott says, during the tea break, go back and have a listen to that one.
I don't think Daniel would proclaim to say that he has all the answers, or what he was saying is what is going to happen. I think it was just a discussion about potential possibilities, about things that are up for debate. It's kind of this red ball reset phrase that's being used. He brought up other issues which I thought were really interesting with regards to the T20 blast.
Last ball of this over bowled by Miles. It's left alone by Jennings. So a maiden there for Warwickshire, leaving the score on 241 for 2.
There's a lot to get in, isn't it? A lot to discuss.
There certainly is. And there is no answer or perfect answer, because it would have happened by now, isn't it? But he said some interesting things, and I enjoyed listening to it from the county talking about things up to England that way round, whereas normally you hear it the other way round from the England perspective. So definitely one to catch up with in the tea break. Scroll back and take a listen.
I think one of the many bizarre things about what might unfold over the next few months is, if, for example, if you're in Division 2, what's going on outside? There's Hannon Dolby to Croft, and it's through to the keeper. I think there's a large sheet being removed or something.
Yes,
something rustling.
It was a large sort of tarpaulin piece ended up on top of our effects microphone.
Oh dear, right.
And there's a girl in a hoodie has just dashed out of her and reached and grabbed it. She seems all right. Yep, she's giving me the thumbs up. We're okay.
The concern with that is it could act as a kite, couldn't it? And it can blow you over the edge.
Well, true.
If it gets out of control. 2-4-1 for 2. Hannon Dolby to Croft. And that's played away into the onside where Alex Davis feels that there's no run.
Oh, the cavalry's arrived now. They're folding the sheets and everything right in front of our effects mic.
This is good work. This is teamwork, is this. My concern that if a gust of wind comes up now...
It could be a scene from Mary Poppins any second.
That's my... Oh, there we go.
Oh, look, there we are.
This is to you, to me. No, fold it that way. No, not that way. The other way. You get that edge. And then Dolby. 2 slips in the gully. In and balls. Croft. Has got edge, I think, down in front of second slip. I think there's a good stop, actually, between the two there. Sam Hain and Robbie Yates. Ball just squirts down towards the slip fielders. 2:41 for 2.
That was a good stop in the end, actually, by Yates. It's very good in that slip region. Oh, I think they've sorted it.
Well done. It's a good teamwork.
They're seasoned pros at that, folding up tarpaulin in the middle of an over.
Well, it's such a magnificent broadcast here from the ground. As Hannon Dolby's in, Forgers Croft in defence, and there's no run. They've got all the gear, these guys. They've got all the gear. You're never more than 2 or 3 yards away from a camera or some very expensive equipment, and it's a fantastic production watching on the live stream. And I suspect those tarpaulin sheets are quite handy in Manchester when there's a bit of rain around. 2 balls left of the over. Croft still on 0. Warwickshire here do all they can to keep the pressure on. Bit of width this time. Tries to chop the ball away through the offside. Just eager for his first run, but the field is quite tight. The 2 slips is a gully. And there's a fine leg. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. And Dolby such as his accuracy, his consistency. It's relentless, really, from Hannon Dolby. He's been rewarded with the wicket. It was a beautiful delivery. And the edge from behind him, and a great take from Yates. Hannon Dolby, the model of accuracy and consistency, and he's given Croft nothing to work with. Just has to get 4 in defence this next delivery. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 2:41 for 2, with Jennings on 107 not out and Croft on 0. 87 overs gone. With the floodlights not on today, and perhaps not needed today. But as Adam mentioned, it has got a little darker after lunch, not quite as bright as we had in the morning session. Been bright for Jennings, though. He's had a terrific opening game for him this season. And it's Miles in bowling to Keaton Jennings. Just drops it back down the pitch. Picked up by Miles off his own bowling, and there's no run. It's noticeably quiet today because we've had, for days 1 and 2, the background noise of the building site, but not working on Saturdays. So it feels nice and peaceful. Got the odd little ripple of applause around the ground. You hear the voices of the Warwickshire players. The banging and the hammering and the drilling. Well, that's taking a break for the weekend. It's Jennings off the hip, down to long leg. And then Dolby Fields, Jennings gets another. Moves on to 108. 242 for 2. As Miles just flicks away a bit of dirt, a bit of mud in the spikes. Croft comes down, does a bit of gardening. Scrapes away inside the crease, takes guard from the umpire. He's on strike from that end for the first time, so he's facing the tall figure of Miles for the first time. Stephen Croft, 2 slips behind him. Miles is bouncing his way back in. Croft goes back and across. And he defends safely enough into the offside. He's been there and done it round the block many times, Stephen Croft. He won't be too concerned about being on naught at the moment. 11 balls faced. A good start to the season as well. He's got a century already this year, Stephen Croft. He's approaching a landmark as well. I'm a little bit reluctant to go too much, but he will get there eventually. He's only 8 runs away from this particular landmark of career runs for Croft. Miles to him, down the leg side. What's that come off? It's come off his thigh pad, down towards the boundary. Fine leg, so 4 leg buys. Just tried to get a little bit of bat on that at the last minute, but deflection past the keeper. Oh, went up and over the boundary rope and disappeared over the white fence in front of the hotel. Score moves on to 246 for 2. Miles waits for the ball to make its way back round towards him. And he's back in again, running away from us here from the Brian Statham end. Right arm over. Croft forward, edge, is that a take at gully? It is, it's a terrific catch from Chris Benjamin. Croft has gone for naught. And Miles picks up his first wicket. No wonder the Warwickshire players are pleased with the work of Benjamin there. That's a smart-looking catch. High fives are plenty. 2 quick wickets after lunch. 2 wickets since the second new ball became available as well. Just the start, those Birmingham Bears. The Bears players wanted, the Warwickshire lads wanted. Miles with his first. That's a great catch. That's a terrific catch from Benjamin. Croft has to make his way out for naught. Not to be for Croft today. And he's been replaced by the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas. 2, 4, 6 for 3. Look at this for a catch by Benjamin. The edge off the bat of Croft, low down to his right. Both hands on that. It was dropping towards the ground as he got to it. Could easily have taken it, and then perhaps the ball maybe bounced out of his hands as he hits the ground, but it's a really smart piece of work in the gully by Chris Benjamin. And a good start to the afternoon for Warwickshire. This new ball that worked well for Lancashire yesterday has done the trick so far. 246 for 3.
Just what the doctor ordered for the Bears, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Get another one with a new ball. Jennings would have been an added bonus, but they'll be more than happy to see Croft trotting back to the pavilion. Brings the Lancashire skipper onto strike as well. If they could just sneak another one here with a new ball.
Yep, 69 behind still, Lancashire. Miles to Villas. Well, that's edged again, but it bounces in front of Benjamin. Villas went at it too hard, really. The ball that was deflected down into the ground. It's the end of the over. Miles has got his first wicket. His teammates jogging up to give him a pat on the back. He's worked hard. The bowlers have all had to work hard in this game. And here's his first reward, and nice to see Miles and Benjamin kind of high-fiving each other, because that was the combination that's done for Croft. End of the over, 246 for 3. And it's the captain, Dane Villas, the latest batter out to join Keaton Jennings.
It's Jennings that's going to be on strike for this next over. It's going to be Hannon Dobie to bowl it. He's just polishing the ball on his trousers and flicking it between his fingers at the moment. And the left-handed Jennings on 108. Waits for Hannon Dobie, who bowls now, and that's just defended into the offside. Benjamin with the fielding there. And sends the ball round the field. So a dot in the book. 246 for 3 is the score. Yeah, one more wicket here. Just open the door. Phil Salt to come next. Who can bat a bit, can't he? So, and then you've got Balderson, Wood, Ali, Bailey and Parkinson. So just what Warwickshire needed really was that wicket. There's Hannon Dobie in now once more. And he's struck on the pad is Jennings. A big appeal. The entire field goes up. Hannon Dobie's crouched over. But most importantly, the umpire says not out.
Well, it's a big shout, wasn't it? A couple of wickets after lunch, and then Dobie's picked up his first. Yorkshire born, but Warwickshire player now, and enjoying his work in Manchester, bowling superbly. Got his first wicket. Warwickshire feel there's a chance now, don't they? They could get Jennings out, who's well set. Get 2 new batters out there. I wonder if it was a big appeal. It was Jennings, the man that was on strike.
Oh, and Hannon Dobie. Something didn't quite feel right there, so pulled out literally at left power as his arm was coming over the top to bowl. So dead ball signalled by the umpire and a bit of gardening. They always do a bit of gardening after a dead ball, don't they, batters?
Nervous twitching.
Try and iron that divot out. There's 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. And then a couple out on the leg side, patrolling the fence for Jennings as Hannon Dobie comes in once more and he's bowled, and it's left alone this time by Jennings and flies through to Burgess.
Anthony's been back in touch to say he's sat front row of E6 in his red T20 top.
E6.
That's below the point.
So, well, I can see E5, so you're below the clock somewhere then. Yes. It's the one in red at Lancashire. That's
He's listening to us on the radio, which is great. Did bag some yearbooks at lunch, and he sent a picture of his yearbooks that he's managed to pick up at lunch.
Well, it's great to have you with us, and great to have you here at Old Trafford as Hannon Dobie comes in and he's defending his Jennings once again, and a bit of silky skills with the football there. A couple of volleys. Oh, and joining in as well, sort of, was Dom Sibley.
I must mention the new yearbook because it's out now. I'm not so sure if it was available for the first home match. It may have been, but it's definitely available now. Compiled and edited by the great Ken Grime. So the official yearbook 2022 is out. And there's, aside from all the scores and results and stats and all the rest of it, some great little features in there, as there always is.
246 for 3 then, Lancashire. Hannon Dobie in and Jennings is driving. Split the field perfectly there. And they'll be back for a couple. Craig Miles doing the fielding. Moves the score on to 246 for 3. Sorry, 248 for 3.
Some great pictures from games years ago, and Ken actually pointed this out to me yesterday, that 100 years ago this weekend, Lancashire just started their season. Starting their season in May.
Mid-May as well, really.
Absolutely.
Well, no, it's not mid-May, is it? It's the 7th, but...
And there's a picture there of the Lancashire players in May the 6th, 1922, taking to the field against Glamorgan. First match of the season in May.
Wouldn't happen now. Where are we? Round 4 of the championship, is it? In comes Hannon Dobie, and it's left alone by Jennings to complete the over. 89 of them been bowled now in this Lancashire first innings. They trail by 67 on 248 for 3.
Some fantastic pictures of players from years ago. All in the yearbook. There it is. I think it's available in the shop now. They might well be out of stock, I'm hearing.
Oh, as we've just given it a big advert on the radio.
Maybe for the next home match they'll be they'll be back in stock.
We can put this one on eBay and make a few quid.
Yes.
Because they're in short supply.
Oh dear. Give it the big billion then, didn't I? Here's Miles. In and bowling to Villas, who leave the ball, good pace and carry through into the gloves of Burgess. And there is no run.
Good player, any Dame Villas. Not seen much of him of late, but he's certainly one that has always caught the eye. Did a T20 at Edgbaston a while ago now where he scored a few runs.
He has been I'm going to bore Lancashire fans who Philip heard me saying it, but he's been just a brilliant player for Lancashire and captain for the club. As he gets forward in defence to Davis, and there's no run.
36 years of age now, born in Johannesburg. Does he keep wicket much more these days?
No, well, he did last season, but the gloves are with Phil Salt, but he basically kept all of last year and large parts of the season before, and perhaps even the season before that. So yeah, he's done a lot, but I think he's happy to be at mid-off or mid-on, chatting to his bowlers and leaving the glove work to Phil Salt this season. He's on strike. There's Miles, he's back into him. Well, that just squares him up, actually. The ball loops away through the offside. He's going to get his first runs here. In fact, he's going to get 4 of them. He's got 4 for a shot that he was trying to work to the leg side that came off a leading edge. It went, I think, a little upishly. It was Christ, certainly of catch. It balloons away in between point and extra cover, and it goes for 4.
Well, that's as streaky as it comes. And I think the double teapot that Craig Miles has just pulled is completely justified, because he went to work that for leg. It skated away off those practice pitches at the edge of the square and flew to the boundary for 4 on the offside.
Brings up the 250, that for Lancashire, so 252 for 3. Another bonus point, having just seen Warwickshire draw level on bonus points. That's trying to strike the ball away, but a little bottom edge, it disappears down towards Benjamin. That 3rd wicket for the Bears, producing a 4th point of the match, and Lancashire now pick up their 5th, having got to 250.
Just the 6 Test matches for Villas. I thought he would have played a few more than that. 1 T20 international. Well travelled around the world, played in a lot of first-class cricket and the various tournaments in the white ball game around the world. Durban Heat, Northern Superchargers last year in the 100. Been at Lancashire for a few seasons now.
It's a good ball from Miles. It beats Villas, who's playing a forward press into the gloves of the keeper. There's no run.
Does he tend to venture back to South Africa in the winter, do you know?
He definitely did. I think now he's based with his family over here in the UK. I think perhaps COVID was a factor involved in that to begin with.
I've always been very impressed with him whenever I've seen him play.
Pretty sure his last Test match for South Africa actually was against England. As Miles comes in and balls to Villas. It's off the back foot. Well, that's a lovely shot. That's out through the offside. And it's been chased after. That's 4. That really is a terrific back foot shot from Villas. If the previous boundary was a little streaky, well, there's nothing streaky about that. Right up onto the toes. Look at that. Beautiful. Punch away through the offside for 4. And Lancashire captain gets himself a 2nd boundary in the over, but that's a proper one. He'll feel as though that's the one that counts. He moves on to 8. 256 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that was an absolutely textbook off drive. Flew away to the fence, beautifully timed by the right-handed batter. Moved him on to 8. One of those where you don't need to run, really. You know it's going to make the rope. Boundary's been brought in a little bit on this on that side, but it's just to square things up, really, because they're playing on a pitch that's right over, sort of almost on the edge of the square, really, on the other side. And it's going to be Hannon Dobie who's going to be bowling from the Anderson end, and Jennings ducks out the way of this one and goes through to Burgess for no run.
Yeah, got replayed on the big screen, that, didn't it, as well? That shot looked terrific.
Yeah, definitely was $1 million, that one. Worth the replay and the ripple of applause it got from fans inside the ground. A few people ventured out from the balcony on the hotel as well. Hello, if you're listening to us up there. It's a guy on a stool, I can see at the minute. As Hannon Dolby comes in once more. Ball in its edge and it's taken. Lovely catch that by Sam Hain. Brings to an end the innings for Keaton Jennings. He made 110. He looks in disbelief, but it was a good ball that from the Warwickshire bowler. Pitched up a little bit, caught him on the crease, found the edge, and Hain did the rest. A beautiful delivery to end, a little bit of shape as well, perhaps, but just what they needed, Warwickshire. 256 for 4 now, the Red Rose.
Well, he enjoyed that, didn't he? Hannon Dolby. He's got rewards here for some good bowling last night and today, but well batted Keaton Jennings. That's a fabulous innings. 110. First game for over 9 months for Keaton Jennings. Hugely popular player in the Lancashire dressing room. A senior member of the team. Back into the team, opening the batting. And 110 for Keaton Jennings. What a great response too from the supporters. But this second new ball, this is exactly what the Bears would have been hoping for. And it's worked a treat so far, hasn't it? As it did actually in the Warwickshire innings when Lancashire took the second new ball. They got some wickets, they got some reward for it, and I think Hannon Dolby and Miles, who have benefited from it so far, have deserved these wickets. They've bowled well, they've stuck at it well all last night and this morning, doing all they can on a good pitch, and this new ball's just done enough to cause a few problems.
Certainly has. Certainly seems to be getting a bit more of an assistance through the air, these two Warwickshire bowlers, and off the pitch as well. Can happen so many times, can't it, in red ball cricket. Second new ball comes along, get some attacking fielders in. They've gone to 3 slips now, Warwickshire, and all of a sudden what was looking relatively comfortable at 2-2-1 for 1 at lunch has become 256 for 4 within the space of an hour. Not saying it's panic stations in the Lancashire dressing room, but they'll certainly feel much happier on the Warwickshire balcony at the moment. Still a bit of a lead. They trail by 59 at the moment to Lancashire, and it's Phil Salt who's the new batsman, in at number 6. Number 7 on his back. Bit of a conversation going on between Will Rhodes and Ollie Hannon Dolby, and they've certainly found their voice now, the Bears, in the field. Lots of applause, lots of chirp as Hannon Dolby stands by to come in again. Here he comes to 3 slips. Salt on naught, and a play and a miss by the Lancashire wicket-keeper. And it flies through to Burgess. 256 for 4. It's ball-by-ball coverage of Lancashire against Warwickshire here at Emirates Old Trafford in the County Championship. 3rd day of this match. Adam Hinder-Smith and Scott Reed with you here. We'll also be with you tomorrow as well. I've got a feeling this game will go into that final day. Those 3 wickets since lunch have helped bring the pendulum back towards Warwickshire. 59 the difference between the sides at the moment, and another leave by Salt, and that one goes through from Hannon Dolby to Burgess for no run. Dane Villas just having a wander down the track, having a bit of gardening and a bit of a word with Phil Salt. Still the 3 slips in place. This ball has definitely done more. There's a fine leg. There's a mid-on and a mid-off. Square leg, extra cover, and a backward point. 256 for 4 currently the score as Hannon Dolby comes in again, and a drive by Salt, but it's not timed, and it just sort of floats into the offside, into the leg side for a second for no run. 1 ball to go in the 91st over. To be bowled by Hannon Dolby.
Just looking elsewhere, I see that Joe Root's got a 50 for Yorkshire. Yorkshire at 173 for 3. They're playing Essex this week. They made 403.
Last ball then of the 91st over. Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and was driven by Salt, and in the follow-through, Hannon Dolby does the fielding. Thought for a second he might have hurt himself. It looked like his head went up and grimaced, but no, it was just all in the follow-through. So the over ends. 59 the difference between the two sides. Lancashire sit on 256 for 4. 3 wickets have fallen since the lunch break. Keaton Jennings has gone, Stephen Croft has gone, and Jos Bohannon has gone as well. And that, if you're a Warwickshire fan, is exactly what you want to be hearing at the second as you tune in on this Saturday afternoon.
Brought you up to date with that Yorkshire score at 190 for 3, still trail Essex by 213 runs. Hampshire are 191 for 9, and they were 103 for 9.
Wow, that's quite the collapse on at the Aegeus, isn't it?
Donald and Fuller.
Just say that again, just so.
So Hampshire were 103 for 9, but are now 191 for 9. So there were 40 for 6, 60 for 7, 70 for 8, 103 for 9. But they've got a partnership here. They've actually put the lead up to 354.
Crikey.
Here's McAndrew replacing Miles. In and bowling. Forward goes Villas in defence. And there is no run. So the Gloucestershire boys are thinking, I think that at one stage they were kind of 250 in front, weren't they? 9 down. Well, now 350 in front.
Initially, I misheard you. I thought it was a collapse, but no, it's it's number 11.
It is.
has come out and, well, by the sounds of it, smashed it round the Aegeus.
Well, Fuller's got 32 off 75, and Donald's got 81 off 90.
Well, I've got a couple of friends down at the Aegeus at the second, so I'm going to drop them a text in a minute and check that they're enjoying it, because they'll be loving that.
McAndrew over the wicket, balls forward because Villas in defence, and there's no run. What was it? Even at this stage of the season, Hampshire, for both Warwickshire and Lancashire supporters, will be looking at that as a potential team that will challenge for the Division 1 title this year. But that's a great fight back by those two to swing it back Hampshire's way. Look like Gloucestershire in with a great chance of a pretty modest run chase. It's now 354 runs. And they've still got this partnership going. And the other game is between Surrey and Northamptonshire in Division 1. McAndrew's in and bowling. It's driven by Villas. Stopped at mid-on. Surrey making 401 in their first innings. Northampton's 194 all out and 85 for 3.
I do like the look of Surrey this year. I know we discussed earlier about potential England call-ups, but they just look a very, very good team. They seem to have all bases covered. Someone like Hasim Amla is a good person to have in the ranks, isn't it, really? So they're certainly the teams at the top that I think are going to finish at the top end of the division this year.
McAndrew in, fullish ball and off stump, driven by Villas to mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, certainly one of the teams. I think Surrey will be up there, Hampshire definitely, Lancashire definitely, and Warwickshire certainly with a chance. It was a good win against Essex. They didn't do great against Somerset, but they've brought it back well here today.
And Northampton still trail Surrey by 122 runs with 7 wickets remaining. And there's 3 Division 2 games taking place this week. There's McAndrew. He's in and bowling forward again goes Villas, squeezing the ball away into the offside, but for no run. Glamorgan are playing Leicestershire. Leicestershire are 12 without loss, and they trail by 105, with all 10 wickets remaining in their second innings. Worcestershire 309 for 9. Replying to that Durham declaration of 580 for 6. Still 271 runs behind. They might be asked to follow on. And Sussex are 15 for 2 in their second innings that lead Middlesex by 49 runs. But there's rain on the south coast. It's driven by Villas up to mid-off. And Will Rhodes tumbles away to his right to stop the ball. And McAndrew back into the attack. I think he's bowled well today, and he starts off with the maiden. And Warwickshire will be thrilled with how things have progressed so far since the lunch break. We've had about, well, just over an hour, haven't we, since lunch? And those 3 wickets put an extra spring in the step of the Warwickshire players. Villas on 8, Salt on 0, 256 for 4. Lancashire still trail by 59.
Yeah, and in Division 2, I like the look of Notts. I like the look of Durham. They look two very good teams. I know they've got Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad, which always helps, but they are certainly the two teams I've been watching a fair bit of in Division 2 on the streams, and have looked very, very encouraging for them so far this season. Obviously, still very much the early stages. It's going to be Hannon Dobie then from the Anderson end. It's Salt on Naught on strike, and he leaves this one alone, and it goes through to the keeper Burgess. So the score stays 256 for 4. 92 overs have been bowled so far. Did you say it was Yorkshire next?
It was, yeah. It's a trip across the Pennines to see our friends.
In the White Rose.
Indeed. Yeah. Trip across to Yorkshire. Last season, Lancashire were all over Yorkshire, and it rained. Actually prevented potentially some important points for Lancashire. Couldn't get back on the. In fact, there was a horrible incident. I'll come back to it.
Hannon Dobie in again, and once more left alone by Salt.
It's a bizarre situation. One of the young Yorkshire bowlers was injured because it rained quite a bit, and there was a bit of uncertainty as to whether it was fit to play or not. I can't remember what day this was. It might have been day 3, and there's a bit of uncertainty whether it was fit to play. Eventually, we got back out there and played, and then one of the Yorkshire players chasing after the ball actually fell off the field of play. It was over the boundary rope and slipped and hit his knee into the advertising board, and he did a fair bit of damage to his knee.
Hannon Dobie in once more, and this one is worked away nicely by Salt. That'll fly away to the boundary, and it does. 4 more to the total, 260 for 4.
And the umpires took the players off, said that it was too dangerous to play. And it was slightly... Well, it was massively unusual because the actual incident happened off the field of play. The injury took place. He slipped when he was over the boundary rope, and we just didn't get back on for the rest of the day, or indeed the following day, even though we had sunshine and the weather was great. It didn't rain at all for a day and a half, but we didn't play because it was just deemed to be unsafe. So it was a really disappointing Roses match, that fixture. It was just obviously spoiled. I think Luke Wells was unbeaten in the 90s, but couldn't get back out there and bat.
Hannon Dobie in, and this one once more is played off the back foot by Salt. They'll get at least one. They might think about a second, but no. Fielding done down there by Will Rhodes, so 1 more to the total, 261 for 4.
And it's felt over the last couple of years that it's been a fixture that could have had so much, because the previous 2 years had been scheduled to play at Scarborough. So Lancashire were going to play Yorkshire, 4-day match at Scarborough, which would have been brilliant. So that was 2020. Obviously that got stopped, and they rescheduled it for 2021 to play in Scarborough. But it was decided, because there was still COVID restrictions in place, that it couldn't hold the ground, it couldn't hold the game safely, so they had to switch it back to Headingley. So we missed out on 2 Roses 4-day games being played at Scarborough, which I think would have been brilliant fun. But yeah, so it's been a bit of a flat fixture last couple of years.
Villas on strike to Hannon Dobie, and it's a play and a miss by the South African. Burgess standing up, takes the catch. 261 for 4, Lancashire.
But hopefully with a bit of spice this coming week. We mentioned this morning, if there's a prospect of Jimmy and Root playing in the match, that'll add to it a little bit.
Yeah, and they've got a couple of good young up-and-coming players. I like the look of Brooke at Yorkshire. He looks a good prospect. And if you can get Mahmood in your side, that will be a cracking closes match. Oh, and that's a play and a miss by Dane Villas. I think it just catches the bottom of his arm, maybe. And it drops safely anyway. Dot to end the over, 261 for 4.
There's been some spicy fixtures, as you'd expect, between Lancashire and Yorkshire over the years. There's one game at Liverpool. I think it may well have been in the Championship winning season. I think Jimmy was involved in a bit of chitter-chatter. It got a bit spicy. That game was being played at Egbert. Lancashire didn't play any games here that year in 2011. The ground was the square was being rotated as part of the ground redevelopment. And the Roses match took place in Liverpool. Got a bit heated, I think, at times.
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
It's what you want to see. Particularly, you know, it's hot. Men going at it. That's what you want to see. You want to see people playing cricket hard. In my humble opinion, anyway.
Here's McAndrew. Ball in full of length. Salt trying to work it away into the onside. Thuds into his pad. There's an appeal from the ball. It wasn't much from the keeper of the slips, and he's working the ball to leg. Probably sliding down the leg side, that delivery.
That was certainly my gut. We've not seen a replay yet, but it certainly felt like it wasn't going to castle the stumps, that one anyway. So Liverpool was using that 2011 season when the square was being rotated. Where else was on your...
I think they played 6 matches in Liverpool. This McAndrew's in. That's chipped down the ground for 4. Well, he's got that in between mid-off and mid-on. It's to the left of mid-on. And he gets himself 4 runs, Salt. over the head of the Lancashire captain at the non-striker's end, down towards the boundary. Moves to 9, 265 for 4. And they played at Southport and Blackpool, I think, that year.
Some lovely grounds then. Never been to see cricket at Blackpool, but I have at Southport. Lovely part of the world.
2 slips and a gully for McAndrew. Balls, and this is worked down through backward point. Wants a couple more. Salt. Quite good fun watching these two bat. I mean, they're naturally quite attacking players. I mean, Villas tends to have a very handy habit of keeping the score ticking along. He's up to kind of 30 or 40 or 50 balls, that type of thing. He's busy, he runs hard. Salt, stroke player. It could be a fun partnership to watch. He might even produce a few chances too for Warwickshire. 48 behind now. McAndrew over the wicket. Balls to Salt. Jabs the ball away into the offside. And Alex Davis does a few keepy-uppies. Well, he tries to.
Yeah, there wasn't much technique there, was there really? He tried his best, but now he's sort of trying to disguise it by polishing the ball.
Well, he's a Blackburn Rovers fan, is Alex Davis, and that just about sums up their season. 267 for 4.
Played Birmingham City today, didn't they, Blackburn? No idea what the score was. I shall have a look.
In again, McAndrew. Oh, it's a good delivery. Through to the keeper, Burgess. And there is no run.
2-1. Blackburn beat Birmingham City at St Andrews earlier, last game of the championship season. Oh, a good win there. Good win for Preston as well. Beat Borough 4-1. Not so good for Blackpool.
Oh dear.
They lost 5-0 at Peterborough.
Crofty's a Blackpool fan. Out for North, and his team's got hammered. McAndrew balls. Salt clips it to mid-on. Well, Villas is a mile out. But the pick-up and throw, in fact, Villas was almost stopping and just waiting to see whether or not he hit the stumps. They've got through for a single, and we'll see back perhaps on a replay just how near or not that was, but Villas was a mile out of his ground.
Well, I think it's Jake Lintott on the field, isn't it, doing the fielding. Certainly looks like him.
See on the replay now this single that Salt took. A little clip to the onside, a little hesitation. Villas pretty much gives up. Keeper goes cartwheeling after it. The reactions of the Warwickshire players. They know that there was a run-out opportunity there.
A little bit wide of the mark, wasn't it, really? Should have done a bit better with that one, really, Jake Lintott. Not sure who he's on for. See Alex Davis down there. You can see Rob Yates. Benjamin's there. Hayne. We'll keep an eye on that one. Maybe it's just one of these where they come on for a couple of overs just to allow another player to go and get some running repairs. .268 for 4 then. Lancashire are. They still trail by 47. Dane Villas, the captain, is 8 not out. Phil Salt, the wicket keeper for Lancashire, is alongside him on 12. And a change of end for Craig Miles. He's coming on from the James Anderson end. Bowling to Salt, and it's forward and defends. Very solidly is the right-handed batter. He stays on 12.
This crazy partnership between Donald and Fuller for Hampshire has come to an end, because Hampshire are all out for 204. But they came together at 103 for 9, so they put on 100 runs for the last wicket, and that's set Gloucestershire a target of 368 to win.
Marl playing a miss this time from Salt off the bowling of Miles. That one starting to have a bit more zip about it. Kept it a bit low as well. Burgess sort of had to scamper to his left to cut that one off. It stays on 268 for 4.
And Hampshire, with this fearsome looking attack that they've got, with Barker and Abbas. Abbott's playing this week, Fuller, spinning options of Dawson and Felix Organ. I reckon they'll probably fancy their chances of picking up 10 wickets and beating Gloucestershire. Could be a big win for them if they do that at the top of Division 1.
Miles in again, and this time Phil Salt off the back foot defends. Stays on 268 for 4, the score. Still got 2 slips, fairly wide-ish gully. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. A mid-wicket, and then a sort of deep backward square sweeping on the leg side for Salt. Halfway through the 95th over. Warwickshire wanted wickets. That's what they've got so far since lunch, but they'll want some more. Miles comes in again, and once more Salt defends.
Interesting little period this, isn't it? Fascinating to see how Salt and Villas play this. Warwickshire have had a good hour or so now since lunch. What a good game of cricket. I think it's such a shame we lost 35 overs last night. Get to about this stage tomorrow, and we'll wonder whether we're thinking, what if, had we dodged those showers and had a full day yesterday?
Yeah, if a team is 6 down and there's a run chase on, if only. But that's all in the future. As Woodsmore Miles is in, and a bit of evasive action this time from Salt. Got big on him, that one. And Burgess takes quite high up in the end. 268 for 4, Lancashire. 1 ball to go in the over. Great to have you with us here at Old Trafford for ball-by-ball commentary with Scott Reed and Adam Pinder-Smith of Lancashire against Warwickshire in this county championship match. It's the 3rd day this Saturday afternoon. Here's Miles, he bowls, and this is worked into the leg side. There's a man out there, doesn't pick it up initially, and it might go for 4 in the end. It's Davis out there doing the fielding, but he cuts it off just inside the rope. They'll scamper back for a couple, moves the score on to 272 for 4 off 95 overs. Villas will be on strike, he's 8 not out.
Indeed, what have we got till tea? Tea will be at 4, dead on 4 o'clock. So, got a decent period of cricket to go before we get to that stage. There are the bowling figures: 2 for 33 for Hannon Dolby, 1 for 63 for Craig Miles, Daniel Briggs 1 for 74. Nathan McAndrews really has running hard for his team, still wicketless so far. Have a slurp of something sugary, at least refreshing for Phil Salt as a drink's brought out to him. McAndrew waiting to come charging back in again. He wants to get involved in the action. Got the Lancashire captain on strike. Couple of slips of the gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a deep square leg in front of that enormous drill thing. I'm sure that's not its technical name. There's McAndrew bowls. Velas tries to work it into the onside, just loops up off his pad and picked up by McAndrew, and there is no run. And there's also a long leg, both on that boundary to our right-hand side, one in front of that big, enormous drill thing, and the other in front of the hotel. One or two spectators walking from the tram stop. Get a little cheeky view of the cricket there, peering through the metal fence. There's a sign on that metal fence. I walked past it this morning as McAndrew comes in and bowls, and Vilas is playing forward and defending. There's no run. Beware of the cricket balls. There's at least two notices on the metal fence behind the building site. Sound advice. Big hit to get it that far. It's well within the reach of Liam Livingston, who hit that monster shot for 6 in the IPL the other day. I think it's still travelling. Second lap around the globe. Vilas works the ball into the onside, and there's a short mid-wicket in place. Salt sends him back. You've got to be lively with the Lancashire captain. He's had his extra Weetabix. He can be pretty sharp between the stumps. He runs hard. You've got to be on your toes. Salt said, get back, skipper. There's no run there. 270 for 4. McAndrew over the wicket, bowls. Velas rocks back and tries to pull. It deflects off something and it disappears down towards Chris Benjamin. Took a good catch to get rid of Stephen Croft. Just that one slip and the gully in place. Like the field though, because there's this short mid-wicket, there's deep square, long leg. Davis had extra cover, point, mid-off and mid-on. Real sense that Warwickshire just trying to tie Lancashire down here. Just get a single, just clipped away towards square leg. Danny Briggs, it is. It's come up from that deep square leg boundary. Vilas moves on to 9, 271 for 4. With one ball left of the 96th over. Salt back on strike, but the field is the same as it was for Vilas. He's looking out towards that building site. That's where he sends the ball. Glance down towards long leg. And then Dolby scoops it up. Salt gets through for a single. And he's on to 15. Yeah. And he's pinched the strike as well, because it's the end of the over. 2 runs off it. 272 for 4. Those clouds look a little threatening up and above the point. Out to the left there, but I don't think we're going to see too much rain today. Don't think the forecast is for any. It was pretty consistent yesterday. In fact, it was the first thing that was said to me when I walked into the ground. It's going to rain today. And it did, to be fair. The gloomy predictions as I drove into the car park were accurate yesterday. It did rain after 4 o'clock. It's bright enough at the minute. This is punched away through the offside by Salt. He'll get 4. It's running up towards the boundary below the Hilton Hotel, just in front of a U Bears flag draped over the metal rail. It's on the up by Salt, forced away through the offside. you Bears fans draped across the flag, which is just in front of the seating below the hotel. Travelling Warwickshire supporters. Good place to come though, isn't it? Hotel on site, especially if you can bag a cheeky upgrade to a pitch facing room. Miles to Salt. It's driven without too much timing to Sam Hain at mid-on. And there is no run. 276 for 4. Seeing that Joe Root for Yorkshire is out, making 75, but ball by Matt Critchley. Yorkshire are 215 for 5 in reply to that Essex total of 403. Miles to Salt. Steered into the offside. Danny Briggs comes up to complete the fielding, and there's no run. Lost a couple of quick wickets of Yorkshire there, including Joe Root. No century for him. Brings out Harry Brook for Yorkshire, as Adam mentioned before. Exciting player. He's in good form, isn't he? He'll be alongside David Malan in that game in Chelmsford. Miles in. It's a short ball. Salt ducking and weaving out the way of that. Through to Burgess, and there is no run. So 215 for 5 Yorkshire in reply to that Essex total of 403 all out. And a reminder for you that Hampshire 204 all out, but not before a century partnership for the last wicket. Fuller and Donald adding 100 runs.
Some great matches across the country in progress at the moment, isn't there? Sounds like a good one down on the south coast in Southampton.
Here's Miles to Salt. That's a ball with an extra bounce. Leans back and drops his hands, Salt, and the ball is into the gloves of the keeper, and he has a little look down the pitch. In fact, they both have come down the pitch. Where does that come from? A wander towards his captain there, Salt, who meets him kind of halfway down.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. It's been an absolute featherbed so far, hasn't it? But very interesting little inspection there by the Lancashire batters.
Mid-wicket's just dropped back. So there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. A slip and a gully. Point, extra cover, mid-off and a mid-on. Miles to Salt. Driven. Cries of catch. Briggs leaping away to his left-hand side. And the ball is on the grass as Briggs put the dive in. Well, that was one bounce into the ground, or whether it was on the fall to Briggs. Suggestion maybe Salt hit it into the ground. There's not too much of a reaction from the Warwickshire players.
I think you're right. There's not been many hands on heads, has there, and sort of pats on backs and that sort of thing that you normally get in the scenario of a drop catch, particularly at that one that went fast to him and wasn't managed to be snaffled, but it may all be academic. Like you say, I think it probably was a bump ball. And we're going to get a change of bowling then. Danny Briggs is coming into the attack.
It's been for the first time, isn't it, since the new ball was taken 17 overs ago.
I think this is a sensible move. It's hard to tell in an air-conditioned commentary box how warm it is out there at the moment, isn't it? But
we see, I'm perched above this hole in the ground where the cables are being passed through, so I get the occasional draft up the trouser leg.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, and it is it's a chilly breeze. It's an unpleasant feeling from time to time.
What's the guy in the crowd that messaged it earlier's name again?
Oh, I'll find it.
As Briggs is round the wicket and McAndrew does the fielding as Villas just defends. Anthony, if you're still listening, drop us another message with, on a scale of, well, I suppose on a scale, we could actually use Celsius, couldn't we? How warm is it out there at the moment, rather than a scale of 1 to 10? As Briggs is round the wicket and it's worked off the bad foot by Villa. Should just be a single, as the fielding is done by Davis out at the 3/4 of the way or so to the boundary, and adds 1 to the score. It looks warm, even though it's quite cloudy. It does look warm out there. But like I say, we're sat behind glass with an air conditioning unit for company, so we're not the best of sort of gauges on that one. Briggs in again, and Salt defends. Hayne does the fielding, so no run there. 277 for 4. Once more Briggs is in. Once more defended by Salt. Just a bit of a lull in play at the moment, isn't there? There was those 3 quick wickets after lunch that sort of brought the fielders to life a little bit, but there seems to be a bit of a lull. Briggs again, and this one off the back foot is fielded at extra cover by Hayne for no run. Difference 38 between the two, with 1 ball to go in the 98th over. Briggs in once more, wearing his sunglasses, and there's a bit more of an expansive drive, and Jake Lintnott manages to do the fielding. There may even have been a chance of a catch there, certainly by the way he's stuck on his knees. Need to see a replay to say for sure. At the end of the 98th over, 277 for 4 is the Lancashire score.
Northampton have lost the 4th wicket. It's all getting a little bit sticky for them against Surrey. Gus Atkinson with the breakthrough for Surrey. So Northampton are 4 down. They're 86 for 4. Still need another 120 just to make Surrey bat again. So the Division 1 leaders in a good position at the Oval. Anthony's been back in touch. Says 18 degrees if you believe the app. Does it feel like it's 18 degrees? That's the key question. Miles to Villas, who's forward in defence, and there's no run. Sun still just this side of the point, but will soon be in the shade.
Oh dear.
You don't want that.
Can you move seats, Anthony, in the tea break? Come and sit round by this big digger. It's quite sunny there.
It's an enormous drill, that, isn't it? I mean, it's a fearsome looking piece of kit, is that?
So that's going to be a hotel. So that is going to be digging a massive hole at some point.
He's Miles in to Villas off the back foot, played into the offside for no run. I think it's a hotel. And there's, Daniel was telling me this, Daniel Gidney was telling me this morning, hotel, and there's going to be like a members restaurant and some seating as well in front of the hotel. The museum will be there, so it's a hotel and more.
I mean, I don't think I've ever been to Old Trafford and there not be building work happening. So I suppose it is sort of par for the course when you come to Manchester that you expect to see a digger or two and a cement mixer.
I think he's hoping that this might be the last piece of redevelopment. Down the leg side by Miles, and I think Villas has got a little thin piece of bat on that. He has. It's gone for 4. Flicked down towards the fine leg boundary. And Villas moves on to 14 now. That's a deficit. Can't be too much. 34 behind at 281 for 4.
I've just spotted the ice cream van as well, which could be dangerous. Could just do with a 99. That tied me over lovely.
Miles in to Villas. It's driven on the bounce back to the bowler.
Although I think it'll have to wait till the tea break, because I don't think I'd be able to nip down there and back in between overs. And I'd feel a bit bad leaving you on your own.
Oh, it'd be fine if you returned with one. That'd be okay. I'd forgive you for that.
Wouldn't make great radio though, would it? Me and you licking ice creams
We had that last year up at Durham, actually, and the cameras caught me and Martin Emerson tucking into an ice cream. Ooh. Switching the microphone off and eating it.
Do you have a flake?
I think he did have a flake, yeah. A little bit of raspberry sauce.
Oh, you're spoiling me.
Miles in, short ball to Villas.
Hundreds and thousands?
No, I don't think so. Just the raspberry sauce and the flake.
Don't want to go over the top, do you?
It was in the one-day match at South Northumberland.
South Northumberland,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It's only like a few miles north of Newcastle, but South Northumberland Cricket Club for the Royal London one-day fixture. Second time Lancashire played there. It's a lovely ground. And just great ice creams.
Well, I'm going to clear my diary for a trip to South Northumberland. I do like a spot of ice cream.
Last ball of the over. Villas waiting, unbeaten on 14. Miles is in. Forward goes Villas in defence. And there is no runs. That completes the over. 281 for 4. And Villas is 14 from 28. Salt is 19 from 31. Live here from Emirates Old Trafford. Rain-free third day of this county championship fixture. Oh, Northants have lost a 5th.
You got very excited then.
Well, keeping an eye on this one. They're still behind it. They could lose by an innings here, Northants. 101 for 5. Still need 106 to make Surrey just bat again. Jamie Overton with a fast in-swinging Yorker, so I'm reading, that's unplayable. And the latest wicket for Surrey against Northants.
Yes, of course, as well as our ball-by-ball commentary, there's also a live text sort of county championship feed as well on the BBC Sport website as a ball is driven for 4 down the ground beautifully by Phil Salt off the bowling of Danny Briggs. Lovely, lovely move into the ball and hits it down the ground. Got the full face of the bat on that and adds 4 runs to the total.
Gave that a bit, didn't he? Hits him pretty hard, Phil Salt.
Stands and waits once more, does the batter. Here comes Briggs, and that's just pulls that one back a little bit, and it's defended into the leg side this time by Salt. Rob Yates doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. Briggs in again. And this one is through the offside. There's a chance. Oh, it just drops over the head of Craig Miles at backward point. There's a chase on now. Alex Davis and Miles running in together. Might be a bit of a relay throw. They decide against it. It's Miles that throws it in. It's good running actually as well by the Lancashire pair, and a good bit of fielding and good bit of work in the deep. 285 for 4 now, the Lancashire score. They trail by 27. Villas is on 14. Phil Salt, with those 3 runs, moves on to 26. Just over half an hour to tea. Briggs is in, and then down the track comes Villas, and that's gone all the way. A beautiful 6 that. Got the full flight of it, just stepped into the shot, freed his hands, moved through the ball and dispatched it over mid-on. A lovely, lovely shot. 6 of the total. 300 in sight now at 294 for 4.
Bit of counter-attacking stuff here from Villas and Salt. Salt's 26 of 34. Villas 20 of 29. That's the type of numbers you'd expect to associate with these two.
How will Briggs respond? He's in again now and rocks back this time, does Villas, and works it into the offside for a single to bring Salt back on strike. 295 for 4.
Probably wanting Salt to be in with Lancashire in front. I think that would have been the ideal kind of situation for them, to have drawn level and to maybe just noose a little bit in front. You want Salt to come in with a bit of licence, I guess.
Briggs in once more, and this time Salt defends. That ends the over. 295 for 4. 100 overs bowled. We're half an hour away from tea here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's the 3rd day of the county championship match between Lancashire and Warwickshire. It's been 3 wickets since lunch, so it's fairly even Stevens, you would say, for this session. But Villas there, the captain, still not out on 21. Phil Salt, the wicket-keeper for Lancashire, alongside him at 26. They trail by 20 at 295 for 4.
Had to just readjust a little bit here because of the way the new ball worked for Warwickshire. Those wickets probably getting Villas and certainly Salt out there maybe a little sooner than Lancashire would have ideally have liked. There'll be another bowling change. The wicketless McAndrew coming into the attack, but he's running hard for his team here. He's put everything into both last night, that spell of short pitch bowling, trying to get the ball in and around the rib cage, under the chin of the batter. He put plenty into it. Didn't get his reward last night. Bowled well today, I think. He's got Villas, 21 not out, slip in the gully. Here he comes, charging in balls to Villas. He wants a single, just dropped up towards mid-off. And you've got to be quick if you're batting with Villas. Salt was alert to that. Little push into the offside, and off he went, Villas, like lightning.
Not the player you want to be with if you've maybe tweaked your hammy, is he? Dame Villas.
No.
He is lightning quick between the wickets.
He's not shy of a run out or two.
Well, we nearly had one earlier, didn't we? I mean, he would have been out by a good couple of metres if that ball from Lintott had hit.
Occupational hazard at times, batting with the captain, I think. This is chipped up towards mid-off. Salt's gone. And McAndrew gets his first wicket. And his teammates will go up to him and give him a big pat on the back. He has worked hard and hard and hard for that last night and today. And he's got his first. And it's Salt just chipping the ball up to mid-off. And he departs for 26. The reaction of Salt, and indeed his captain. I'll tell you, that's a frustrating way to end. But reward for McAndrew, who has kept on running in. And the catch taken by his captain. And Lancashire have lost their fifth wicket. 296 for 5. Salt caught by Rhodes off the bowling of McAndrew for 26.
Simple enough stuff in the end, really, for Warwickshire. McAndrew getting his first wicket since arriving as an overseas player. It was quite a full ball that Salt was trying to work into the offside, but he just chipped it up, and it was catching practice, really, for the Warwickshire skipper. He wasn't dropping that for all the tea in China. Fingers pointing to the sky. Takes it as a big smile on his face, but knows the job's not done yet. Far from it. But with that deficit of still 19, Lancashire are 5 down now. Going to be an interesting 20 minutes or so through till tea. 296 for 5. Dame Villas still being there is the one Warwickshire really want this side of tea, you'd say. And your scrap of paper from somewhere, it's definitely 4 o'clock, is it, T?
That's what I was told. Yeah.
Excellent. So they're going to want to try and knock another one at least over this side of the interval.
George Balderson started the season opening the batting for Lancashire. It's a lot for him to do. He's increasingly becoming an important part of the bowling attack, as well as opening the batting. Only a young man just at the start of his career. He's done really well. He's an impressive guy. And I think with the return of Keaton Jennings, he slots back in Numble alongside Luke Wells at the top, and George has dropped down the order.
It's quite the slide, though, isn't it? From opening down to number 7. First time I've seen him play, so can't really comment, but it's interesting, isn't it?
It's McAndrew to Balderson. It's down the leg side. It's gone through the gloves of Burgess. It's gone for byes, 4 of them, in fact. And that brings up the 300. 300 for 5 to give Lancashire another batting bonus point.
Michael Burgess will be disappointed there. He should probably have cut that one off. No wicketkeeper likes giving away byes, but sort of fell over the ball as he dived for it, really. And with the 300 up, another useful milestone for the Red Rose, isn't it?
On to 6 points from the game so far, Lancashire. Warwickshire have got 4. There's McAndrew to Balderson. He wants a run here. Little glance off the hips. Well stopped down at fine leg. Balderson comes back for 2. Miles doing well. Put the dive in, the bowler there, right down by the boundary rope. Saved what perhaps could have been 4 for Balderson, but 2 for him. He's off the mark with that. 302 for 5.
Good bit of backing up as well from Davis. He put the dive in as that ball was really launched in from Miles. Managed to get his hand on it and sort of palm it round to McAndrew to stop any overthrows.
Short leg in place, 2 slips and a gully. McAndrew in bowls. He's beautifully away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot by Balderson. And the thud as it hits the advertising board takes him on to 6. Lancashire trail by 9 at 306 for 5.
Slightly the wrong line there from McAndrew. The Lancashire batter just merely leaned on it and it flew away to the fence. Don't mind having them first up to settle the nerves, do you, when you're coming in?
Final ball of the over. It's been a real mixed bag, this. The wicket, but then the 4 byes, and then he's quite got the others right. Tumbles over and he's follow through as Balderson just pushes the ball into the onside for no run. Well, he's got his first as McAndrew, his first wicket. 1 for 65 from his 20 overs. 306 for 5. Villas has 22. Balderson is unbeaten on 6. Lancashire trail by 9. Just a fraction over 20 minutes to go before we get to lunch on the 3rd day. Spoke to George Balderson this morning. Managed to just this is for the for Lancs TV for the live stream, and managed to prize him away from an important game of head football. I don't know what they call it, but you basically got the young guys against the older guys, kind of volleyball but with a football.
That sounds dangerous.
Well,
in the morning of a county championship match.
Funny you should mention that.
Here's Briggs round the wicket, and that's defended by Villas. A big shout of no. I feel an anecdote coming on.
Well, there's a great video that was put on Lancashire's Twitter page. It's football tennis, it's called.
Here's Briggs, and this time Villas rocks back and works it into the offside. Should just be a single. Alex Davis doing the fielding. Out on the boundary there, and they trot through for 1.
And on the first day, Matt Parkinson was being interviewed, and in the background, he's doing it just by the edge of where the players are warming up and playing football tennis. And in the background, during the course of Parkinson's interview, you see Rob Jones flying into the net in a brave attempt to try and keep
Briggs into the left-handed Balderson, and that's left alone.
To try and work for the youngsters. And actually, Rob Jones says football tennis is the biggest part of the warm-up. So I was just putting my body on the line for the youngies. The net was the winner though, and he went crashing into the net.
This worked into the legs offside this time by Balderson off the bowling of Briggs for none.
But he was telling me this morning, George Balderson, that the youngsters were 9-0 up. They've won 9 games in a row against the older boys.
And Briggs left alone by Balderson.
No idea whether they made it a magic 10 this morning, but it's highly competitive. He was getting all sorts of stick from his teammates with Balderson for not for speaking to us and not being part of the team.
Last ball of the over then from Briggs. It's just worked into the leg side. No run to end the over. 307 for 5 then. In what feels like the blink of an eye, that deficit has come down to 8 between the two sides. Those few boundaries and that big 6 from Villas has made the scoreboard rattle round to 307 for 5. Lancashire putting their foot down a bit as we head towards tea on this 3rd day. Just over 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, Salt was 26 from 36, 4 fours. Villas is 23 not out from 33. Bags of time left. 44 overs to go still in the day's play. Lancashire almost level. At the minute they've got 5 wickets in hand to try and get beyond that total. It's a deep backward point, there's a deep square leg, there's a long leg, one slip in a gully. It's McAndrew, he's in and bowling to Villas. Leans into it with a risky looking shot which he flicks away through the onside. Underneath mid-wicket, mid-on comes round to complete the fielding. Villas gets a single, he moves to 24. 308 for 5. Brings Balderson back on strike.
Looks a bit brighter out there again now, doesn't it? After lunch it certainly felt darker, but it feels now like the sun's breaking through the cloud above us. Certainly in the section going over towards the far side away from us, the cloud's nowhere near as heavy and as thick as it was 90 minutes or so ago.
McAndrew in and flick away again off the hip from Balderson. He goes scampering through for 1, comes back for a second. Briggs will pick it up in front of the building site. Balderson moves to 8. 310 for 5. McAndrew just scraping his spikes along the popping crease. So in tumble over actually in the last over. He put so much into it, he lost balance and went cartwheeling over. Short mid-wicket in place now. One slip in the gully. He's into Balderson, who just works the ball away into the onside. And there's no run. He played that one shot which was glorious from Balderson, just flicked through mid-wicket for 4 in the last over. Well, that route potentially now blocked because of Sam Hain. There's nobody apart from a fine leg fielder out on the ropes. There's that slip in the gully and then backward point. 3 on the onside and mid off and short extra. Running in from the Anderson end, Balderson waits but onto his toes and playing it safely away into the offside, but for no run.
Bit of a ring field at the moment, isn't it, for Warwickshire? They just seem to maybe want to dry the runs up this side of tee. Obviously keep the man out on the boundary. Give the bowler that's not bowling that over a rest out at fine leg. But apart from that, everyone else, if it was a one-day game, would be inside the 30-yard circle. He's got a slip and a gully, mid-on and mid-off. And everybody else sort of in a big oval.
It's McAndrew bowling, it's full, but it's wide of off stump and it's left.
Although saying that, Briggs is dropping back now to the fence. Maybe to give a bit more protection on that leg side.
Final ball of the over. Again, McAndrew just angles it across Balderson and he ignores it. And through to Burgess. 310 for 5, trailed by 3 with 15 minutes remaining of the afternoon session. Plugged away well, haven't they, Warwickshire here? New balls work for them. Been a good afternoon session for them.
They needed it, didn't they? They didn't necessarily do anything wrong in the morning session. It's just they only managed to get the 1 wicket, so they sort of came out, didn't they, with that purpose, and getting that wicket just after lunch got the adrenaline going, gave them that little boost, and then they got the other 2 bang bang. But it has definitely quietened down a bit since then. It's going to be Briggs bowling left arm round the wicket There's a chance of a catch here. There's going to be a dive. It's going to all just short, though. Villas gets away with it. In fact, Benjamin misses it completely in the end. And Hannon Dobie comes round the back to mop up. A couple more then to the total. 312 for 5. So the difference between the sides is just the 3 runs now. Quarter of an hour to go till tea. There's a man back on the mid-wicket boundary as Briggs is in. This is played to the offside, but there's a mid-off in place. They're going to have a go at the stumps at the wicket-keeper's end, and that was not far away at all. And Balderson knew he was short, but the throw wasn't quite on target, so no damage done. 2 the difference between the sides now, and the field will change for the left-handed Balderson. Looks like Haynes going to come in under the helmet, with Villas at the non-striker's end. So switching to over the wicket is Briggs, and Balderson defends, and Briggs does the fielding off his own bowling. Man catching under the helmet on the leg side. There is a slip in place. Fairly squarish backward point as Briggs comes in, and once more Balderson defends. Extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket. A backward square. So the field has spread a little bit, so they're just giving the spinner a little bit of protection while still trying to attack as Briggs is in once more, and defending once again is Balderson, and Hayne under the helmet does a bit of an acrobatic dive to stop it and throws the ball back to the bowler. Two is the difference between the sides. Briggs again bowls, and that one fizzed a little bit off the pitch to complete the 104th over. Still 2 runs between these two teams. 303 for 5. 13 minutes or so away from tea.
Elsewhere, Yorkshire 255 for 5. Mentioned that Root has gone for 75, but David Milan and Harry Brook have been quite busy. Brook 28 off 27, and Milan 17 not out. So 255 for 5 Yorkshire. So trail by 148. 5 wickets remaining. McAndrew to Villas. Balderson says yes to his captain as he's just nudged off his hip, and they'll come back for 2. Lancashire supporters like that. Good running. Little flick off the hip. Clear yes from his batting partner. His captain obliged. And they rattle through for a couple. And that brings Lancashire level at 315 for 5. Got 5 wickets in hand now, Lancashire, to see how far in front they can get. Villas, potentially crucial to it. Plays a lovely shot through mid-wicket. Alex Davis shifting quickly across the ground to get to it. Villas comes back for 2. Removes his helmet, mops his brow. A little look up towards the scoreboard. It now says Lancashire lead by 2 at 317 for 5. Gloucestershire have made a decent start to their second innings. Must be shell-shocked. What a topsy-turvy game that's been, because Gloucestershire late last night took a load of Hampshire wickets to get themselves into a position where they could bowl Hampshire out and chase down a relatively modest total. McAndrew to Villas, but for no run. And then we saw that ridiculous partnership between Donald and Fuller. 100 runs for the last wicket, and now it's a big whopping target of 350 for Gloucestershire to win the match. 17 without loss. They've just started their second innings. Northants have lost to 6, and they're still behind. 118 for 6. Trail Surrey by 89 runs with 4 wickets remaining. Just got to tea in Essex as well. with Yorkshire 2-5-6 for 5. Runs again for Villas. Picked up by, or stopped by Hayne, but doesn't prevent the run. Score moves on to 3-18 for 5. And the lead moves on to 3. In Division 2, Worcestershire all out for 309. Durham didn't enforce the follow-on. 580 for 60. Claire, they're not opened with Ben Stokes, have they? No. Alex Lees and Sean Dixon. Because Durham lead by 350. I'm tempted to see Ben Stokes go striding out. Anyway, Lees and Dixon have started well and quickly. They're 85 without loss after 11. The lead by 356 runs, Durham against Worcestershire. Andrew to Balderson, going back and cutting the ball away through the offside. Comes back for 2 more. Moves on to 10. And the score to 320 for 5, and the lead to 5 for Lancashire. Leicestershire are 50 for 2 in their second innings, and they trail Glamorgan by 67 runs with 8 wickets remaining in their second innings. And it's not been great weather in Hove, because Sussex and Middlesex have been delayed today. Sussex are 15 for 2 in their second innings. They lead by 49 with 8 wickets remaining, but bad light and now rain hampering play on the south coast. You are up to date with the scores elsewhere. Got 1 ball left of this over. Balderson's up onto his toes and defending, dropping the ball away into the offside, and there is no run. 10 from 19 for George Balderson, 32 from 40 for the Lancashire captain. A productive over that, 7 runs off it. They ran well, George Balderson and Dane Villas. He said something there to make his captain chuckle. See another one from Danny Briggs as we edge towards the tea interval. Briggs 1 for 39. The first wicket of the day actually was Luke Wells driving the ball back towards him, caught by Briggs to his right. Wells wasn't for moving. He must have thought there was a possibility of the ball hitting the ground first, not before he caught it, but actually hitting the ball into the ground and then bouncing up towards Briggs. But the 2 umpires had a brief chat and they said that it was out and Wells had to make way, and that was the first wicket to fall of the day.
Briggs then round the wicket to Villas, who works this one off the back foot. Should just be 1. Davis once again doing the fielding in the deep for Warwickshire, so adds 1 to the score. 3:21 for 5, a lead of 6. Field changes then for the left-handed Balderson. And Briggs switches to left arm over. It's a slightly fuller ball. There was half a chance of a catch there, but I think Hayne, before he realised what had happened, the ball had flown past him, but it was at a catchable height. But it did go at pace off the bat. And it's another 1 to the total, so 3-2-2 for 5. 7 then. Lancashire lead. Once more the field changes as the right-handed Dane Villas is back on strike. Left arm round the wicket, and once again the back foot is the option for Villas, and they just get a single once more, and Davis scampers round on the boundary to pick that one up. 3-2-3 for 5. 8 runs ahead then, the Red Rose. Bit of polishing being done by Briggs. It's the left-handed Balderson on strike. In he comes. This is work through the offside. Good bit of fielding there by Benjamin at mid-wicket to cut that one off. Dom Sibley alongside him as well there. And Briggs again throws the ball a bit fuller this time, And it's defended by Balderson. 2 balls to go in this over. 323 for 5, Lancashire are. They lead by 8. And Briggs in once more. And this time, it's left alone by Balderson. And that's the over complete. 106 overs bowled then. 8 the difference. 323 for 5 is the Lancashire score. 5 minutes to go till the tea break. Dane Villas on 34 looks very, very comfortable indeed, has the Lancashire skipper. I think it's going to be McAndrew to continue from the Anderson end. Just in deep conversation with his skipper, Will Rhodes, or Will Rhodes, I should say. Adjusts his collar. Lots of pointing at the minute going on by Will Rhodes. They're just tweaking the field ever so slightly. Mid on, mid off. Extra cover. Man dropping down to the 3rd boundary. And then a couple in relatively close on the leg side. And then Alex Davis still patrolling the boundary at mid-wicket.
Yeah, a couple of short mid-wickets here as Villas pushes at it. Through to the keeper, there's no run. He's strong there, isn't he, though, Villas? He's got a lot of runs so far through that leg side, that little clip off the pads. Kind of working the ball almost from outside off through that leg side. It's a big boundary, that. They'll feel as though they can get plenty of 2s and perhaps the odd 3. So they've put 2 fielders close in on the leg side, as well as the mid-on and the deep square. So there's potentially trying to block a scoring option for Villas. Flicks one off his toes that was fired in quickly down to Miles at fine leg. And he gets a run. He moves to 35. 3, 2, 4 for 5.
Well, that was unorthodox, wasn't it, really? That was sort of move your left leg out the way, flick it between your legs, and off you hop for a run.
Improvising, the Lancashire captain.
Field changes ever so slightly for the left-hander. I wonder if it was a case of Rhodes and McAndrew wanting to do something a little bit different with getting those 2 sort of very close short mid-wickets in place and get him into the batter's eye line.
McAndrew to Balderson, and leaves it. And through to the keeper, and there's no run.
You know, much more of a what you'd expect sort of traditional field for the left-hander. 2 slips, a gully, couple in the covers, mid on, mid off, a mid-wicket, a fine leg. So I wonder if it was just a bit of mind games from Rhodes, you know. A few minutes to go till tea. Let's get a couple in his eye line, but I don't even think even Will Rhodes would have expected that shot from Villas.
Balderson defends. Way to the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, it's quirky, the Lancashire captain.
They all count. They're all runs in the book. And on the stroke of tea here, which dressing room would you rather be in at the tea interval, Scott? The Lancashire one or the Warwickshire one?
Pretty even, isn't it? I mean, probably the Lancashire one. They've got 5 wickets left. They're in front at the minute. There's McAndrew bowls and through to the keeper, and there is no run. I don't think there's much in it, though.
I agree. I think if you'd have said at lunch to Warwickshire, you can have them 5 down and 9 in front, I think they would have took it.
Aye.
And that's where we find ourselves with 1 ball, you would say, to go till the tea break. I don't know about you, but I am gasping for a cuppa.
Here we go then. McAndrew to complete the session. as Bolson edged it, playing away from his body. That had been a stellar way to sign off for tea for Warwickshire. But umpire Nigel Long says not out. End of the over, and indeed that is tea on the third day. 3:24 for 5, Lancashire. Lead of 9 runs. Warwickshire this afternoon with that second new ball. Roaring back into the game. They've taken some wickets, so they've enjoyed the way that the afternoon progressed. And Balderson and Villas will resume after the tea interval. Lead of 9 at 3:24 for 5.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Briggs 1 for 97 from his 29.3 overs. Starting with a bit of spin after tee. Balderson's on strike now for the first time. Here he is, in and bowling. It's pushed into the onside, and there is no run. So 38 overs, or 39, with 3 balls into this first one to go in this evening session. So quite a bit of cricket to go. Balderson going back, working the ball away into the onside, but for no run. It's a good stop, actually. Sam Hain at short leg. Slip in place as well. Briggs left arm over the wicket. And nicely forward. And that's the first over done then after the tea break. 3-2-5 for 5. Balderson 11. Villas on 36. What a fascinating afternoon that was, and a good one for Warwickshire. Lancashire in the lead by 10, but that new ball worked a treat.
Certainly did. It was just what Warwickshire were hoping would be coming their way, I guess you'd say, after that. They weren't out of it at lunch, definitely not, but they only managed to pick up the 1 wicket, that of Luke Wales in the morning session, but to strike with those 4 wickets between lunch and tea, that new ball just seemed to do a bit more. It just seemed to come out of the hand and just seemed to zip a bit more off the pitch, and the bowlers got their rewards for it. So it was one of those where you sort of sit at tea and you go, look, they're only 10 ahead, we can get a couple more in the first hour of this evening session, and then if it gets darkening and the lights come on, who knows where we're going to be. So it's going to be McAndrew to continue from the Anderson end, and that's hurt the fielder there. Who's that under the...
Sam Hain.
Sam Hain is there. Oh, bit of a kidding the referee in a football match there. It was. It looked like he'd really took a blow to perhaps the side of the shoulder or something, but he was all right. But it was dot in the book. Dane Villas, 36 not out. Facing McAndrew, 1 for 77. McAndrew's figures so far. Here he comes, right arm over, and that's played off the back foot by the South African skipper for Lancashire. Rob Yates does the fielding at backward point, and the score stays 3-2-5 for 5. Balderson at the non-striker's end, he's 11 not out. 10 runs, the difference between the two sides. As we start the evening session on this 3rd day here at Emirates Old Trafford, Adam Pinder-Smith and Scott Reed with you. We'll be back with you tomorrow as well for the final day of this one, as Villas just works forward to try and steal a yard on McAndrew, but I think he saw him coming and just made the line and the length a little bit longer and a little bit straighter, and he could only work it into the leg side for Hain to field. No run. Just checks his guard, does Villas, before taking strike once more. Just crouching low, trying to get a bit of movement into the legs and get the eyes working after the tea break. And this one's played into the offside for no run. Briggs doing the fielding at extra cover.
Good selection of fruit at tea, wasn't there?
There was. I've still got a bit of orange caught in between a couple of teeth at the minute. So
lovely.
I'm going to try and fish that out when you're commentating on the next over, because it's I don't want it to be sort of any inappropriate whistling coming down the microphones. But yes, the cherries were lovely. Had a couple of strawberries, some grapes, and a lovely bit of orange. Yeah, it really did hit the spot. McAndrew in again. This one worked into the leg side, and there'll be runs for Villas here. Just the one of them, though. As it's Davis that does the fielding there. And the field will change now for the left-handed Balderson. With 2 balls to go in this second over after the tea break. Got a bit darker, hasn't it, again?
You've got a toothpick handy. You're just going to get in there with your pen or something.
I'm going to use the lid of my biro.
Oh, lovely. Can't wait to see this.
So if they're listening in the gallery and want to put the camera on in between eyes, you have been warned.
Dear me.
Right arm round then for McAndrew. Here he comes. And this is squared up, and he's got the wicket. Catches the shoulder of the bat of Balderson on the way through. He looks there in disbelief at the umpire, who raises the finger, and he has to trudge off. Just the breakthrough that Warwickshire needed after tea. A slightly fuller ball outside the off stump, and it invited Balderson to play. He does. It flies off the bat, and a good catch there in the slips to dismiss the left-handed batter for Lancashire. He goes for 11. The lead is just 11, and Lancashire now 326 for 6.
Bit of extra bounce from McAndrew. Oh, that flew, didn't it, at Balderson? A good catch. And a terrific roar of celebration from McAndrew.
Yeah, really good catch. Hayne looked like he'd got it wrong initially. He went fingers up in the air and was almost down on his knees when he took it, bending back, but managed to keep it inside his fingers. And just what Warwickshire would have wanted in that second over after tea. To get rid of Balderson, get a new man in. It's going to be Wood. That strides out to the middle to join his skipper. And that is just what Warwickshire wanted. The lead is just 11, with 4 first innings wickets left for Lancashire. If they can keep the lead down to under 50, that's not a bad day's work, really, is it?
Pretty level, isn't it, so far, the game? Interesting how this pitch has played today, actually. There's been a couple that have got a little bit big and a bit of extra bounce. That one was a good delivery from McAndrew. Balderson do his best to try and drop his hands and get out the way of that. Interesting game we've got. There's Briggs. He's left by Villas. And onto that front foot, he's watchful. Allowing it to go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I think they were expecting a bit more spin with the reaction that one got. There was a few oohs and a few ahs from behind the stumps.
Forward in defence goes Villas, playing the ball out towards Sam Hayne. And there is no run. So it's Briggs and McAndrew starting up for Warwickshire after tea. And Villas is forward, plays it back to Briggs, and there's no run. It's this little combination, actually, about this time. Actually, it was a little bit before that, probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock, when these two bowled under kind of lights last night. Tricky spell for Lancashire. Fizzed in a bit quicker from Briggs. Left by Villas.
Yeah, that would have definitely had some more pace to it, didn't he? He's gone quite full as well in this spell after tea. Just trying to put a bit of doubt into Villas's mind.
Left arm around the wicket balls. Villas goes back and cuts the ball. And that's down towards the third man boundary. He gets 4, I think, or maybe just slows up. No, it reaches the boundary rope. McAndrew jogging after it. Just escorting the ball to the rope.
Lovely shot that. Rocks back, opens the face of the bat. Gets it right out the meat, right out the screws, and it flies away. McAndrew knew he was a beaten man from really the second that one left the bat. 4 more to the total. Means the difference now is 15 between the two sides. And Villas looks good for his 41.
41 from 57. 4 falls in that knock so far for Villas.
A massive 6 as well off the bowling of Danny Briggs. That I think ended up in Stratford. Not Stratford. I don't mean Stratford, I mean Salford. And it wasn't that big. That would
have been a big hit.
That would have been.
Last delivery just defended by Dame Villas. And that completes the over. 3:30 for 6. It's a lead of 15 runs with 4 wickets remaining for Lancashire in their first innings. Captain there having a natter towards to Luke Wood. That's the end of the 110th over as well. And the beauty for Warwickshire, the extra bit of celebration, I'm sure, with that wicket of Balderson, was the fact that they've clinched that extra bowling bonus point. Getting to 6 wickets gives them another point. It's the end of the bonus points in the match. 5 for Warwickshire, 6 for Lancashire. Sure, McAndrew celebrated the fact he picked his second wicket, and then they've got another one straight after the break, but securing that point in a division where these things can all get very tight might yet be crucial. McAndrew coming in, bowls another short ball, and Wood gets underneath it. And through to Burgess, and there is no run. So the wickets today of Luke Wells. Caught and bowled by Danny Briggs off his own bowling for 80. And then Josh Bohannon caught Yates, bowled Hannon Dolby for 23. It was a lovely delivery from Hannon Dolby. As Wood plays forward in defence and there's no run. Stephen Croft is caught by Benjamin. It's a terrific catch at the gully from Benjamin, diving away to his right hand side. Miles with the wicket, Croft out for naught. And Keaton Jennings having got himself a century, the first of the summer for him. He's 21st of his first class career. But out for 110, caught by Sam Hain off Hannon Dolby. Run here for Luke Wood. Flicks the ball down towards deep backward square leg. Score moves on to 3-3-1 for 6. And then Phil Salt, 26 off 36. But McAndrew's first wicket for Warwickshire was Phil Salt. Caught at mid-off, chipped it up towards Will Rhodes. And then he picked up his second just after tea, did McAndrew. George Balderson, caught by Sam Hain. He's into Villas. Guides the ball out towards Yates at backward point, and there's no runs. That leaves the Lancashire captain unbeaten on 41, Luke Wood on 1. And Lancashire at 331 for 6. And 16 runs in front. 35 overs left today, so plenty of time if the light holds out. Floodlights are not required at the minute. McAndrew's in to Villas. Up onto his front foot there. Pushing the ball up to mid-on. The captain for Warwickshire Fields. And there's no run. Villas, when he stands like that with his bat on his shoulder, like a sword, stood there with his left hand on his hip, eyeing up the field. Where's he looking for his runs here? Still got these 2 short mid wickets in place, something that was in use in the afternoon session. Sam Hain is shuffling into position. Villas spots something on the pitch and jogs down to flick it away. McAndrew's in. Villas is trying to open up the face of the bat maybe and steer it down towards deep third, but there's no run. It just rolls into the path of Robbie Yates, and that completes the over. And Villas on 41, Wood on 1, at 3-3-1 for 6. And the end of the 111th over of this Lancashire first innings. The problem with, I think, the Dane Villas bat, it was his grip on the handle maybe. Nick Wood scratching around in his crease. Villas is happy now. He solved the problem. Here's Briggs, left arm over the wicket. Stay them end of the ground. Edged and taken, and Wood departs. And Briggs picks up his second wicket, and it's the 7th of the Lancashire innings. 3-3-1 for 7 And Wood, the man out. The edge to first slip. And another wicket for Warwickshire after the tea interval. And Luke Wood's time at the crease comes to an end. Edge and taken at slip. Two umpires are looking skyward because it has got a little bit gloomy throughout the course of the day, but we went off for bad light yesterday before the rain came, so we know that the meter reading that's required has been set already. We're not anywhere near that stage because, of course, the floodlights can come on first before that happens. They were both peering up towards the clouds. Will Rhodes with the catch there at slip. Briggs here with another wicket. In it comes, and Wood going for the drive. The edge taken neatly by the Warwickshire skipper. And that's 3-3-1 for 7. And Tom Bailey is the new batter to join Dane Villas. A lead of 16 runs. Got some runs last week, did Bailey in Southampton. Not much against Hampshire. Made 59. Here's Briggs, left arm around the wicket. Forward goes Bailey. First delivery he faces. He's pushed it back towards Briggs, who's 2 for 101 from his 31.2 overs so far. And Bailey clips the ball to mid-on. Dom Sibley, the unbeaten centurion in the first innings, fields. And there's no run. Briggs off 4 or 5 paces. He's into Bailey, goes off the back foot. And drives into the offside. Rob Yates is at extra cover to field. And there's no run. There's a forward short leg and there's a slip. Briggs in to Bailey. Tries to crunch the ball away, but again can't get it past that fielder, Yates. And again there's no run. Last ball of the over on its way. And Bailey just plays neatly forward in defence. And it's the end of it. So it's a wicket maiden for Danny Briggs. And he's bowled 32 overs now, 7 maidens. Picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 101. That's the end of the over. Villas and Bailey, the 2 batters there. There's the Lancashire card. All the wickets falling today, resuming on 127 without loss. Wells adding 10 runs to his overnight total. Jennings, 110 for him. Bohannon and Croft following quickly after each other. Salt for a quick fire 26. Balderson for 11 from 31. Captain Villas is 41 from 61 balls faced, alongside Tom Bailey. Lancashire looking to try and push as far as they can in front of Warwickshire. The lead at the minute is just the 16 runs with 3 wickets remaining.
Yeah, that felt like a big moment in the game, didn't it? That wicket falling in the previous over. And McAndrew going to continue from the Anderson end. He's bowling to Villas, who may have got a feather on this one. He's trudging off as the Lancashire skipper. It's all falling apart for the Red Rose after tea. 2 quick wickets. Both set batsmen have now gone, including that of the Lancashire captain. The South African has to go for 41. Caught behind. A half volley really, and a good diving catch by Burgess. Manages to take the edge, and Burgess does the rest behind the stumps. 331 for 8 now, Lancashire leading by just 16.
Yeah, 200 for 8, isn't it? Effectively the fall of the wickets that Lancashire have lost today, resuming on 130 without loss. Now 330 for 8. So this is a really good fight back by Warwickshire. That thin edge through to Burgess. It's a low catch in those like enormous wicket-keeping gloves And McAndrew, blimey, he worked so hard last night. He came running in and bowling this feisty spell under the lights and really putting everything he could into claiming his first wickets for Warwickshire. And again this morning, he's got his rewards this afternoon. 3 for 79. That looks an awful lot better, doesn't it, for McAndrew? I think he's deserved the wickets. I think he's bowled well, and Warwickshire, like Lancashire did, they've come back really well.
Yeah, he just seemed more settled, didn't he, after lunch? Found his stride. Just seemed to almost have figured out what his role was going to be today, that more sort of enforcer role. Hannon Dolby was keeping it tight, drying up the runs, but he needed someone to go and sort of rip through the middle order for Lancashire, and he's done that brilliantly as the Australian. So it's going to be Hassan Ali on strike. Two batsmen now in the middle on naught, as McAndrew comes in and bowls him a bouncer. Hassan ducks underneath it, and Burgess starts to go to his left before having to dive to his right to take that one. Good take, actually, as well, from the glovesman for Warwickshire. The game has just sparked back into life again, hasn't it? It was drifting a little bit before tea, but since that interval, those quick wickets, the runs have dried up as well. 16 the difference. Two batsmen now on naught. The captain gone. McAndrew looks to have his tail up as he runs in once more from the Anderson end, and once again he bowls a very, very tight line there that really starts to probe at the stumps for Hassan, who gets forward actually and defends very well.
It was a bit feisty, wasn't it, to Hassan Ali?
Spent most of the day sat up on the balcony watching the rest of his team. That in glorious sunshine. And then he's got a pumped up Aussie running in at him. Here after tea on this third day, and once again Hassan forward and defends into the offside for no run. Two first innings wickets left for Lancashire. They lead by 16. Plenty of time left tonight, and a full day with a bit to add on tomorrow. Hannon Dolby there just having a chat with McAndrew, who's back at the end of his mark now, polishing the ball on his trousers. Decides what he's going to bowl and comes in, and he looks really menacing as he runs in, and that's flicked away into the leg side. Big shout of no comes from the non-striker's end by Bailey. So Hassan Ali sent back. One ball to go in this McAndrew over. He's bowled really, really well in this spell. Really menacing, really threatening. Do you be brave, Will Rhodes, and get another catcher in? Last ball of this McAndrew over. He's in, he bowls it full, and it's well defended by Hassan. But a wicket maiden for the Australian, just what Warwickshire needed to get another one early after tea. 331 for 8 they are. They've got two batsmen now, Lancashire, in the middle on naught. They lead by just 16, two first innings wickets remaining. 331 for 8.
Yeah, it's a good celebration, wasn't it, from McAndrew, from Warwickshire. Plenty of passion in that. The timing of the breakthrough straight after the tea interval, the fact that it secures Warwickshire another bonus point. And now we've got Tom Bailey with a few problems with his spikes, but he has got he's got reward here. I think he's 3 for 79. I think he's a proper reflection of how he's bowled, McAndrew.
Yeah, he's really looked the part, hasn't he?
Briggs will twirl away. And it's Bailey onto that front foot. Ball deflects down to backwards square leg, and there is no run.
Did you happen to scribble down what the score was at tea?
I can find out for you.
Yeah, just wondering how many runs have been added since the tea break. because they've certainly dried up.
They have. Briggs again bringing Bailey forward in defence. And again onto that front foot, pushing it away. 3:24 for 5 was the tea time score.
So 7 runs added since tea.
Briggs trying to squeeze one through Bailey's defence. Into the back foot and pushes out into the offside. No run.
Sort of squirmed.
It did a bit, yes.
It was a bit sort of...
Into Bailey. Into the front foot. There's a tall lad is Bailey. He got right forward there and plays the ball safely into the offside. Briggs to Bailey. Looks to cut. There's a ring of Warwickshire fielders. One of them is Alex Davis. Just forward of point. And there is no run. So it's another maiden that for Briggs. Nice little spell between these two. Appeared to bowl well in combinations. They did last night. They were threatening last night, McAndrew and then Briggs. Then Briggs got hit out the attack a little bit in the end. Just bowled a couple of full tosses and they had to make the change. But he felt the blend was quite nice, and they've started with these two after tea, and it's worked so far for Warwickshire.
Well, 7 runs added since tea. 3:24 for 5 became 3:26 for 6 as McAndrew's in again and Hassan defends when Balderson went, then became 3:31 for 7 with the wicket of Wood, and then the big one really you could say, Villas going with the score on 3:31 for 8. So since tea, Lancashire have lost 3 wickets for 7 runs. So 2 wickets remain in this first innings for the Red Rose, with just 16 between the two teams. And the rest of this session today, which will go into a bit of overtime making up for yesterday, is McAndrew's in once more and bowls a bouncer to Ali, who ducks out the way of it. And then we've got a full day tomorrow. The weather looks good, plus a little bit to make up as well, haven't we, still tomorrow? So Warwickshire will be thinking at the moment if they can just get these two and keep that lead. Well, if they can keep that lead under 30, that would be quite something. McAndrew in again now, and this one is worked into the leg side, but great fielding there by Davis. Turns what might have been a run into a definite no. Although, having said that, how many was put on for the last wicket at the Aegeus earlier?
Put on 100.
That's why we love this game. It's one of the most unpredictable sports around. McAndrew 3 for 79 from his overs so far. This is the 27th he's bowled in the innings, and this one is, oh, half a chance for the diving Will Rhodes at second slip. But it just defeats him, and that edge does fly away to the boundary for Hassan, and he's off the mark. Controlled it quite well in the end, actually, Hassan. .335 for 8, 2 to go in this McAndrew over. Ali on strike, 4 not out. In comes McAndrew, and this one's defended by Hassan off to mid-on for no run. Bailey at the non-striker's end just having a chat with former Lancashire player Alex Davis. Don't think there was anything sinister involved, but
they're good mates. Is it Bailey that got Davies out for naught in the first innings? And I spoke to him at the end of the day's play, and I said, how did you find it? So I just wanted to get it over and done with as quick as I could, bowling to Alex.
McAndrew again takes the edge, and it's gone. A lovely catch at first slip by Yates. Bit of a nothing shot by Ali, really, caught on the crease. Simple enough catch for first slip to take. Lovely delivery that from McAndrew. Fullish of length. He knew the second he left its bat that it was going to be snaffled by Yates at slip. So Ali has to go for 4. Lancashire lead by just 20 with 1 wicket left in the first innings. They're on 335 for 9.
I know that would be viewed as a pretty routine slip catch, wouldn't it? I guess. Coming at a good height and all the rest of it, but he's still going to take the chances, and I think the slip fielding has been excellent. The catching's been great. The Yates catch in the slips, the Benjamin catch in the gully. Smart chances. Fielding's been good, backed up by the work in the slips.
Well, here he comes. A man who's in the side for his bowling predominantly. A real prospect, this guy. Really looking forward to watching play live, watching bowl later on in the match. But Matt Parkinson strides out to the middle at number 11 to join Tom Bailey. So once again, both players are on naught. That was the end of the McAndrew over, so it'll be Briggs from this Statham end to send down the next delivery, and it'll be Bailey on strike. 335 for 9. You're listening to ball-by-ball commentary of Lancashire against Warwickshire in the first division of the county championship. It's the third day, or into the evening session. Adam Pinder-Smith and Scott Reed with you here at Old Trafford as Briggs round the wicket comes in now and bowls, and that's worked into the leg side by Bailey. They'll trot through for a single. Dom Sibley at long on does the fielding. 1 more to the total then. 336 for 9. 21 in front of the Red Rose. Got 6 bonus points so far to Warwickshire's 5. And Parkinson then on strike for the first time. Briggs is in and Parkinson works it to the offside. He's got a mid on, a mid off, an extra cover. A backward point, like 2 in the covers, and a mid wicket and a sort of fairly squarish square leg. And a man in at slip as well. Obviously Burgess up to the stumps to the spinner Briggs, who's in now, and that one's left alone by Parkinson, so it goes through to Burgess for no run. Figures so far in the innings of 2 for 102 for Briggs. Lancashire with this final first innings wicket remaining. As Jake Linder, the 12th man for Warwickshire, runs out with a helmet that Rob Yates is going to pop on. So you can expect he's going to go and join Sam Hain in catching close, I suspect on the offside. It's Parkinson on strike, currently on naught. In comes Briggs round the wicket, and this is worked through the offside by Parkinson for no run. Davis does the fielding, scuttling round from the covers to cut off the run. So 2 close catching on either side of the bat for Briggs, who's in once more now to Parkinson. 1 on the off and 1 on the leg side, and that just hops up to the offside, but no chance of a catch and another dot in the book. 336 for 9. He's also got a slip. And pretty much a ring field, really. Briggs just pauses for a moment, just changes the field. It goes out for the last ball of the over, but I don't think Parkinson's will attack. He's going to try and sneak a single. He will. And Davis does the fielding. So Parkinson will get off the mark and keep the strike in the next over. Just the 1 from it in that over. 337 for 9, the Lancashire score. They're 22 ahead. as we creep round towards 5 o'clock. Both batsmen are currently sat there on 1. And McAndrew's going to continue from the Anderson end. Dom Sibley dropping back to 3rd. Parkinson, as I say, keeps the strike, so he'll be facing this first ball, the number 11, from the Australian McAndrew. He's got 2 slips, a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, a fine leg, and Dom Sibley back on the 3rd boundary. McAndrew just taking a moment just to think about what he's going to bowl. He polishes the ball and starts his run up now. Parkinson on strike. Here comes McAndrew, and a play and a miss from the Lancashire spinner. Just has a little walk towards square leg for a second just to collect his thoughts. McAndrew heading back to his mark now. Contemplating what he's going to bowl. Will he go short? Will he go full? Might there be a double bluff and potentially go for a slower ball? Here he comes now, does the Australian. He's in, he's bowled, and it is the slower ball. But it's a slower ball bouncer, which Parkinson ducks out the way. So the score stays on 337 for 9.
Wouldn't it be quite nice if he finished off with a 5-foot here? You know, having worked so hard for all his for his first wicket, having put so much into it. It'd be quite nice for him if he could wrap it up and he gets the 5th wicket. Oh, his 5th wicket.
Yes, that would be a lovely moment on his Warwickshire debut.
Exactly, yeah.
He certainly looks like he belongs anyway. Does the right armour, and he comes now. This is clubbed into the leg side for no run by Parkinson. So another dot in the book. ...28 years old, I should say, Nathan McAndrew.
Not played too much first-class cricket, has he?
No, just played a bit in the Big Bash. From New South Wales is McAndrew. And a play and a miss once more from Parkinson. That one sails through to Burgess, the keeper.
So he's played Sheffield Shield cricket, I presume?
Yeah, so he played a couple of seasons for New South Wales before moving to Adelaide, to South Australia. Only played 12 first-class matches, though. Certainly looks the part. Certainly has since lunch. He really has found his stride. He's in once more to Parkinson, and there's a chance of a catch. They're not going to make the catch. It falls just short of a sprawling mid-off fielder, which is Danny Briggs. And they scamper through for 1. So Bailey on strike now at a 338 for 9, 23 ahead.
Sorry, Adam, some nice quotes from him here. He says, coming over to England to play in the county championship is something that many cricketers around the world aspire to do. To get the chance to represent the county champions is an unbelievable opportunity. What a debut. 4 for 84. Can you get a 5-fer?
Last ball of this over. It's Bailey on strike. Tucks him up, does McAndrew. So a dot to finish the 117th over. 338 for 9 Lancashire are. McAndrew still 4 for 84. So like you say, 1 away from a 5-fer on his debut. He'll be tapping Will Rhodes on the shoulder and saying, I'll have another one from that end, Skip, don't you worry.
Available for up to 10 county championship fixtures starting of course here in Manchester, and he's also registered to play for the T20 Blast. I'm reading this from the Crick Info website. So could play in the Blast as well.
I'd be amazed if he doesn't. I mean, obviously they've got Carlos Brathwaite coming in as one of the overseas players for the Blast, and will be captaining the the T20 side this year, but I think they'll want him in the 11.
There's Briggs in and bowling forward because Parkinson in defence and there's no run. That could be good fun, couldn't it? Watching a bit of Brathwaite in the blast.
Well, I took my daughter to Edgbaston last year on what I think was the hottest day I've ever experienced.
There's Briggs in. It's hit back down the ground by Parkinson, no run.
And she wasn't really feeling it until Carlos strolled out to the middle. At which point, her eyes lit up like a Christmas tree as he dispatched the first 2 balls well over the boundary.
Don't mess about, is he? That's forced away by Parkinson through the offside. He's managed to get in between a couple of Warwickshire bodies there. He come charging back for 2 as well. The latter being Alex Davis, who's at extra cover. Parkinson moves to 4. 340 for 9.
Lovely bloke as well, Carlos Brathwaite.
Briggs in. Oh, Parkinson getting forward, not a million miles away. I think that's Rob Yates under the helmet. Silly point. Too far away from him, low down to his right-hand side.
Yeah, met him for the first time last year, Carlos Brathwaite. Lovely bloke. Can't wait to have him back at Edgbaston. A really good signing, actually.
Briggs to Parkinson. That's worked out to mid-wicket. And Chris Benjamin fields, and there is no run.
Was talking to him about his infamous stint on Test Match Special with the shipping forecast during the West Indies series.
Briggs to Parkinson, forward in defence. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. 340 for 9, lead of 29.
Very, very funny clip of Carlos Brathwaite reading the shipping forecast. I'm sure you'll be able to find it somewhere on the Test Match Special section of social media.
Just get everybody excited, doesn't it, the prospect of the shipping forecast. It would be a very, very exciting thing to do, mind you, to introduce the shipping forecast.
Thames high. That's about as much as I can do, I must say. I'm not a massive Radio 4 listener, I have to admit. So the shipping forecast is not quite necessarily on my radar. We're also living in landlocked Staffordshire as well. We don't really have much of a need for it. Can McAndrew get his fifer then? It's Bailey on strike. In he comes from the Anderson end. It's worked into the leg side. They'll move through for a single. So Bailey gets up to the non-strikers end. That one had a bit of venom in it, actually, from McAndrew. 1 more to the scoreboard. 341 for 9. Bailey on 2. I suppose parts of Lancashire need the shipping forecast a bit more than we do in the West Midlands. Someone's off on their holidays if you're watching the web stream. Coming out of Manchester Airport.
Well, they got through security all right.
Let's not even go there. My brother's just come back from Germany. That's all I can say on the matter. McAndrew in again. There could be a chance. Oh, diving catch. Just put down, I think it carried as well. Certainly by the look on Davis's face, it did.
Has that come back and hit him on the nose? I hope he's okay. Oh, yes, it has. It's caught him on just at the side of his mouth, actually. How are you doing now? You're all right. You're not lost any teeth.
Ollie Hannon-Dolby first on the scene as first aider. He's going to have to trot off because there's definitely blood coming from his lip, possibly. Might be his cheek.
I think it's his lip. Yeah.
So the subfielder will come on. It's been Jake Lintott all afternoon, so I suspect it will be him again. Yep, on he trudges now. Whilst Davis goes and gets that one seen to. It's going to be McAndrew again then. This time Parkinson's on strike. In comes McAndrew. It's forward and defended by Parkinson. 26 ahead Lancashire are, with 1 first innings wicket remaining.
Yeah, 127 without loss when play resumed this morning. 341 for 9. 26 in front. Lost a session yesterday. 30, I think it was 35 overs that was due to be bowled yesterday.
McAndrew once more. Parkinson defends. No run.
A lot of time taken out of the game. Warwickshire have fought back superbly this afternoon. Two good teams. I felt watching Lancashire last week in Southampton against Hampshire. That game was kind of back and forth. It was one team was on top, the other one come back. It looked like two good sides that don't want to give up anything to the other. We're surprised to see all these sides involved in it in September.
Once again, Parkinson forward and defending to McAndrew. He's looked solid so far as the Lancashire number 11. Doing a bit of gardening there now. Bailey very much camped on his bat at the non-striker's end on the edge of the popping crease.
I think if he's actually had a bat this season, I'm not so sure he has. First game at Kent he played, but Lancashire made 500 and plenty. Oh no, he did. He came out in a little go. 15 not out in Canterbury.
Well, Lancashire would love 15 from him here. If he can stick it out a bit longer, he's in again. It's played back and it actually hits McAndrew in the follow-through before a bit of fielding done by Danny Briggs at a fairly squarish mid-on, and that ends the McAndrew over. Just the one run from it, so they're 26 ahead now. Lancashire, they are on 341 for 9. Parkinson on 4, Bailey on 2.
Didn't need to bat in the game against Gloucestershire here. Lancashire declaring on 5-5-6 for 7. Didn't play last week in Southampton. Bailey got runs last week. He's 2 not out at the minute. 59 for Lancashire in a very handy partnership actually with Phil Salt. Wasn't much in that. Hampshire made 246, Lancashire made 240. Not much between the two teams at the minute, just 26 runs. Briggs is in and bowls. It's left by Bailey. And there's no run. The floodlights are flickering on. Umpire Graham Lloyd there, just looking up to the floodlight pylons. Briggs comes in and bowls forward goes Bailey. Rolls up to Rob Yates, who comes up from extra cover to field. Scoops up the ball, hands it back to Briggs. 2 wickets for him. Can he wrap it up? Bailey's on strike. And he gets a run, just worked through mid-on. Slowly tickles along the ground towards Dom Sibley. Bailey moves to 3. Lancashire to 342 for 9. And that's at 90 at 27 in front. Parkinson has a bit of extra company around the bat. Cries of catch as that comes off something and loops out towards the right of Sam Hain at a forward short leg, so it lands safe.
I think they can get another catcher in here.
And he's Briggs to Parkinson. He's on the front foot defending it, fielded by Briggs off his own bowling, and again there's no run.
I think extra cover can come into second slip. I can't see Parkinson crashing one through the offside here. Might be famous last words, but
Briggs to Parkinson, that's hit back down the ground, gathered by Briggs off his own bowling, and no run. End of the over. 3-4-2 for 9. With Parkinson 4, Bailey on 3. Lead of 27 runs. We've got 36 overs left today. Just vanished off the scoreboard for a second there, but no, 26 overs left today.
So a couple of hours or so's cricket left.
If the light holds out.
If the light holds. It's going to be 7 o'clock, you'd say. We'll be done here today, and we'll be back tomorrow for what should be a cracking 4th day.
Could be intriguing, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Just worried that time we've lost in the match, maybe he's reducing the prospect of something developing on the 4th day, but
Well, did you say 26 to go today?
Yep.
So you'd lose 2 for the changeover. So there could be a decent chunk still to do tonight. There's been a change of bowling. It's Miles now from the Anderson end, and the first ball is defended by Bailey off the front foot. So McAndrew isn't going to get a chance to have his 5 for as things stand. He'll not be having a change of ends, of course. He might fancy a go from the Statham end, but from the James Anderson end at the moment is Craig Miles. James Anderson, incidentally, who's been at Burnley today, watching the football.
Yes, I believe so. Can't beat the Clarets.
They did. Miles in again, and that's a lovely shot by Bailey. Timed perfectly for extra cover. Flew off the square, skated away past Will Rhodes for 4. Lovely shot that there by the right-hander. Really nice. Beautifully timed. Threaded it between the fielders. And the score moves on to 346 for 9.
50 for Harry Brook for Yorkshire, and also a 50 for David Milan as well. Yorkshire 336 for 5. In reply to an Essex total of 403.
How will Miles respond? He's in again now. And a similar shot actually this time from Bailey, but doesn't time it anywhere near as well as the previous one, so it's cut off by Rhodes. There's someone who's gone completely off the Test match radar, isn't it? David Milan. Obviously played in the 5 Ashes matches. Didn't get picked for the Caribbean. Someone whose name isn't really doing the rounds. Be interesting to see if Ben Stokes wants that bit of experience, but you would think that Root would bat at 3 in that first Test at Lords.
Well, he's in good form. He's had a few 50s this year as Milan.
Miles in again, and this worked into the leg side. There'll be runs here again for Bailey. Just the one, I think. Yep. Davis does the fielding. So 347 for 9 the score moves on to.
In fact, that's his 4th 50 in his last 6 innings.
Well, Ben Stokes said in his press conference when he was unveiled as England captain in the week that he wants to bat at 6 in the Test match side. So you would think probably that means Bairstow at 5. So it's whether they want to go with Lawrence and Root at 3. Miles in again. Fuller ball driven hard by Parkinson, but only back to Miles for no run. And I think the biggest conundrum for them actually is the openers. Does Crawley open? Potentially. Got 100 in the Caribbean. Does Alex Lees, after 3 Test matches, keep his place? Didn't do anything wrong, but didn't exactly set the world on fire. And then with the bowling, well, you assume Broad and Anderson are going to come back in, and both of them for the first Test. Miles in again, and this is a beautiful shot by Parkinson. That'll fly away for 4. In fact, it's cut off actually by Sibley at 3rd. So just the one to end the over. 348 for 9. Parkinson on 5 from 26 balls. Bailey alongside him with the 8 off 21. So the difference currently is 33 runs. Lancashire have 1 first innings wicket remaining. 6 bonus points so far for the Red Rose. 5 for the Bears. It's going to be Danny Briggs to continue from the Statham end.
2, Matt Parkinson. He plays 4 in defence and there is no run.
Is Parkinson ready for Test cricket?
Well, I think if it's... I don't think if he doesn't get picked this summer, I think we might as well pack up and go home. Briggs in too, Parkinson. He's playing into the offside for no run. Can't believe he's not yet made his debut.
Well, he was in the squad for the Caribbean, wasn't he?
He was.
And carried the drinks for most of that.
Yeah, he enjoys doing that. This is Parkinson playing a The forward push into the offside for no run.
I mean, you've seen him a lot more, and indeed live, than I've only ever seen him on TV, so it's never quite as easy to pass judgment on a player without seeing them in.
Forward in defence.
Without actually seeing them in the flesh, but it would be interesting to see where they go with the spin options, won't it? There's obviously Jack Leach, there's Dom Best.
Briggs in, Finsden a bit quicker. Parkinson goes back and leaves. Straight to the keeper, and there's no run.
I like the look of Moriarty at Surrey, but he doesn't seem to be playing. They're going down other options. There's obviously Matt Parkinson here.
Briggs in to Parkinson. That's worked out into the onside. And it's gathered by Alex Davis. It's the end of the over. 3:48 for 9. Lead by 33.
And there is someone else whose name we should probably whisper quietly, because he's currently in the IPL. And that's Liam Livingston. Which I think, with Stokes saying he wants to bat at 6, potentially rules Livingston out. Obviously there's the whole, well, he hasn't played any red ball cricket issue as well, but you would think if Stokes said he wanted to bat up the order, that potentially they could get a Livingston type player in at number 6, because I can't see Bairstow keeping at 5. As Miles continues from the Anderson end, a play and a miss by Bailey, and you would think Folkes is going to keep the gloves. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but you would think that they'll want to at least start the summer with Folkes. And I can't see Bairstow going down to number 7, having made runs in Australia and the Caribbean in the top 6. And then you throw in an Ollie Pope. You throw in a Josh Mahanath. You throw in a James Vince. Made runs so far this year. Miles in again, and this has worked into the leg side. Just the one, though. So it'll be Parkinson on strike. It's Benjamin that does the fielding.
How about Harry Brook?
I don't think this early in the summer. I don't think he's quite done enough yet.
He's had 7 first-class innings so far and has reached at least 50 in all of them. He's having a pretty good season, is Harry Brook. For Yorkshire. I think he's still going. Yeah, Yorkshire just 5 down, 3:49 for 5.
Parkinson on strike, Miles in again, and this is appeal for leg before, which the umpire doesn't seem that interested in. I think it was an appeal more in hope than anything else. The slips were half-hearted at best, and then Burgess joined in, so not out is the decision, and Parkinson lives to fight another day.
Wasn't a full throttle appeal, that was it, really?
No, it wasn't a, we've trapped the number 11 on the crease, come on, get us in, we want to get our pads on type appeal, was it? It was a sort of, we probably should go up because it's number 11 type appeal. So that first squad, when it gets announced, will be interesting. Miles in again to Parkinson. Played back down the line for no run.
Got to get a head coach first.
Well, I can't see a head coach and a chairman of selectors being in place ready to roll by the time that first squad is announced. So I think it will be more of a Stokes and Rob Key pick. But we shall see. We've not even talked about the bowling yet. Here's Miles, in again. This is worked out by Parkinson. He really had to dig that one out from under his off stump. He does play it from under his nose, and Halland Doby does the fielding. Polishes the ball. There's the right arm bowler. Deep in conversation with Craig Miles as Ollie Halland Doby. He's had a good day today as the tall Yorkshireman, happily exiled in the West Midlands. Miles in again to complete the 123rd over. Parkinson plays this one through the offside. Lovely shot that. That'll fly away for 4. Danny Briggs wasn't cutting that one off as the ball crashes into the advertising hoardings. So 4 to end the 123rd over. It means that the score is 353 for 9. So just the 1 wicket Warwickshire need to take to end this Lancashire first innings. Still plenty of time left today. They lead by 38 and a full day tomorrow as well. The floodlights are on here at Old Trafford. Parkinson and Bailey both on 9 not out. I think Danny Briggs is going to continue. He seems to be trudging over towards the umpire. Yes, he is. He hands his cap to the umpire, Graham Lloyd. Here comes Briggs, round the wicket. Bailey on strike, forward and defends. Yates does the fielding for no run. Slip in, silly point. Mid on, mid off, extra cover. Mid wicket. As Briggs is in again in a forward defence. Backward point and a deep extra cover really. And a long on the leg side. Still 22 overs to go after this one here tonight. So it's going to be a late finish in Manchester. Briggs in again, and lovely shot that, but just for the 1 by Bailey. He really did throw the kitchen sink at that. And Miles with the fielding out, sweeping on that offside to make sure it didn't go for any more than just the 1. Briggs just tweaking his field ever so slightly. He's brought in 2 catches now, 1 on both sides, and he's round the wicket once more to Parkinson. And Yates had half a chance of potentially catching that one, but just evaded him to the right-hand side for no run. So the score stays on 354 for 9, in front by 39. Here's Briggs. Left alone this one by Parkinson. A good leave as well.
Lovely shot before, wasn't it, from Parkinson for 4?
Really did time that one well, didn't he? Skated away.
Bet he enjoyed that.
Oh, yes. Last ball of this Briggs over is bowled. And a play and a miss by the Lancashire number 11. Burgess even takes the bails off for good measure, but he was well inside his crease. So 39 ahead Lancashire are. 124 overs they've batted in this first innings. They're on 354 for 9.
Clouds are gathering, but they don't look massively threatening, but enough for the lights to flicker on. And that strong breeze that we've had in previous days and games is not quite here today, so they're just kind of sat above us, the clouds. Matt Parkinson and Tom Bailey in conversation. They'll be enjoying this. Bailey, good bat. He's consistently contributing with runs for Lancashire. And here's Miles bouncing his way in from the Anderson end. That's defended by Bailey back down the pitch. And there is no run. Remains on 10. Umpire Nigel Long. A very fetching Capel. Looking out towards the building site. Hands buried deep in his pockets. Bailey twirling his bat around. Miles wandering back to his mark. 1 for 82 for Craig Miles. Bailey defends to mid-off, where Hannon Dolby fields. And there is no run. Two slips. There's a point. There's a deep extra cover. Third man. Mid off, mid on. Deep backward square and fine leg. It's a short ball from Miles. bit extra in that. There's Bailey ducking underneath it. And there's no run. Gloucestershire have lost 2 wickets. They've started their second innings in this bizarre game in Southampton, where Hampshire were well behind and now are well on top. They're 66 for 2. They still need a further 302 runs to win. Hampshire need 8 more wickets for what would be a remarkable victory from where they were. Bailey up onto his back foot there and muscling the ball away through the onside. And moving to 11. Score 3-5-5 for 9. Yorkshire still 42 behind in Chelmsford at 361 for 5. But Milan and Brook are batting nicely. Brook 74 not out from 70. Milan 63 not out. And the end is almost there for Northamptonshire, taking on Surrey this week. Miles to Parkinson down the leg side. There goes Burgess tumbling a roll or two to his left, and there's no run. Northants are 192 for 8, and they're still behind. They're 15 runs behind. Surrey made 401. Northants 194 all out and 192 for 8. And scores in Division 1. 3 games in Division 2. They're eventually playing in Hove. They've had lots of poor weather around there, bad light and rain. Miles to Parkinson. Again taken down the leg side by Burgess, and there's no run. End of the over. 3-5-5 for 9. It's a lead of 40 for Lancashire. So the Division 2 scores: Leicestershire 101 for 3. They trail Glamorgan by 16 runs with 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. Hassan Azad has got 55 and not out 55. A Leicestershire opener. Watched a little bit of him the other year. Looks an exciting player. Sussex lead Middlesex by 146 runs with 8 wickets left. There's Briggs to Bailey. Deflects down towards short fine leg, and there's no run. Allsop's got 52 for Sussex. So lead by 150 with 8 wickets left. Bailey eases this one up towards mid-off where there's no run. And Worcestershire and Durham are playing each other. Worcestershire, so Durham came out to bat again. They had the chance to enforce the follow-on. They didn't. Came out to bat. Briggs is in. Bailey's forward and defending. Alex Lees and Sean Dixon came out to open the batting. Lee's got 60 off 56, and Sean Dixon 105 off 73 balls with 8 fours. Briggs in, Bailey on the front foot, ball deflects into the onside, there's no run. So 170 for 1 declared. And now Worcestershire are 44 for 2. Chris Rushworth with the 2 wickets. She's cut by Bailey off the back foot. There is a bit of protection in the deep, in the shape of Miles. Bailey gets a single. He moves on to 12. 3-5-6 for 9. So Worcestershire 44 for 2. Well, they still need, in theory, 398 runs to win. Durham are on the hunt for 8 more wickets for a victory at New Road. Here's Briggs bowling. Parkinson playing it into the offside, and Yates is there to stop it at silly point, and there's no run. And that over chalked off. Oh, there's a meter reading taking place. Oh, heck. Umpire Graham Lloyd is delicately placing the meter on the stumps. It's a very brief meter reading, but he's taken a look and everything's okay. We went off for bad light yesterday, so there's that level of light in which we can play on until it gets beyond that, and we're okay. Floodlights are on, and here's Miles. Bailey's waiting. 2 slips behind him. He's jumping back into his crease and easing it up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by McAndrew. And there is no run. Bowling from the Anderson end, the pavilion end. There's a few spectators on the very top level of that pavilion. The executive boxes are. She's short muscled away for 4. Absolutely rattled its way towards the boundary. 4 runs for Bailey. The bowling of Miles. Leans back and hammers it away off the back foot out towards that deep mid-wicket boundary. Lancashire move on to 360 for 9. Bailey moves on to 16. The lead now is 45. It's a fair old hit from Bailey. The Lancashire supporters enjoyed that. Don't think Craig Miles did. He's in again to Bailey. He's forcing this one away through the offside for a single. 361 for 9. Lead pushed up to 46 now.
Yeah, that gap's starting to get a little bit too big, I would say, for Warwickshire's liking. I'd quite like to polish off this last wicket, even if it's going to mean a tricky session under lights through to the close. Floodlights certainly taking effect now, aren't they?
Yep, just a little meter reading from the umpire, actually. Must be a little gloomy, but I mean, we played in much darker conditions last night, so I think there's still a bit of deterioration to go before we are reaching that stage. As Miles is into Parkinson, trying to flick it away through the onside. That catches him somewhere on perhaps the thigh pad. He's just rubbing his left hip. And rehearses that little shot which he tried to play, that little guide away through mid-wicket. Northampton 9 down, so Surrey are on the brink of a win. Inside 3 days, 192 for 9. Northamptonshire still behind in the game. It's on the runs to make Surrey just bat again. Miles to Parkinson. It's a shot-looking delivery. And gets out of the way of that, Parkinson. A little conference here behind Matt Parkinson because Will Rhodes has come across from Lake Gully. It's 2 slips. They're all 4 of them are having a bit of a natter. Yates at first slip and Sam Hain at second. Watching Parkinson settle back into his crease. Final ball of the over coming up. There's a deep point and there's a deep mid-wicket. Actually, it's more deep square. Short again from Miles, but too high, and Parkinson doesn't really need to duck under it, in truth. End of the over, the lead of 46 at 361 for 9. Lancashire here at Emirates Old Trafford. We're going to see Briggs continuing.
It's a bit of a sense of Warwickshire just waiting for something to happen at the moment, isn't there? Certainly would have liked to have seen McAndrew have another go. But it's Briggs that it's going to be. And it's Bailey on 17. He's on strike. Here comes Briggs round the wicket. And Bailey is forward and defends. 361 for 9 then. Lancashire nearly 50 ahead, 46 the difference between the two teams. Briggs in once more. Slightly fuller ball that's worked away from the leg stump by Bailey. Benjamin does the fielding. Briggs comes in now, and once more Bailey defends. Yates, or is that Hayne? That's Hayne under the helmet. That's silly point. Rob Yates at extra cover. Another dot in the book this time. I've not seen Davis come back on yet, have you? Whilst I can see Jake Lintott's still down there, so they're...
I haven't, no.
Still potentially patching up the opener. And there's Briggs in once more, and once again Bailey defends.
We have the first victory of this round of LV County Championship games. The first result is in.
And Briggs plays one onto the leg stump, and it's just worked into the leg side that by Bailey. That completes the over. A maiden. So 46 the lead remains. 361 for 9. Parkinson and Bailey, the not out batsman. Parkinson 9, Bailey on 17. And it looks like we've got a change in bowling, Scott.
Surrey have beaten Northamptonshire by an innings and 5 runs at the Oval. Northants out for 194 and 202. Surrey batting just the once, making 401. So Surrey coming into this match top of Division 1. And they will remain top of Division 1. A big win for Surrey, beating Northants at the Oval. And that change in bowling is a return for Oliver Hannon-Dolby. 3 for 33. Warwickshire will be eager to get this all wrapped up. They're going to face a little tricky spell, mind you, under the lights when they come out to have a bat. The minute would be 15 overs, wouldn't it, if a wicket fell in this particular one from Hannon-Dolby. Here he comes back into Parkinson. It's flicked away towards square leg where Chris Benjamin fields.
Bit of a loosener of that one from Hannon-Dolby. Just straight onto leg stump. And Parkinson tried to swat it away to the boundary, but was fielded at square leg there by Benjamin. I still can't see Davis on the field.
No, I can't either.
So that's one to keep an eye on.
And Dolby in to Parkinson. It's flicked away towards square leg. Again, there's no run.
Would there be any penalty at the moment for, you know, if a wicket fell now, would Davis be able to open the innings with the sort of injury it was and how long he's been off the field? I'm not sure. I mean, they've got Rob Yates who can come and open with Don Sibley. It's not a disaster for Warwickshire, but you don't want to be sitting on a pair for too long, really, do you? Particularly when it's at Old Trafford.
Not against your old mates, no.
No.
And then Dolby balls again to Parkinson. And he's gone, LBW. And then Dolby returns to the attack, picks up his third wicket and wraps up the Lancashire innings. Parkinson the last to fall for 9. LBW, so Lancashire all out for 361. It's a lead of 46 runs. And Hannon-Dolby gets the innings all wrapped up. Tap on the back from McAndrew. He's bowled well, McAndrew. He's got 4 for here at Emirates Old Trafford on his debut. It's not great conditions. The light isn't great, so I reckon the umpires might just have a little sneaky look at this before we disappear. But I think there's going to be 15 overs left in the day for Warwickshire. But the lights are on. They've fought back well, I think, Warwickshire today.
To say where they were at lunch,
Yeah.
where they were, you know, by no means miles behind the game, but they only had that 1 wicket, so to get 9 in 1 and a bit sessions is not a bad return at all for Warwickshire. They'll be very happy with that. Some really good bowling as well from Hannon Dolby, from McAndrew, well supported by Briggs, although perhaps a touch expensive, and Miles. But that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to get that first innings of Lancashire closed, and although it's going to be a tricky 15 overs or so, providing the light's okay, you would say that they would want to get batting, and get batting tonight. We'll have to keep an eye on whether Alex Davis comes out to bat with Dom Sibley, or whether it'll be someone like Rob Yates. But Lancashire made a good fist of that, 361 all out.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
So the Lancashire players in a little huddle. The umpires are wandering out. The two batters are there. The ground staff are still doing their thing. And we've got 15 overs left today. See how many we get in. We can see, not quite pick it out there on the screen, but from our elevated position in the commentary box, can see shadows being cast from the players. It's because of the floodlights, so they're having an effect, and you have that quirky situation where you end up having natural light not being the dominant light and all that malarkey. So we'll see if we get these 15 overs in. Alex Davis will be desperate for runs. Naught in the first innings. A few stretches from Hassan Ali, who'll be tearing in at some point. And Thomas Sibley, not out batsman. The roller's making its way off. There was a game last year? It was last year, I think. No, it was 2020. It's 2 years ago, when I was on the roller, starting the live stream. They sat me on the roller and it went reversing off the outfield while I was speaking to the camera. It was very exciting. It was one of the highlights of the season. Being on the heavy roller. It was lovely. Enjoyed it. Anyway, that's making its way off.
It doesn't really look like a passenger seat.
No, I just kind of perched on it. I don't think it was really massively health and safety approved, but
being broadcast around the world to millions.
Give it a whirl. Right then, Tom Bailey to Alex Davis. Davis playing a forward little press, and he's kind of half pushing forward, and he's desperate for a run, and he definitely doesn't want to get out to his mate again.
No, he is desperate to get off that pair. Good on him though for taking the first ball. You could have quite easily said to the guy who made 140 odd in the first innings, go on Dom, you have the first ball, I'll sit on my bat at the non-striker's end.
Well, there are 3 slips in the gully. He might be getting a bit as well. There's Bailey in too, Davis. It'll push away into the offside. Up comes Bohannon to field. Davis walks away towards square leg. I know his mum and dad, and I don't know whether they'll be here or they'll be... If they're not here, they'll definitely be watching. They'll have a... His mum will. A few butterflies in the stomach. Waiting to see if Alex can get himself a first run on his return to Emirates Old Trafford. Bailey from the Anderson end. Back in bowls. That's punched up to mid-on. That's a great stop from Parkinson. To, again, deny a run. Alex with a smile on his face.
He's getting plenty from the slips, isn't he? I mean, that was a fabulous stop. It deserved the twizzle of the cap.
He did.
That Parkinson gave his old pal.
What's he doing there, Parky? Davies thought, that's 4. I've nailed it. Parkinson stops it. Bailey bowls again. Is this it? No. Turned away into the onside. This time it's Luke Wood who's denying a run for Davis.
He is desperate to get off the mark. It's the right-handed opener. I think I'd be as well if I was on a pair playing at the ground I used to play at with all my mates in the field.
Oh, waiting for a mistake. Here's Bailey in balls to Davis. It's pushed away up towards Parkinson at mid-on. I bet Davis couldn't quite believe that Parkinson stopped it. He hit it well. It was a great stop.
It was a lovely stop. He absolutely smashed it from the screws. It was a great stop by Parkinson at mid-on.
Final ball of the over. And it's Bailey to Davis, who's in. And that's just dropped away into the offside, and there's no run.
He thought about it. He thought about it.
Starts off with a maiden, Tom Bailey. Davis having to play every delivery there. Of course, he didn't offer the shot for his in the first innings, and it went clattering into his off stump. Got bat on ball, probably thought he could have had a boundary. but for Parkinson's acrobatics. End of the first over. 0 for 0. We're going to see Hassan Ali from the stay of the med.
Yeah, not surprised to see Hassan share the new ball with Bailey. Wonderful bowler. Just checking his footwear. All the laces are present and correct. He's got a shiny ball in his hand. Here he comes now. It's Sibley on strike. And that was a beauty first up. That nearly did for Dom Sibley there. It was a very, very good delivery, but it sails through to Phil Salt, the keeper. And there's plenty of chirp coming from those 3 slips and a gully alongside Salt behind the bat. He's got a mid-on and a mid-off, a mid-wicket, a fine leg, and sort of squarish extra cover as Hassan returns from his mark and comes in again. Sibley's forward, solid in defence, is the Warwickshire opener.
What a delivery sent down first up, Hassan Ali. That was an absolute pearler, wasn't it?
I mean, that was a jaffer. That would have done for most batsmen to ever played the game. If it was Garfield Sobers, if that was Brian Lara, that was Sachin Tendulkar, that was a beauty. Deserved more than the dot it got in the book, really, but that's how cricket goes sometimes. Sibley still on strike. Hassan in again. It's left this time by Dom Sibley. It's going through at good pace to Phil Salt behind the stumps. It's got a bit darker, I think, in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I agree.
Nearly 6 o'clock here in Manchester. You can clearly see 4 shadows for each of the fielding side. 46 the difference then on first innings as Ali's in again and Sibley forward, solid in defence once more, is the opener. And not the easiest of throws in from Bohannon to Salt, the wicketkeeper, who had to dive to make sure there was no chance of them stealing a bye. 0 for 0 so far.
Just the start you'd expect from these two with the new ball. What a horrible little spell this is under pretty poor light. 2 bowlers tearing in. Not put a ball out of place yet. Everything on the money so far.
Could easily have been 0 for 1 as well. Here's Hassan again. Good leave this time by Sibley. It was an absolute beaut to open up the over. Could have clipped the bail, could have took the glove, but it didn't. And Sibley's still there. Alex Hales, no. Alex Davis just wandering down, doing a bit of gardening to the Old Trafford pitch. 46 behind on first innings. Warwickshire. Hassan in again. And down the leg side it goes to complete the over. A second maiden in a row for these two sharing the new ball. 0 for 0.
This could be barely to Davis, isn't it? This battle is going to continue. I've got to say, it's quite good fun to watch.
I was going to say, from the comfort and the vantage point of us here in the commentary box, it's not a bad position at all. This is what we want. This is what county cricket's all about. Good players going at it hard. Good bowling. Good techniques. Lancashire against Warwickshire, 2 of the historic counties.
Here's Bailey to Davis. Just drops away to the onside. There's a little bit of hesitation. There's everybody coming up to stop this run. The keeper's up, Croft's up, Velasi's up, Balderson's come up, Wood's up there. You're not having a run.
I thought the umpire was going to join in at one point. He was desperate to get... I don't know what was going on.
Pretty keen to keep him on strike on naught, aren't they?
Well, what have they got? 3 slips, a gully, everybody in on the 1.
Bailey moves in, balls to Davis, who leaves. It's gone through to Phil Salt, and there's no run. We wander down the pitch, Alex Davis.
All the mind games are in action, aren't they? There'll be plenty of chirp. You can hear plenty of it coming through our effects mic. And the crowd that are still here, braving what has turned into quite a cold evening here in Manchester.
Bailey to Davis, again left.
Certainly enjoying what they're seeing, I am.
This is tricky, isn't it? Both umpires are staring up towards the sky. They're looking at it. The floodlights are beaming down. The light isn't great. Alex Davis is probably thinking, might not be too far away from going off. Faced 9 deliveries, I'm still on 0. Got my old mate bowling at me. Everyone wants to get me out. Bailey into Davis, cut for runs down towards the boundary. He gets his first runs of the game, Alex Davis. And he's up and running, as indeed Warwickshire are, 4 without loss.
Yeah, lovely shot that by Davis. Put the hands through the ball very quickly. It flew away through that backward point area down towards the boundary in the blink of an eye. He'll feel much better for that as well, will Davis. Might even calm a bit of the chirp down as well. 4 for none.
And everybody hopping about there, didn't they? Keep Davis on 0. He's up and running. Up onto his toes he goes and plays the ball safely away into the offside. And there is no run.
It must be a horrible feeling walking out to bat on a pair against the team you used to play for at their ground. You just know you're going to get it both barrels, don't you, in a scenario like that. But he survived it. He played a lovely shot actually as well for those 4 runs.
Final ball of the over. Bailey to Davis. It's dropped into the onside for no run. It's 4 without loss. We've got 12 overs remaining. And the umpire, Graham Lloyd, has removed the bails and he's popped his light meter on the stumps and he's taken a meter reading. And now he's wandering down to have a word with his mate. Nigel Long sees that Graham Lloyd's coming down. Hassan Ali wants to start a fresh over. There we go, what's it saying? Are we all right to continue? Little chat? No, no, we're not. I think we're coming off. Yeah. Alex Davis is eager to try and shuffle off if he can and come back when things are a little bit better. But the reading has been taken. The bails have been lifted off the stumps. Graham Lloyd is chief meter reader in this game.
Oh, you'd want that on a badge, wouldn't you? Chief meter reader.
There he is again. Oh, that's the main piece of gear. Is that on a night like this?
That's quite the gizmo, isn't it, to have in your pocket? A meter reader. No, they're not even going to let them bowl spin. They're trudging off. Look.
Well, if nothing else, Alex Davis has got himself 4 runs, and he can tuck his bat under his arm, and he can disappear back into the away dressing room with first runs of the match. And he got all sorts of pressure from his old mates there. They did all they could to keep him on 0 and to pile the pressure, but he's got his innings up and running. Players are heading off, the umpires are staying out. What do you reckon? A bit gloomy, could be. 4 without loss.
They might have little mixed tickets, you never know. They might want to get down. I am joking, obviously. It's been a great day's cricket though, hasn't it? If we see nothing more today, I think we can all say that that was a brilliant 2 3/4 sessions. Really attritional cricket early on this morning. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Warwickshire then came back really well in the afternoon session, cleaned them up after tea. And with a difference of, what, 46 runs between the 2 sides, you'd still say, actually, at the stumps on the 3rd day, that is fairly even Stevens.
Yes. We've still got 12 overs left. I'm not sure they'll quite just call it yet. The umpires are staying out there to see if there isn't the odd possibility that the light might improve. The players are waiting on the edge of the balcony. See the two umpires still out there. The wind is blowing pretty firmly now, actually. The flag's on the roof of the pavilion. So we look down the lens of the camera from right to left. There are slightly clearer skies out towards the city centre. So they're going to stay out there for a little bit, see whether or not it improves. It must be borderline. I mean, if it was... I'll be honest with you, looking at it from here, it doesn't look massively different to what we were playing in last night. It then got pretty dark, but clearly the meter reading has taken place, and it's where we were last night. But they feel that maybe it is just about borderline, because they're not disappearing, the two umpires, seeing whether or not it improves over the course of the next few minutes. We shall see. We will take a little break. It's a 46 behind Warwickshire. They're in their second innings. Davis on 4 and Sibley on 0. And hopefully we'll get some more play in the not too distant future. But if it's called off for the day, we'll let you know. keep you up to date just as soon as the umpires make that decision as to whether or not to resume or to call stumps for the day. Graham Lloyd looks in deep thought, doesn't he? Scratching his chin. What do you reckon? Maybe not. Little Mix is on later. Any tickets free? A couple of meter readings, and I think clearly the light hasn't improved sufficient enough for us to get out there and play again. Let's see what Nigel Long is reporting back to the scorers. So there we go, the stump's been uprooted, and Graham Lloyd will do something similar at the far end, and that is it for the day. The ground staff will trickle out to the middle, and we have reached the stumps. Close of play on the third day. Intriguing day's cricket, with Lancashire on 127 without loss this morning, and then Warwickshire in the afternoon fighting back. New ball work to treat for them. Then we had that really intriguing spell right at the close there between Alex Davis and his old mates, trying to get him out. But he'll be there tomorrow morning to resume on 4 and Dom Sibley on 0. So we have reached the close of play on day 3. Warwickshire 4 without loss in their second innings. They trail Warwickshire by 42 runs. From Emirates, Old Trafford, we will be back with live coverage tomorrow morning from around about 10:40.